The Poetical Works of George MacDonald in 2 volumes, Volume 2. Parables, the Man of Songs. Thou wanderest in the land of dreams, O man of many songs! To thee what is, but looks and seems, no realm to thee belongs. Sayest thou those mountains, faint and far, O spirit caged and tame? Blue clouds like distant hills they are, and like is not the same. Nay, nay, I know each mountain well, each cliff, and peak, and dome. In that cloudland, in one high dell, nesteth my little home. The hills. Behind my father's cottage lies a gentle grassy height up which I often ran, to gaze back with a wondering sight, for then the chimneys I thought high were down below me quite. All round, where'er I turned mine eyes, huge hills closed up the view. The town mid their converging roots was clasped by rivers too. From one range to another sprang the sky's great vault of blue. It was a joy to climb their sides, and in the heather lie. A joy to look at vantage down on the castle grim and high. Blue streams below, white clouds above, in silent earth and sky. And now, where'er my feet may roam, at sight of stranger hill a new sense of the old delight springs in my bosom still, and longings for the high unknown their ancient channels fill. For I am always climbing hills, from the known to the unknown, surely, at last, on some high peak, to find my father's throne, though hitherto I have only found his footsteps in the stone. And in my wanderings I did meet another searching too, the dawning hope, the shared quest our thoughts together drew. Fearless she laid her band in mine because her heart was true. She was not born among the hills, yet on each mountain face a something known her inward I by inborn light can trace. For up the hills must homeward be, though no one knows the place. Clasp my hand close, my child, in thine, a long way we have come. Clasp my hand closer yet, my child, farther we yet must roam, climbing and climbing till we reach our heavenly Father's home. The journey. Hark, the rain is on my roof. Every murmur, through the dark, stings me with a dull reproof like a half-extinguished spark. Me! Ah me! How came I here, wide awake and wide alone? Caught within a net of fear, all my dreams undreamed and gone. I will rise, I will go forth. Better dare the hideous night, better face the freezing north and be still, where is no light. Black wind rushing round me now, sown with arrowy points of rain. Gone are there and then and now, I am here, and so is pain. Dead in dreams the gloomy street. I will out on open roads. Eager grow my aimless feet, onward, onward something goads. I will take the mountain path, beard the storm within its den, know the worst of this dim wrath harassing the souls of men. Chasm 'neath chasm, rock piled on rock, roots, and crumbling earth, and stones. Hark, the torrent's thundering shock. Hark, the swaying pine tree's groans. Ah! I faint, I fall, I die, sink to nothingness away. Lo, a streak upon the sky. Lo, the opening eye of day. 2. Mountain summits lift their snows o'er a valley green and low, and a winding pathway goes guided by the river's flow, and a music rises ever, as of peace and low content, from the pebble-paven river like an odor upward sent. And the sound of ancient harms moans behind, the hills among, like the humming of the swarms that unseen the forest throng. Now I meet the shining rain from a cloud with sunny weft, now against the wind I strain, sudden burst from mountain cleft. Now a sky that hath a moon staining all the cloudy white with a faded rainbow, soon lost in deeps of heavenly night. Now a morning clear and soft, amber on the purple hills, warm blue day of summer, oft cooled by wandering windy rills. Joy to travel thus along with the universe around. Every creature of the throng, every sight and scent and sound homeward speeding, beauty-laden, belike, to its hive, my soul! Mine the eye the stars are made in. Mine the heart of nature's whole. 3. Hills retreating on each hand slowly sink into the plain. Solemn through the outspread land rolls the river to the main. In the glooming of the night something through the dusky air doubtful glimmers, faintly white, but I know not what or where. Is it but a chalky ridge bared of sod, like tree of bark? Or a river-spanning bridge miles away into the dark? Or the foremost leaping waves of the everlasting sea, where the undivided laves time with its eternity? Is it but an eye-made sight, in my brain a fancied gleam? or a faint aurora light from the sun's tired smoking team? In the darkness it is gone, yet with every step draws nigh. Known shall be the thing unknown when the morning climbs the sky. Onward, onward through the night matters that I cannot see? I am moving in a might dwelling in the dark and me. End or way I cannot lose, grudge to rest, or fear to roam. All is well with wanderer whose heart is traveling hourly home. 4. Joy! Oh joy! The dawning sea answers to the dawning sky, foretaste of the coming glee when the sun will lord it high. See the swelling radiance growing to a dazzling glory might. See the shadows gently going twixt the wave-tops wild with light. Hear the smiting billows clang. See the falling billows lean half a watery vault, and hang gleaming with translucent green, then in thousand fleeces fall, thundering light upon the strand. This the whiteness which did call through the dusk, across the land. See a boat! Out, out we dance! Fierce blasts swoop upon my sail. What a terrible expanse! Tumbling hill and heaving dale. Stayless, helpless, lost I float, captive to the lawless free. But a prison is my boat. Oh, for petrel wings to flee! Look below, each watery whirl cast in beauty's living mold. Look above, each feathery curl dropping crimson, dropping gold. Oh, I tremble in the flush of the everlasting youth. Love and awe together rush. I am free in God, the truth. The tree's prayer. Alas, 'tis cold and dark. The wind all night hath sung a wintry tune. Hail from black clouds that swallowed up the moon beat against my bark. Oh, why delays the spring? Not yet the sap moves in my frozen veins. Through all my stiffened roots creep numbing pains, that I can hardly cling. The sun shone yestermorn. I felt the glow down every fiber float, and thought I heard a thrush's piping note of dim dream gladness born. Then, on the salt gale driven, the streaming cloud hissed through my outstretched arms, tossed me about in slanting snowy swarms, and blotted out the heaven. All night I brood and choose among past joys. Oh, for the breath of June! The feathery light flakes quavering from the moon, the slow baptizing dews. Oh, the joy-frantic birds, they are the tongues of us, mute, longing trees. Aha, the billowy odors! And the bees that browse like scattered herds. The comfort-whispering showers that thrill with gratefulness my youngest shoot. The children playing round my deep-sunk root, green-caved from burning hours. See, see the heartless dawn, with naked, chilly arms latticed across. Another weary day of moaning loss on the thin-shadowed lawn. But icy winter's past. Yea, climbing suns persuade the relenting wind. I will endure with steadfast, patient mind. My leaves will come at last. Were I a skillful painter, my pencil, not my pen, should try to teach thee hope and fear. And who would blame me then? Fear of the tide of darkness that floweth fast behind, and hope to make thee journey on in the journey of the mind. Were I a skillful painter, what should I paint for thee? A tiny springbud peeping out from a withered wintry tree, the warm blue sky of summer o'er jagged ice and snow, and water hurrying gladsome out from a cavern down below. The dim light of a beacon upon a stormy sea, where a lonely ship to windward beats for life and liberty. A watery sunray gleaming athwart a sullen cloud, and falling on some grassy flower the rain had earthward bowed. Morn peeping o'er a mountain, in ambush for the dark, and a traveller in the vale below rejoicing like a lark. A taper nearly vanished amid the dawning grey, and a maiden lifting up her head, and lo, the coming day. I am no skilful painter. Let who will blame me then that I would teach thee hope and fear with my plain talking pen, fear of the tide of darkness that floweth fast behind, and hope to make thee journey on in the journey of the mind. Far and near. The fact which suggested this poem is related by Clark in his travels. Blue sky above, blue sea below, far off, the old Nile's mouth, 'twas a blue world, wherein did blow a soft wind from the south. In great and solemn heaves the mass of pulsing ocean beat, unwrinkled as the sea of glass beneath the holy feet. With forward leaning of desire the ship sped calmly on, a pilgrim strong that would not tire or hasten to be gone. 2. List, on the wave, what can they be, those sounds that hither glide? No lovers whisper tremulously under the ship's round side. No sail across the dark blue sphere holds white obedient way, no far-fled, sharp-winged boat is near, no following fish at play. 'Tis not the rippling of the wave, nor sighing of the chords, no winds or waters ever gave a murmur so like words. Nor wings of birds that northward strain, nor talk of hidden crew, the traveler questioned, but in vain, he found no answer true. 3. 100 level miles away, on Egypt's troubled shore, two nations fought, that sunny day, with bellowing cannon's roar. The fluttering whisper, low and near, was that far battle's blare, a lipping, rippling motion here, the blasting thunder there. 4. Can this dull sighing in my breast so faint and undefined be the worn edge of far unrest borne on the spirit's wind? The uproar of high battle fought betwixt the bond and free, the thunderous roll of armed thought dwarfed to an ache in me? My room. To G.E.M. 'Tis a little room, my friend. Baby walks from end to end. All the things look sadly real this hot noontide uni deal. Vaporous heat from cope to basement, all you see outside the casement, save one house all mud becrusted, and a street all drought bedusted. There behold its happiest vision, trickling water carts derision. Shut we out the staring space, draw the curtains in its face. Close the eyelids of the room, fill it with a scarlet gloom. Lo, the walls with warm flush dyed. Lo, the ceiling glorified, as when, lost in tenderest pinks, white rose on the red rose thinks. But beneath, a hue right rosy, red as a geranium posy, stains the air with power estranging, known with unknown clouding, changing. See in ruddy atmosphere commonplaceness disappear. Look around on either hand, are we not in fairyland? On that couch, enwrapped in mist of vaporized amethyst, lie, as in a rose's heart, secret things I would impart. Any time you would believe them, easier though, you will receive them bathed in glowing mystery of the red light shadowy. For this ruby-hearted hue, sanguine core of all the true, which for love the heart would plunder, is the very hue of wonder. This dissolving dreamy red is the self-same radiance shed from the heart of poet young, glowing poppy sunlight stung. If in light you make a schism, 'tis the deepest in the prism. This perseeming room, in fact, is of marvels all compact, so disguised by common daylight by its disenchanting grey light. Only eyes that see by shining, inside pierce to its live lining. Loftiest observatory ne'er unveiled such hidden glory. Never sage's furnace kitchen magic wonders was so rich in. Never book of wizard old clasped such in its iron hold. See that case against the wall, darkly dull purpureal, a piano to the prosy, but to us in twilight rosy. What? A cave where Nereids lie, Naiads, Dryads, Oreads sigh, dreaming of the time when they danced in forest and in bay. In that chest before your eyes nature self-enchanted lies. Lofty days of summer splendor, low dim eves of opal tender, airy hunts of cloud and wind, brooding storm, below, behind, awful hills and midnight woods, sunny rains and solitudes, babbling streams in forests hoar, seven-hued icebergs, ocean's frore dot, yes. Did I not say enchanted, that is, hid away till wanted? Do you hear a low voice singing? 'Tis the sorceresses, flinging spells around her baby's riot, binding her in moveless quiet. She at will can disenchant them, and to prayer believing grant them. You believe me, soon will night free her hands for fair delight, then invoke her, she will come. Fold your arms, be blind and dumb. She will bring a book of spells writ like crabbed oracles. Like Sabrina's will her hands thaw the power of charmed bands. First will ransom music rush round thee in a glorious gush. Next, upon its waves will sally, like a stream god down a valley, nature's self, the formless former, nature's self, the peaceful stormer. She will enter, captive take thee, and both one and many make thee, one by softest power to still thee, many by the thoughts that fill thee. Let me guess 3 guesses where she her prisoner will bear. On a mountain top you stand gazing o'er a sunny land. Shining streams, like silver veins, rise in dells and meet in plains. Up yon brook a hollow lies dumb as love that fears surprise. Moorland tracks of broken ground o'er it rise and close it round. He who climbs from bosky dale hears the foggy breezes wail. Yes, thou know'st the nest of love, know'st the waste around, above. In thy soul or in thy past, straight it melts into the vast, quickly vanishes away in a gloom of darkening gray. sinks the sadness into rest, ripple like on water's breast. Mother's bosom rests the daughter, grief the ripple, love the water, and thy brain like wind harp lies breathed upon from distant skies, till, soft gathering, visions new grow like vapors in the blue, white forms, flushing hyacinthine, move in motions labyrinthine, with an airy wishful gait on the counter-motion wait, sweet restraint and action free show the law of liberty. Master of the revel, still the obedient, perfect will, hating smallest thing awry, breathing harmony, while the godlike graceful feet, for such mazy marveling meet, press from air a shining sound, rippling after, lingering round, hair afloat and arms aloft fill the chord of movement soft. Gone the measure polyhedral, towers aloft a fair cathedral. Every arch, like praying arms upward flung in love's alarms, knit by clasped hands o'erhead, heaves to heaven a weight of dread. In thee, like an angel crowd, grows the music, praying loud, swells thy spirit with devotion as a strong wind swells the ocean, sweeps the vision pile away, leaves thy heart alone to pray. As the prayer grows dim and dies like a sunset from the skies, glides another change of mood o'er thy inner solitude, girt with music's magic zone, lo, thyself magician grown. Open-eyed thou walkst through earth brooding on the Aeonian birth of 1,000 wonder things in divine dusk of their springs. Half thou sayest whence they flow, half thou sayest whither go, nature's consciousness, whereby on herself she turns her eye, hoping for all men in the perfected, pure harmony. But when, sinking slow, the sun leaves the glowing curtain dun, I, of prophet insight reft, shall be dull and dreamless left. I must hasten proof on proof, weaving in the warp my woof. What are those upon the wall, ranged in rows symmetrical? Through the wall of things external posterns they to the supernal. Through earth's battlement height loopholes to the infinite. Through locked gates of place and time, wickets to the eternal prime lying round the noisy day full of silences alway. That, my friend? Now, it is curious you should hit upon the spurious. 'Tis a door to nowhere that, never soul went in thereat, lies behind, a limy wall hung with cobwebs, that is all. Do not open that one yet, wait until the sun is set. If you careless lift its latch, glimpse of nothing will you catch, mere negation, blank of hue, out of it will stare at you. Wait, I say, the coming night, fittest time for second sight, then the wide eyes of the mind see far down the spirit's wind. You may have to strain and pull, force and lift with cunning tool, ere the rugged, ill-joined door yield the sight it stands before, when at last, with grating sweep, wide it swings, behold, the deep! Thou art standing on the verge where material things emerge. Hoary silence, lightning fleet, shootteth hell ward at thy feet. Fear not, thou whose life is truth, gazing will renew thy youth. But where sin of soul or flesh held a man in spider mesh, it would drag him through that door, give him up to loreless lore, ages to be blown and hurled up and down a deedless world. Ah, your eyes ask how I brook doors that are not doors to look. That is whither I was tending, and it brings me to good ending. Baby is the cause of this, odd it seems, but so it is. Baby, with her pretty prate molten, half-articulate, full of hints, suggestions, catches, broken verse, and music snatches. She, like seraph gone astray, must be shown the homeward way. Plant of heaven, she, rooted lowly, must put forth a blossom holy, must, through culture high and steady, slow unfold a gracious lady. She must therefore live and wonder, see not common up or under. She the moon and stars and sea, worm and butterfly and bee, yeah, the sparkle in a stone, must with marvel look upon. She must love, in heaven's own blueness, both the color and the newness, must each day from darkness break, often come awake, never with her childhood part, change the brain, but keep the heart. So, from lips and hands and looks, she must learn to honor books, turn the leaves with careful fingers, never lean where long she lingers. But when she is old enough she must learn the lesson rough, that to seem is not to be, as to know is not to see, that to man or book, appearing gives no title to revering, that a pump is not a well, nor a priest an oracle. This to leave safe in her mind, I will take her and go find certain no books. Dreary apes, tell her they are mere mock shapes, no more to be honored by her but be laid upon the fire. Book appearance must not hinder their consuming to a cinder. Would you see the small immortal one short pace within time's portal? I will fetch her. Is she white? Solemn? True? A light in light? See! Is not her lily skin white as whitest ermine washed in palest thinnest rose? Very thought of God she goes, ne'er to wander, in her dance, out of his love radiance. But, my friend, I've rattled plenty to suffice for mornings 20. I should never stop, of course, therefore stop I will perforce. If I led them up, choragic, to reveal their nature magic, 20 things, past contradiction, yet would prove I spoke no fiction of the room's belongings. Cryptic, read by light apocalyptic. There is that strange thing, glass masked, with continual questions tasked, ticking with untiring rock. It is called an 8-day clock. But to me the thing appears busy winding up the years, drawing on with coiling chain the epiphany again. Death and birth. 'Tis the midnight hour. I heard the abbey bell give out the word. Seldom is the lamprey shed on some dwarfed footfarer's head in the deep and narrow street lying ditch-like at my feet, where I stand at lattice high downward gazing listlessly from my house upon the rock, peak of earth's foundation block. There her windows, every story, shine with far-off nebulous glory. Round her in that luminous cloud stars obedient press and crowd, she the center of all gazing, she the sun her planets dazing. In her eyes victorious lightnings some are paling, some are brightening, those on which they gracious turn, stars combust, all tenfold burn, those from which they look away listless roam in twilight grey. When on her my looks I bent, wonder shook me like a tent, and my eyes grew dim with sheen, wasting light upon its queen. But though she my eyes might chain, rule my ebbing flowing brain, truth alone, without, within, can the soul's high homage win. He, I do not doubt, is there who unveiled my idol fair, and I thank him, grateful much, though his end was none of such. He from shapely lips of wood let the fireflakes lightly flit, scorching as the snow that fell on the damned in Dante's hell, with keen, gentle opposition, playful, merciless precision, mocked the sweet romance of youth balancing on spheric truth. He on senses firm set plane rolled the unstable ball amain. With a smile she looked at me, stung my soul, and set me free. Welcome, friend. Bring in your bricks. Mortar there? No need to mix? That is well. And picks and hammers? Verily these are no shammers. There, my friend, build up that niche, that one with the painting rich. Yes, you're right, it is a show picture seldom can bestow, city palaces and towers, terrace gardens, twilight bowers, vistas deep through swaying masts, pennons flaunting in the blast. Build, my room it does not fit, brick lays is the thing for it. Yes, a window you may call it, not the less up you must wall it, in that niche the dead world lies, bury death, and free mine eyes. There were youths who held by me, said I taught, yet left them free. Will they do as I said then? God forbid! As ye are men, find the secret, follow and find. All forget that lies behind, me, the schools, yourselves forsake, in your souls a silence make, hearken till a whisper come, listen, follow, and be dumb. There! 'Tis over, I am dead. Of my life the broken thread here I cast out of my hand, O my soul, the merry land. On my heart the sinking vault of my ruining past makes halt. Ages I could sit and moan for the shining world that's gone. Haste and pierce the other wall, break an opening to the all. Where? No matter, done is best. Kind of window? Let that rest. Who at morning ever lies pondering how to ope his eyes. I bethink me, we must fall on the thinnest of the wall. There it must be, in that niche, no, the deepest, that in which stands the crucifix. You start? Ah, your half-believing heart shrinks from that as sacrilege, or, at least, upon its edge. Worse than sacrilege, I say, is it to withhold the day from the brother whom thou knowest for the God thou never sawest. Reverently, O marble cold, thee in living arms I fold. Thou who art thyself the way from the darkness to the day, window, thou, to every land, wouldst not one dread moment stand shutting out the air and sky and the dayspring from on high. Brother with the rugged crown, gently thus I lift thee down. Give me pick and hammer, you stand aside, the deed I'll do. Yes, in truth, I have small skill, but the best thing is the will. Stroke on stroke. The frescoed plaster clashes downward, fast and faster. Hark, I hear an outer stone down the rough rock rumbling thrown. There's a cranny! There's a crack! The great sun is at its back. Lo, a mass is outward flung. In the universe hath sprung. See the gold upon the blue. See the sun come blinding through. See the far-off mountain shine in the dazzling light divine. Prisoned world, thy captives gone. Welcome wind, and sky, and sun. Love's ordeal. A recollection and attempted completion of a prose fragment read in boyhood. Hear'st thou that sound upon the window pane? Said the youth softly, as outstretched he lay where for an hour outstretched he had lain, softly, yet with some token of dismay. Answered the maiden, It is but the rain that has been gathering in the west all day. Why shouldst thou hearken so? Thine eyelids close, and let me gather peace from thy repose. Hear'st thou that moan creeping along the ground? Said the youth, and his veiling eyelids rose from deeps of lightning-haunted dark profound ruffled with herald blasts of coming woes. I hear it, said the maiden. 'Tis the sound of a great wind that here not seldom blows. It swings the huge arms of the dreary pine, but thou art safe, my darling, clasped in mine. Hear'st thou the baying of my hounds? Said he. Draw back the lattice bar and let them in. From a rent cloud the moonlight, ghostly, slid clearer to the floor, as, gauntly thin, she opening, they leaped through with bounds so free, then shook the raindrops from their shaggy skin. The maiden closed the shower-bespattered glass, whose spotted shadow through the room did pass. The youth, half raised, was leaning on his hand, but when again beside him sat the maid, his eyes for one slow minute having scanned her moonlit face, he laid him down, and said, monotonous, like solemn reed command, For love is of the earth, earthy, and is laid lifeless at length back in the mother tomb. Strange moanings from the pine entered the room. And then two shadows like the shadow of glass, over the moonbeams on the cottage floor, as wind almost as thin and shapeless, pass. A sound of raindrops came about the door, and a soft sighing as of plumy grass. A look of sorrowing doubt the youth's face wore. The two great hounds half rose. With aspect grim they eyed his countenance by the taper dim. Shadow nor moaning sound the maiden noted, but on his face dwelt her reproachful look. She doubted whether he the saying had quoted out of some evil, earth-begotten book, or up from his deep heart, like bubbles, had floated words which no maiden ever yet could brook. But his eyes held the question. Yea or no? Therefore the maiden answered, Nay, not so. Love is of heaven eternal. Half a smile just twinned his lips, shy, like all human best, a hopeful thought bloomed out, and lived a while. He looked one moment like a dead man blessed, his soul a bark that in a sunny isle at length had found the haven of its rest. But he could not remain, must forward fare. He spoke, and said with words abrupt and bare, Maiden, I have loved other maidens. Pale her red lips grew. I loved them, yes, but they successively in trial's hour did fail, for after sunset clouds again are grey. A sudden light shone through the fringy veil that drooping hid her eyes, and then there lay a stillness on her face, waiting, and then the little clock rung out the hour of 10. Moaning once more the great pine branches bowed to a soft plaining wind they would not stem. Brooding upon her face, the youth said, Thou art not more beautiful than some of them, but a fair courage crowns thy peaceful brow, nor glow thine eyes, but shine serene like gem that lamps from radiant store upon the dark the light it gathered where it sung the lark. The horse that broke this day from grasp of three, thou sawest then the hand thou holdest, hold, ere 2 fleet hours are gone, that hand will be dry, big-veined, wrinkled, withered up and old. No woman yet hath shared my doom with me. With calm fixed eyes she heard till he had told. The staghounds rose, a moment gazed at him, then laid them down with aspect yet more grim. Spake on the youth, nor altered look or tone. 'Tis thy turn, maiden, to say no or dare. Was it the maiden's, that importunate moan? At midnight, when the moon sets, wilt thou share the terror with me? Or must I go alone to meet an agony that will not spare? She answered not, but rose to take her cloak. He stayed her with his hand, and further spoke. Not yet, he said. Yet there is respite. See, time's finger points not yet to the dead hour. Enough is left even now for telling thee the far beginnings whence the fearful power of the great dark came shadowing down on me. Red roses crowding clothed my love's dear bower. nightshade and hemlock, darnel, toadstools white compass the place where I must lie tonight. Around his neck the maiden put her arm and knelt beside him, leaning on his breast, as o'er his love, to keep it strong and warm, brooding like bird outspread upon her nest. And well the faith of her dear eyes might charm all doubt away from love's primeval rest. He hid his face upon her heart, and there spake on with voice like wind from lonely lair. A drearier moaning through the pine did go, as if a human voice complained and cried for one long minute. Then the sound grew low, sank to a sigh, and sighing sank and died. Together at the silence two voices mow, his, and the clock's, which, loud grown, did divide the hours into live moments, sparks of time scorching the soul that trembles for the chime. He spoke of sins ancestral, born in him impulses, of resistance fierce and wild, of failure weak, and strength reviving dim, self-hatred, dreariness no love beguiled, of storm, and blasting light, and darkness grim, of torrent paths, and tombs with mountains piled, of gulfs in the unsunned bosom of the earth, of dying ever into dawning birth. But when I find a heart whose blood is wine, whose faith lights up the cold brain's passionless hour, whose love, like unborn rosebud, will not pine, but waits the sun and the baptizing shower, till then lies hid, and gathers odors fine to greet the human summer, when its flowers shall blossom in the heart and soul and brain, and love and passion be one holy twain. Then shall I rest like the seven of yore. Slumber divine will steep my outworn soul, and every stain dissolve to the very core. She too will slumber, having found her goal. Time's ocean o'er us will, in silence roar, Ionian tides of change-filled seasons roll, and our long, dark, appointed period fill. Then shall we wake together, loving still. Her face on his, her mouth to his mouth pressed, was all the answer of the trusting maid. Close in his arms he held her to his breast for one brief moment, would have yet essayed some deeper word her heart to strengthen, lest it should though faithful be too much afraid. But the clock gave the warning to the hour, and on the thatch fell sounds not of a shower. One long kiss, and the maiden rose. A fear lay, thin as a glassy shadow, on her heart. She trembled as some unknown thing were near, but smiled next moment, for they should not part. The youth arose. With solemn joyous cheer he helped the maid, whose trembling hands did thwart her haste to wrap her in her mantle's fold. Then out they passed into the midnight cold. The moon was sinking in the dim green west, curled upward, halfway to the horizon's brink, a leaf of glory falling to its rest. The maiden's hand, still trembling, sought to link her arm to his, with love's instinctive quest, but his enfolded her. Hers did not sink, but thus set free, it stole his body round, and so they walked, in freedom's fetters bound. Pressed to his side, she felt, like full-toned bell, a mighty heart heave large in measured play. But as the floating moon I lower fell, its bounding force did, by slow loss, decay. It throbbed now like a bird, now like far knell pulse low and faint. And now, with sick dismay, she felt the arm relax that round her clung, and from her circling arm he forward hung. His footsteps feeble, short his paces grow, her strength and courage mount and swell amain. He lifted up his head, the moon lay low, nigh the world's edge. His lips with some keen pain quivered, but with a smile his eyes turned slow, seeking in hers the balsam for his bane, and finding it, love over death supreme. Like two sad souls they walked met in one dream. No day. In a lovely garden walking two lovers went hand in hand, two wan, worn figures, talking they sat in the flowery land. On the cheek they kissed one another, on the mouth with sweet refrain, fast held they each the other, and were young and well again. Two little bells rang shrilly, the dream went with the hour, she lay in the cloister stilly, he far in the dungeon tower. From Ulant, hanging his head, behind each came a hound, padding with gentle paws upon the road. Straight silent pines rose here and there around, a dull stream on the left side hardly flowed, a black snake through the sluggish waters wound. Hark, the night raven! See the crawling toad! She thinks how dark will be the moonless night, how feeblest ray is yet supernal light. The moon's last gleam fell on dim glazed eyes, a body shrunken from its garment's fold, an aged man whose bent knees could not rise, he tottered in the maiden's tightening hold. She shivered, but too slight was the disguise to hide from love what never yet was old. She held him fast, with open eyes did pray, walked through the fear, and kept the onward way. Toward a gloomy thicket of tall firs, dragging his inch-long steps, he turned aside. There silence sleeps, not one green needle stirs. They enter it. A breeze begins to chide among the cones. It swells until it whirs, vibrating so each sharp leaf that it sighed. The grove became a harp of mighty chords, wing smote by unseen creatures wild for words. But when he turned again, toward the cleft of a great rock, as instantly it ceased, and the tall pines stood sudden, as if reft of a strong passion, or from pain released. Again they wove their straight, dark, motionless weft across the moonset bars, and west and east, cloud giants rose and marched up cloudy stairs, and like sad thoughts the bats came unawares. 'Twas a drear chamber for thy bridal night, O poor, pale, Saviour bride. An earthen lamp with shaking hands he kindled, whose faint light mooned out a tiny halo on the damp that filled the cavern to its unseen height, dim glimmering like death candle in a swamp. Watching the entrance, each side lies a hound, with liquid light his red eyes gleaming round. A heap rose grave-like from the rocky floor of moss and leaves, by many a sunny wind long tossed and dried, with rich furs covered o'er expectant. Up a jealous glory shined in her possessing heart. He should find more in her than in those faithless. With sweet mind she, praying gently, did herself unclothe, and lay down by him, trusting, and not loath. Once more a wind came, flapping overhead. The hounds pricked up their ears, their eyes flashed fire. The trembling maiden heard a sudden tread, dull, yet plain dinted on the windy gyre, as if long, wet feet o'er smooth pavement sped, come fiercely up, as driven by longing dire to enter. Followed sounds of hurried rout. With bristling hair, the hound stood looking out. Then came, half querulous, a whisper old, feeble and hollow as if shut in a chest. Take my face on your bosom, I am cold. She bared her holy bosom's truth-white nest, and forth her 2 hands instant went, love bold, and took the face, and close against her pressed. Ah, the dead chill, was at the feet again, but her great heart kept beating for the twain. She heard the wind fall, heard the following rain swelling the silent waters till their sound went wallowing through the night along the plain. The lamp went out, by the slow darkness drowned. Must the fair dawn 1,000 years refrain? Like centuries the feeble hours went round. Eternal night entombed her with decay. To her live soul she clasped the breathless clay. The world stood still. Her life sank down so low that but for wretchedness no life she knew. A charnel wind moaned out a moaning, no, from the devouring heart of earth it blew. Fair memories lost all their sunny glow. Out of the dark the forms of old friends grew, but so transparent blanched with dole and smart she saw the pale worm lying in each heart. And worst of all, O death of keep fled life! A voice within her woke and cried, in sooth vain is all sorrow, hope, and care, and strife. Love and its beauty, its tenderness and truth are shadows bred in hearts too fancy rife, which melt and pass with sure decaying youth. Regard them, and they quiver, waver, blot, gaze at them fixedly, and they are not. And all the answer the poor child could make was in the tightened clasp of arms and hands. Hopeless she lay, like one death would not take but still kept driving from his empty lands, yet hopeless held she out for his dear sake. The darksome horror grew like drifting sands till naught was precious, either God nor light, and yet she braved the false, denying night. So dead was hope, that, when a glimmer weak stole through a fissure somewhere in the cave, thinning the clotted darkness on his cheek, she thought her own tired eyes the glimmer gave. He moved his head, she saw his eyes, love-meek, and knew that death was dead and filled the grave. Old age, convicted lie, had fled away. Youth, youth eternal, in her bosom lay. With a low cry closer to him she crept, and on his bosom hid a face that glowed. It was his turn to comfort, he had slept. O earth and sky, O ever-patient God, she had not yielded, but the truth had kept. New love, new bliss and weeping overflowed. I can no farther tell the tale begun. They are asleep, and waiting for the sun. The lost soul. Look! Look there! Send your eyes across the gray by my finger point away through the vaporous, fumy air. Beyond the air, you see the dark? Beyond the dark, the dawning day? On its horizon, pray you, mark something like a ruined heap of worlds half uncreated that go back, down all the grades through which they rose up to harmonious life and law's repose, back, slow, to the awful deep of nothingness, mere beings lack, on its surface, lone and bare, shapeless as a dumb despair, formless, nameless, something lies. Can the vision in your eyes its idea recognize? 'Tis a poor lost soul, alack, half he lived some ages back, but with hardly opened eyes, thinking him already wise, down he sat and wrote a book, drew his life into a nook, out of it would not arise to peruse the letters dim, graven dark on his own walls. Those, he judged, were chance-led scrawls, or at best no use to him. A lamp was there for reading these. This he trimmed, sitting at ease, for its aid to write his book, never at his walls to look, trimmed and trimmed to one faint spark which went out, and left him dark dot. I will try if he can hear spirit words with spirit ear. Motionless thing, who once, like him who cries to thee, hadst thy place with thy shining peers, thy changeful place in the changeless dance issuing ever in radiance from the doors of the far eternity, with feet that glitter and glide and glance to the music law that binds the free, and sets the captive at liberty, to the clang of the crystal spheres. O heart for love! O thirst to drink from the wells that feed the sea! O hands of truth, a human link twixt mine and the Father's knee! O eyes to see! O soul to think! O life, the brother of me! Has infinitude sucked back all the individual life it gave? Boots it nothing to cry and call? Is thy form an empty grave? It heareth not, brothers, the terrible thing. Sounds no sense to its ear will bring. Let us away, 'tis no use to tarry. Love no light to its heart will carry. Sting it with words, it will never shrink. It will not repent, it cannot think. Hath God forgotten it, alas? Lost in eternity's lumber room? Will the wind of his breathing never pass over it through the insensate gloom? Like a frost-killed bud on a tombstone curled, crumbling it lies on its crumbling world, sightless and deaf, with never a cry, in the hell of its own vacuity. See, see yon angel crossing our flight where the thunder vapors loom, from his upcast pinions flashing the light of some outbreaking doom. Up, brothers! Away! A storm is nigh! Smite we the wing up a steeper sky! What matters the hail, or the clashing winds, the thunder that buffets, the lightning that blinds? We know by the tempest we do not lie dead in the pits of eternity. The three horses. What shall I be? I will be a knight walled up in armor black, with a sword of sharpness, a hammer of might, and a spear that will not crack, so black, so blank, no glimmer of light will betray my darkling track. Saddle my coal-black steed, my men, fittest for sunless work. Old night is steaming from her den, and her children gather and lurk. Bad things are creeping from the fen, and sliding down the murk. Let him go, let him go! Let him plunge, keep away! He's a foal of the third seal's brood. Gaunt with armor, in grim array of poitral and frontlet hood, let him go, a living castle, away, right for the evil wood. I and Ravenwing on the course, heavy in fighting gear, woe to the thing that checks our force, that meets us in career. Giant, enchanter, devil, or worse, what cares the couched spear? Slow through the trees zigzag I ride. See! The goblins, to and fro! From the skull of the dark, on either side, see the eyes of a dragon glow. From the thickets the silent serpents glide. I pass them, I let them go. For somewhere in the evil night a little one cries alone, an aged knight, outnumbered in fight, but for me will be stricken prone. A lady with terror is staring white, for her champion is overthrown. The child in my arms, to my hauberk pressed, like a trembling bird will cling. I will cover him over, an iron nest, with my shield, my one steel wing, and bear him home to his mother's breast, a radiant, rescued thing. Spur in flank, and lance in rest, on the old knight's foes I flash. The caitiffs I scatter to east and west with clang and hurtle and crash. Leave them the law, as knaves learn it best, in bruise, and breach, and gash. The lady I lift on my panting steed, on the pommel she holds my mace. Hand on bridle I gently lead the horse at a gentle pace. The thickets with martellax I heed, for the wood is an evil place. What treasure is there in manly might that hid in the bosom lies? Who for the crying will not fight had better be he that cries. A man is a knight that loves the right and mounts for it till he dies. Alas, 'tis a dream of ages hoar. In the fens no dragons won, no giants from moated castles roar. Through the forest wide roadways run. Of all the deeds they did of yore not one is left to be done. If I should saddle old Ravenwing and hie me out at night, scared little birds away would spring in ill-shot arrows' flight. The idle fancy away I fling, now I will dream aright. Let a youth bridle twilight, my dapple grey, with broad rein and snaffle bit. He must bring him round at break of day when the shadows begin to flit, when the darkness begins to dream away, and the owls begin to sit. Ungraithed in plate or mail I go, with only my sword, grey-blue like the scythe of the dawning, come to mow the night-sprung shadows anew from the gates of the east, that, fair and slow, made morning may walk through. I seek no forest with darkness grim, to the open land I ride. Low light, from the broad horizon's brim, lies wet on the flowing tide, and mottles with shadows dun, and dim the mountain's rugged side. Steadily, hasteless, o'er valley and hill, o'er the moor, along the beach, we ride, nor slacken our pace until some city of men we reach. There, in the market, my horse stands still, and I lift my voice and preach. Wealth and poverty, age and youth around me gather in throng. I tell them of justice, of wisdom, of truth, of mercy, and law, and wrong. My words are molded by right and ruth to a solemn chanted song. They bring me questions which would be scanned, that strife may be forgot. Swerves my balance to either hand, the poor I favor no jot. If a man withstand, out sweeps my brand. I slay him upon the spot. But what if my eye have in it a beam and therefore spy his mote? Righteousness only, wisdom supreme can tell the sheep from the goat. Not thus I dream a wise man's dream, not thus take wrong by the throat. Lead twilight home. I dare not kill, the sword myself would scare Dot. When the sun looks over the eastern hill, bring out my snow-white mare. One labor is left which no one will deny me the right to share. Take heed, my men, from crest to heel Snow-White have no speck, no curb, no bit her mouth must feel, no tightening rein her neck, no saddle-girth drawn with buckle of steel shall her mighty breathing check. Lay on her a cloth of silver sheen, bring me a robe of white. Wherever we go we must be seen by the shining of our light, a glistening splendor in forest green, a star on the mountain height. With jar and shudder the gates unclose, out in the sun she leaps. A unit of light and power she goes, leveling valleys and steeps. The wind around her eddies and blows, before and behind her sleeps. O joy to ride the world and glad, good tidings bear! A flag of peace on the winds unfurled is the mane of my shining mare. To the sound of her hoofs, lo, the dead stars hurled quivering adown the air. Oh, the sun and the wind! Oh, the life and the love! Where the serpent swung all day the loud dove coos to the silent dove. Where the web-winged dragon lay in its hole beneath, on the rock above merry-tongued children play. With eyes of light the maidens look up as they sit in the summer heat, twining green blade with golden cup. They see, and they rise to their feet. I call aloud, for I must not stop. Good tidings, my sisters sweet! For mine is a message of holy mirth to city and land of corn, of praise for heaviness, plenty for dearth, for darkness a shining morn. Clap hands, ye billows, be glad, O earth, for a child is born. Lo, even the just shall live by faith. None argue of mine and thine. Old self shall die an ecstatic death and be born a thing divine, for God's own being and God's own breath shall be its bread and wine. Ambition shall vanish, and love be king, and pride to his darkness hie, yea, for very love of a living thing a man would forget and die, if very love were not the spring whence life springs endlessly. The myrtle shall grow where grew the thorn, earth shall be young as heaven, the heart with remorse or anger torn shall weep like a summer even, for to us a child is born, unto us a son is given. Lord, with thy message I dare not ride. I am a fool, a beast. The little ones only from thy side go forth to publish thy feast. And I, where but sons and daughters abide, would have walked about, a priest. Take Snow-White back to her glimmering stall, there let her stand and feed, I am overweening, ambitious, small, a creature of pride and greed. Let me wash the hoofs, let me be the thrall, Jesus, of thy white steed. The golden key. From off the earth the vapors curled, went up to meet their joy. The boy awoke, and all the world was waiting for the boy. The sky, the water, the wide earth was full of windy play, shining and fair, alive with mirth, all for his holiday. The hills said, "Climb me," and the wood, "Come to my bosom, child, mine is a merry gambling brood, come, and with them go wild." The shadows with the sunlight played, the birds were singing loud, the hills stood up with pines arrayed, he ran to join the crowd. But long ere noon, dark grew the skies, pale grew the shrinking sun. "How soon," he said, "for clouds to rise when day was but begun?" The wind grew rough, a wilful power it swept o'er tree and town. The boy exulted for an hour, then weary sat him down. And as he sat the rain began, and rained till all was still. He looked, and saw a rainbow span the vale from hill to hill. He dried his tears. "Ah, and now," he said, "the storm was good, I see. Yon pine-dressed hill, upon its head I'll find the golden key." He thrid the copse, he climbed the fence, at last the top did scale. But lo, the rainbow, vanished thence, was shining in the vale. Still, here it stood. "Yes, here," he said. "Its very foot was set. I saw this fir tree through the red, this through the violet." He searched and searched, while down the skies went slow the slanting Sunday. At length he lifted hopeless eyes, and day was nearly done. Beyond the vale, above the heath, high flamed the crimson west. His mother's cottage lay beneath the sky-bird's rosy breast. "Oh joy!" he cried. "Not all the way farther from home we go. The rain will come another day and bring another bough." Long ere he reached his mother's cot, still tiring more and more, the red was all one cold grey blot, and night lay round the door. But when his mother stroked his head the night was grim in vain, and when she kissed him in his bed the rainbow rose again. Soon, things that are and things that seem did mingle merrily. He dreamed, nor was it all a dream, his mother had the key. Somnia mystici. A microcosm in terza rima. Quiet I lay at last, and knew no more whether I breathed or not, so worn I lay with the death struggle. What was yet before either I met, nor turned from it away? My only conscious being was the rust of pain gone dead, dead with the bygone day, and long I could have lingered all but blessed in that half-slumber. But there came a sound as of a door that opened, in the west somewhere I thought it. As the hare the hound, the noise did start my eyelids and they rose. I turned my eyes and looked. Then straight I found it was my chamber door that did unclose, for a tall form up to my bedside drew. Grand was it, silent, its very walk repose, and when I saw the countenance, I knew that I was lying in my chamber dead, for this my brother, brothers such are few, that now to greet me bowed his kingly head, had, many years agone, like holy dove returning, from his friends and kindred sped, and leaving memories of mournful love, past vanishing behind the unseen veil, and though I loved him, all high words above. Not for his loss then did I weep or wail, knowing that here we live but in a tent, and seeking home, shall find it without fail. Feeble but eager, toward him my hands went, I too was dead, so might the dead embrace. Taking me by the shoulders down he bent, and lifted me. I was in sickly case, but, growing stronger, stood up on the floor, there turned, and once regarded my dead face with curious eyes. Its brow contentment wore, but I had done with it, and turned away. I saw my brother by the open door, and followed him out into the night blue-gray. The houses stood up hard in limpid air, the moon hung in the heavens in half decay, and all the world to my bare feet lay bare. 2. Now I had suffered in my life, as they must suffer, and by slow years younger grow, from whom the false fool self must drop away, compact of greed and fear, which, gathered slow, darkens the angel self that, evermore, where no vain phantom in or out shall go, moveless beholds the Father, stands before the throne of revelation, waiting there, with wings low drooping on the sapphire floor, until it find the Father's ideal fair, and be itself at last. Not one small thorn shall needless any pilgrim's garments tear, and but to say I had suffered I would scorn, save for the marvelous thing that next befell. Sudden I grew aware I was newborn. All pain had vanished in the absorbent swell of some exalting peace that was my own, as the moon dwelt in heaven did calmness dwell at home in me, essential. The earth's moan lay all behind. Had I then lost my part in human griefs, dear part with them that groan? "'Tis weariness," I said, but with a start that set it trembling and yet brake it not, I found the peace was love. Oh, my rich heart! For every time I spied a glimmering spot of window pane. There, in that silent room, thought I, mayhap sleeps human heart whose lot is therefore dear to mine. I cared for whom I saw not, had not seen, and might not see. After the love crept prone its shadow gloom, but instant a mightier love arose in me, as in an ocean a single wave will swell, and heave the shadow to the center. We had called it prayer, before on sleep I fell. It sank, and left my sea in holy calm. I gave each man to God, and all was well. And in my heart stirred soft a sleeping psalm. 3. No gentlest murmur through the city crept, not one lone word my brother to me had spoken, but when beyond the city gate we stepped I knew the hovering silence would be broken. A lone night wind came whispering, through and through it did baptize me with the pledge and token of that soft spirit wind which blows and blew and fans the human world since evermore. The very grass, cool to my feet, I knew to be love also, and with the love I bore to hold far sympathy, silent and sweet, as having known the secret from of yore in the eternal heart where all things meet, feelings and thinkings, and where still they are bred. Sudden he stood, and with arrested feet I also. Like a half-sunned orb, his head slow turned the bright side. Lo, the brother smiled, that ancient human glory on me shed, clothed in which Jesus came forth to wile unto his bosom every laboring soul, and all dividing passions to beguile to winsome death, and then on them to roll the blessed stone of the holy sepulchre. Thank God, he said, thou also now art whole and sound and well. For the keen pain, and stir uneasy, and sore grief that came to us all, in that we knew not how the wine and myrrh could ever from the vinegar and gall be parted, are deep sunk yet drowned in God, and yet the past not folded in a pall, but breathed upon, like Aaron's withered rod, by a sweet light that brings the blossoms through, showing in dreariest paths that men have trodden others' footprints, spotted of crimson hue. Still on before wherever theirs did wend, yea, through the desert. Leading of time and rue, the desert souls in which young lions rend and roar, the passionate who, to be blessed, raven as bears, and do not gain their end, because that, save in God, there is no rest. 4. Something my brother said to me like this, but how unlike it also, think, I pray, his eyes were music, and his smile a kiss, himself the word, his speech was but a ray in the clear nimbus that with verity of absolute utterance made a home-born day of truth about him, lamping solemnly, and when he paused, there came a swift repose, too high, too still to be called ecstasy, a purple silence, lanced through in the close by such keen thought that, with a sudden smiling, it grew sheen silver, hearted with burning rose. He was a glory full of reconciling, of faithfulness, of love with no self-stain, of tenderness, and care, and brother whiling back to the bosom of a speechless gain. I cannot tell how long we joyous talked, for from my sense old time had vanished quite, space dim remaining, for onwards still we walked. No sun arose to blot the pale, still night, still as the night of some great spongy stone that turns but once an age betwixt the light and the huge shadow from its own bulk thrown, and long as that to me before whose face visions so many slid, and veils were blown aside from the vague vast of Isis' grace. Innumerous thoughts yet thronged that infinite hour, and hopes which greater hopes unceasing chase, for I was all responsive to his power. I saw my friends weep, wept, and let them weep. I saw the growth of each grief-nurtured flower. I saw the gardener watching, in their sleep wiping their tears with the napkin he had laid wrapped by itself when he climbed Hades' steep. What wonder then I saw and nor was dismayed. I saw the dull, degraded monsters nursed in money marshes, greedy men that preyed upon the helpless, ground the feeblest worst, yet all the human chaos, wild and waste, where he who will not leave what God hath cursed now fruitless wallows, now is stung and chased by visions lovely and by longings dire. But who believeth, He shall not make haste, even passing through the water and the fire, or sad with memories of a better lot. He is saved by hope, for all men will desire, knowing that God into a mustard jot may shut an aeon, give a world that lay wombed in its sun, a molten unorbed clot, one moment from the red rim to spin away liberating, ages to roll on weary wheel ere it turn homeward, almost spend its day. Who knows love all, time nothing, he shall feel no anxious heart, shall lift no trembling hand, tender as air, but clothed in triple steel, he for his kind, in every age and land, hoping will live, and to his labor bent, the fathers will shall, doing, understand. So spake my brother as we onward went, his words my heart received, as Cornelia, and answered with a harvest of content. We came at last upon a lonesome sea. 6. And onward still he went, I following out on the water. But the water, lo, like a thin sheet of glass, lay vanishing. The starry host in glorious twofold show looked up, looked down. The moment I saw this, a quivering fear thorough my heart did go. Unstayed I walked across a twin abyss, a hollow sphere of blue, nor floor was found of questing eye, only the foot met the kiss of the cool water lightly crisping round the edges of the footsteps. Terror froze my fallen eyelids. But again the sound of my guide's voice on the still air arose. Hast thou forgotten that we walk by faith? For keenest sight but multiplies the shows. Lift up thine eyelids, take a valiant breath, terrified, dare the terror in God's name, step wider, trust the invisible. Can death avail no more to hearten up thy flame? I trembled, but I opened wide mine eyes, and strode on the invisible sea. The same high moment vanished all my cowardice, and God was with me. The well-pleased stars threw quivering smiles across the gulfy skies, the white aurora flashed great scimitars from north to zenith, and again my guide full turned on me his face. No prison bars latticed across a soul I there descried, no weather stains of grief. Quiet age-long brooded upon his forehead clear and wide, yet from that face a pang shot, vivid and strong, into my heart. For though I saw him stand close to me in the void as one in a throng, yet on the border of some nameless land he stood afar. A still-eyed mystery caught him whole worlds away. Though in my hand his hand I held, and gazing earnestly, searched in his countenance, as in a mine, for jewels of contentment, satisfy my heart I could not. Seeming to divine my hidden trouble, gently he stooped and kissed my forehead, and his arms did round me twine, and held me to his bosom. Still I missed that ancient earthly nearness, when we shared one bed, like birds that of no morrow wist, roamed our one father's farm, or, later, fared along the dusty highways of the old clime. Backward he drew, and, as if he had bared my soul, stood reading there a little time, while in his eyes tears gathered slow, like dew that dims the grass at evening or at prime, but makes the stars clear goldener in the blue, and on his lips a faint ethereal smile hovered, as hangs the mist of its own hue trembling about a purple flower, the while evening grows brown. Brother! Brother! I cried, but straight outbursting tears my words beguile, and in my bosom all the utterance died. 7. A moment more he stood, then softly sighed. I know thy pain, but this sorrow is far beyond my help. His voice at length replied to my beseeching tears. Look at yon star up from the low east halfway, all ablaze, think'st thou, because no cloud between doth mar the liquid glory that from its visage rays, thou therefore knowest that same world on high, its people and its orders and its ways? What meanest thou? I said. Thou know'st that would hold, not thy dear form, but the self thee. Thou art not near me. For thyself I cry. Not the less near that nearer I shall be. I have a world within thou dost not know, would I could make thee know it. But all of me is thine, though thou not yet canst enter so into possession that betwixt us twain the frolic homeliness of love should flow as o'er the brim of childhood's cup again. Away the deeper childhood first must wipe that clouded consciousness which was our pain. When in thy breast the godlike hath grown ripe, and thou, Christ's little one, art 10 times more a child than when we played with drum and pipe about our earthly father's happy door, then. He ceased not, his holy utterance still flowing went on, like spring from hidden store of wasteless waters, but I wept my fill, nor heeded much the comfort of his speech. At length he said, When first I clomb the hill, with earthly words I heavenly things would reach, where dwelleth now the man we used to call Father, whose voice, O memory dear, did teach us in our beds, when straight, as once a stall became a temple, holy grew the room, prone on the ground before him I did fall, so grand he towered above me like a doom. But now I look into the well-known face fearless, yea, basking blessed in the bloom of his eternal youthfulness and grace. But something separates us. Yet I cried, let light at least begin the dark to chase, the dark begin to waver and divide, and clear the path of vision. In the old time, when clouds one heart did from the other hide, a wind would blow between. If I would climb, this foot must rise ere that can go up higher, some big teach me of the eternal prime. He answered me, hearts that to love aspire must learn its mighty harmony ere they can give out one perfect note in its great choir. And thereto am I sent, oh, sent of one who makes the dumb for joy break out and sing. He opens every door twixt man and man, he to all inner chambers all will bring. 8. It was enough. Hope waked from dreary swound, and hope had ever been enough for me, to kennel driving grim tomorrow's hound. From chains of school and mode she set me free, and urged my life to living dot. On we went across the stars that underlay the sea, and came to a blown shore of sand and bent. Beyond the sand a marshy moor we crossed silent, for I pondered what he meant, and he, that sacred speech might not be lost, and came at length upon an evil place. Trees lay about like a half-buried host, each in its desolate pool. Some fearful race of creatures was not far, for howls and cries and gurgling hisses rose. With even pace walking. Fear not, he said, for this way lies our journey. On we went, and soon the ground slow from the waist began a gentle rise, and tender grass in patches, then all round came clouding up, with its fresh homely tinge of softest green cold flushing every mound. At length, of lowly shrubs a scattered fringe, and last, a gloomy forest, almost blind, for on its roof no sunray did impinge, so that its very leaves did share the mind of a brown shadowless day. Not, all the year, once part its branches to let through a wind, but all day long the unmoving trees appeared to ponder on the past, as men may do that for the future wait without a fear, and in the past the coming present view. 9. I know not if for days many or few pathless we thrid the wood, for never sun, its sylvan traceried windows peeping through, mottled with brighter green the mosses dun, or meted with moving shadows timed the shade. No life was there, not even a spider spun. At length we came into a sky-roofed glade, an open level, in a circle shut by solemn trees that stood aside and made large room and lonely for a little hut by grassy sweeps wide margin from the wood. 'Twas built of saplings old, that had been cut when those great trees no larger by them stood, thick with an ancient moss. It seemed to have grown thus from the old brown earth, a covert rude, half house, half grave, half lifted up, half prone. To its low door my brother led me. There is thy first school, he said. There be thou shown thy pictured alphabet. Wake a mind of prayer, and praying enter. But wilt thou not come, brother? I said. No, said he. And I. Where then shall I find thee? Thou wilt not leave me dumb, and a whole world of thoughts unuttered? With half-sad smile and dewy eyes, and some conflicting motions of his kingly head, he pointed to the open-standing door. I entered, inward, lo, my shadow led. I turned, his countenance shone like lightning hoar. Then slow he turned from me, and parted slow, like one unwilling, whom I should see no more. With voice nor hand said, farewell, I must go. But drew the clinging door hard to the post. No dry leaves rustled neath his going, no footfalls came back from the departing ghost. He was no more. I laid me down and wept. I dared not follow him, restrained the most by fear I should not see him if I leapt out after him with cries of pleading love. Close to the wall, in hopeless loss, I crept. There cool sleep came, God's shadow, from above. I woke, with calmness cleansed and sanctified, the peace that filled my heart of old, when I woke in my mother's lap, for since I died the past lay bare, even to the dreaming shy that shadowed my yet gathering unborn brain. And marveling, on the floor I saw, close by my elbow-pillowed head, as if it had lain beside me all the time I dreamless lay, a little pool of sunlight, which did stain the earthen brown with gold, marveling, I say, because, across the sea and through the wood, no sun had shone upon me all the way. I rose, and through a chink the glade I viewed, but all was dull as it had always been, and sunless every tree-top round it stood, with hardly light enough to show it green, yet through the broken roof, serenely glad, by a rough hole entered that heavenly sheen. Then I remembered in old years I had seen such a light, where, with dropped eyelids gloomed, sitting on such a floor, dark women sat in a low barn-like house where lay entombed their sires and children. Only there the door was open to the sun, which entering plumed with shadowy palms the stones that on the floor stood up like lidless chests, again to find that the soul needs no brain, but keeps her store in hidden chambers of the eternal mind. Thence backward ran my roused memory down the ever-opening vista, back to blind anticipations while my soul did lie closed in my mother's, forward thence through bright spring morns of childhood, gay with hopes that fly bird-like across their doming blue and white, to passionate summer noons, to sadden eves of autumn rain, so on to winter night, thence up once more to the dewy dawn that weaves saffron and gold, weaves hope with still content, and wakes the worship that even wrong bereaves of half its pain. And round her as she went hovered a sense as of an odor dear whose flower was far, as of a letter sent not yet arrived, a footstep coming near, but, oh, how long delayed the lifting latch, as of a waiting sun, ready to peer yet peering not, as of a breathless watch over a sleeping beauty, babbling rhyme about her lips, but no winged word to catch. And here I lay, the child of changeful time shut in the weary, changeless evermore, a dull, eternal, fadeless, fruitless clime. Was this the dungeon of my sinning sore, a gentle hell of loneliness, foredoomed for such as I, whose love was yet the core of all my being? The brown shadow gloomed persistent, faded, warm. No ripple ran across the air, no roaming insect boomed. Alas! I cried. I am no living man! Better were darkness and the leave to grope than light that builds its own drear prison. Can this be the folding of the wings of hope? 11. That instant, through the branches overhead no sound of going went. A shadow fell aisled in the unrippled pool of sunlight fed from some far fountain hid in heavenly dell. I looked, and in the low roof's broken place a single snowdrop stood, a radiant bell of silvery shine, softly subdued by grace of delicate green that made the white appear yet whiter. Blind it bowed its head a space, half timid, then, as in despite of fear, unfolded its three rays. If it had swung its pendant bell, and music golden clear, division just entrancing sounds among, had flickered down as tender as flakes of snow, it had not shed more influence as it rung than from its look alone did rain and flow. I knew the flower, perceived its human ways, dim saw the secret that had made it grow, my heart supplied the music's golden phrase. Light from the dark and snowdrops from the earth, life's resurrection out of gross decays, the endless round of beauty's yearly birth, and nations rise and fall, were in the flower, and read themselves in silence. Heavenly mirth awoke in my sad heart. For 1 whole hour I praised the god of snowdrops. But at height the bliss gave way. Next, faith began to cower, and then the snowdrop vanished from my sight. 12. Last, I began in unbelief to say, no angel this! A snowdrop, nothing more! A trifle which God's hands drew forth in play from the tangled pond of chaos, dank and frore, threw on the bank, and left blindly to breed. A wilful fancy would have gathered store of evanescence from the pretty weed, white, shapely, then divine. Conclusion lame, o'er-driven into the shelter of a creed. Not out of God, but nothingness it came, colorless, feeble, flying from life's heat. It has no honor, hardly shunning shame. When, see, another shadow at my feet. Hopeless I lifted now my weary head. Why mock me with another heavenly cheat? A primrose fair, from its rough blanketed bed laughed, lo, my unbelief to heavenly scorn. A sunchild, just awake, no prayer yet said, half rising from the couch where it was born, and smiling to the world. I breathe again, out of the midnight once more dawned the morn, and fled the phantom doubt with all his train. 13. I was a child once more, nor pondered life, thought not of what or how much. All my soul with sudden births of lovely things grew rife. In peeps a daisy, on the instant row rich lawny fields, with red tips crowding the green, across the hollows, over ridge and knoll, to where the rosy sun goes down serene. From out of heaven in looks a pimpernel, I walk in morning sense of time and bean, dewdrops on every stalk and bud and bell flash, like a jewel orchard, many roods, glow ruby suns, which emerald suns would quell, topaz saint glories, sapphire beatitudes blaze in the slanting sunshine all around. Above, the high priest lark, o'er fields and woods, rich-hearted with his 5 eggs on the ground, the sacrifice bore through the veil of light, odor and color offering up in sound filled heart. Full thus with forms of lowly might and shapeful silences of lovely lore, I sat a child, happy with only sight, and for a time I needed nothing more. 14. Supine to the revelation I did lie, passive as prophet to his dreaming deep, or harp aeolian to the breathing sky, and blessed as any child whom twilight's sleep holds half, and half lets go. But the new day of higher need updawned with sudden leap. Ah, flowers, I said, ye are divinely gay, but your fair music is too far and fine. Ye are full cups, yet reach not to allay the drought of those for human love who pine as the heart for water brooks. At once a face was looking in my face. Its eyes through mine were feeding me with tenderness and grace, and by their love I knew my mother's eyes. Gazing in them, there grew in me apace a longing grief, and love did swell and rise till weeping I brake out and did bemoan my blameful share in bygone tears and cries. O mother, wilt thou plead for me? I groan. I say not, plead with Christ, but plead with those who, gathered now in peace about his throne, were near me when my heart was full of throes, and longing's vain altar a flying bliss, which oft the fountain by the threshold froze. They must forgive me, mother! Tell them this, no more shall swell the love-dividing sigh, down at their feet I lay my selfishness. The face grew passionate at this my cry, the gathering tears up to its eyebrows rose, it grew a trembling mist, that did not fly but slow dissolved. I wept as one of those who wake outside the garden of their dream, and lo, the droop-winged hours laborious close its opal gates with stone and stake and beam. 15. But glory went that glory more might come. Behold the countless multitude, no less. A host of faces, me besieging, dumb in the lone castle of my mournfulness. Had then my mother given the word I sent, gathering my dear ones from the shining press? And had these others their love aidance lent for full assurance of the pardon prayed? Would they consent or love, with sweet intent, on my self-love, to blast the evil shade? Ah, perfect vision! Pledge of endless hope! O army of the Holy Spirit, arrayed in comfort's panoply! For words I grope, for clouds to catch your radiant dawn, my own, and tell your coming. From the highest cope of blue, down to my roof breach came a cone of faces, and their eyes on loves were borne, bright heads down bending like the forward blown, heavy with ripeness, golden ears of corn, by gentle wind on crowded harvest field, all gazing toward my prison hut forlorn, as if with power of eyes they would have healed my troubled heart, making it like their own in which the bitter fountain had been sealed, and the life-giving water flowed alone. 16. With what I thus beheld, glorified then. God, let me love my fill and pass! I sighed, and dead, for love had almost died again. O fathers, brothers, I am yours! I cried. O mothers, sisters! I am nothing now save as I am yours, and in you sanctified. O men, O women, of the peaceful brow, and infinite abysses in the eyes whence God's ineffable gazes on me, how care ye for me, impassioned and unwise? O ever draw my heart out after you! Ever, O grandeur, thus before me rise, and I need nothing, not even for love will sue. I am no more, and love is all in all. Henceforth there can be nothing new, all things are always new. Then, like the fall of a steep avalanche, my joy fell steep, up in my spirit rose as it were the call of an old sorrow from an ancient deep, for, with my eyes fixed on the eyes of him whom I had loved before I learned to creep, God's vicar in his twilight nursery dim to gather us to the higher Father's knee, I saw a something fill their azure rim that caught him worlds and years away from me, and like a javelin once more threw me past the pang that pierced me walking on the sea. O saints! I cried. Must loss be still the last? 17. When I said this, the cloud of witnesses turned their heads sideways, and the cloud grew dim. I saw their faces half, but now their bliss gleamed low, like the old moon in the new moon's rim. Then as I gazed, a better kind of light on every outline gone to glimmer and swim, faint as the young moon thread-like on the night, just born of sunbeams trembling on her edge. 'Twas a great cluster of profiles in sharp white. Had some far dawn begun to drive a wedge into the night, and cleave the clinging dark? I saw no moon or star, token or pledge of light, save that manifold silvery mark, the shining title of each spirit book. Whence came that light? Sudden, as if a spark of vital touch had found some hidden nook where germs of potent harmonies lay pressed, and their outbursting life old ethers shook, rose, as in prayer to lingering promise guessed, from that great cone of faces such a song, instinct with hope's harmonical unrest, that was sore weeping, and the cry, "How long?" I bore my part because I could not sing. And as they sang, the light more clear and strong bordered their faces, till the glory sting I could almost no more encounter and bear. Light from their eyes, like water from a spring, flowed, on their foreheads rained their flashing hair. I saw the light from eyes I could not see. "He comes! He comes!" they sang. "Comes to our prayer!" "Oh, my poor heart, if only it were he!" I cried. Thereat the faces moved. Those eyes were turning on me in rushed ecstasy, and woke me to the light of lower skies. 18. "What matter," said I, "whether clank of chain or over bliss wakes up to bitterness?" Stung with its loss, I called the vision vain. Yet feeling life grown larger, suffering less, sleep's ashes from my eyelids I did brush. The room was veiled, that morning should not press upon the slumber which had stayed the rush of ebbing life. I looked into the gloom, upon her brow the dawn's first grayest flush, and on her cheek pale hope's reviving bloom, sat, patient watcher, darkling and alone, she who had lifted me from many a tomb. One then was left me of love's radiant cone. Its light on her dear face, though faint and wan, was shining yet, a dawn upon it thrown from the far coming of the Son of Man. 19. In every forehead now I see a sky catching the dawn. I hear the wintriest breeze about me blow the news the Lord is nigh. Long is the night, dark are the polar seas, yet slanting suns ascend the northern hill. Round spring's own steps the oozy waters freeze but hold them not. Dreamers are sleeping still, but laborers, light stung, from their slumber start. Faith sees the ripening ears with harvest fill when but green blades the clinging earth clouds part. XX. Lord, I have spoken a poor parable, in which I would have said thy name alone is the one secret lying in truth's well, thy voice the hidden charm in every tone, thy face the heart of every flower on earth, its vision the one hope, for every moan thy love the cure. O sharer of the birth of little children seated on thy knee! O human God! I laugh with sacred mirth to think how all the laden shall go free, for, though the vision tarry, in healing ruth one morn the eyes that shone in Galilee will dawn upon them, full of grace and truth, and thy own love, the vivifying core of every love and heart of age or youth, of every hope that sank 'neath burden sore. The Sangreal. A part of the story omitted in the old romances. How Sir Galahad despaired of finding the Grail. Through the wood the sunny day glimmered sweetly glad, through the wood his weary way rode Sir Galahad. All about stood open porch, long-drawn cloister dim. 'Twas a wavering wandering church every side of him. On through columns arching high, foliage vaulted, he rode in thirst that made him sigh, longing miserably. Came the moon, and through the trees glimmered faintly sad. Withered, worn, and ill at ease down lay Galahad. Closed his eyes and took no heed what might come or pass. Heard his hunger busy steed cropping dewy grass. Cool and juicy was the blade, good to him as wine. For his labor he was paid, Galahad must pine. Late had he at Arthur's board, Arthur strong and wise pledged the cup with friendly lord, looked in lady's eyes. Now, alas! He wandered wide, resting nevermore, over lake and mountain side, over sea and shore. Swift in vision rose and fled all he might have had, weary tossed his restless head, and his heart grew sad. With the lowliest in the land he a maiden fair might have led with virgin hand from the altar stair. Youth away with strength would glide, age bring frost and woe, through the world so dreary wide mateless he must go. Lost was life and all its good, gone without avail. All his labor never would find the Holy Grail. 2. How Sir Galahad found and lost the Grail. Galahad was in the night, and the wood was drear, but to men in dark some plight radiant things appear. Wings he heard not floating by, heard no heavenly hail, but he started with a cry, for he saw the Grail. Hid from bright beholding sun, hid from moonlight wan, lo, from age-long darkness one, it was seen of man. 3 feet off, on cushioned moss, as if cast away, homely wood with carven cross, rough and rude it lay. To his knees the knight rose up, loosed his gauntlet band, fearing, daring, toward the cup went his naked hand. When, as if it fled from harm, sank the holy thing, and his eager following arm plunged into a spring. Oh, the thirst, the water sweet! Down he lay and quaffed, and rose up on his feet, rose and gaily laughed. Fell upon his knees to thank, loved and lauded there, stretched him on the mossy bank, fell asleep in prayer. Dreamed, and dreaming murmured low Ave Pater Creed, when the fir tops gone to glow waked and called his steed. Bid him and drew his girth, watered from his helm, happier knight or better worth was not in the realm. Belted on him then his sword, braced his slackened mail, doubting said, I dreamed the Lord offered me the Grail. 3. How Sir Galahad gave up the quest for the Grail. Ere the sun had cast his light on the water's face, firm in saddle rode the knight from the holy place. Merry songs began to sing, let his maidens bide, rode a good hour pondering, and was turned aside, saying, I will henceforth then yield this hopeless quest. 'Tis a dream of holy men this ideal best. Every good from miracle heart devout may hold, Grail indeed was that fair well full of water cold. Not my thirst alone it stilled but my soul it stayed, and my heart, with gladness filled, wept and laughed and prayed. Spectral church with cryptic niche I will seek no more, that the holiest Grail is, which helps the need most sore. And he spake with speech more true than his thought indeed, for not yet the good knight knew his own sorest need. 4. How Sir Galahad sought yet again for the Grail. On he rode, to succor bound, but his faith grew dim, wells for thirst he many found, water none for him. Never more from drinking deep rose he up and laughed, never more did prayerful sleep follow on the draught. Good the water which they bore, plenteously it flowed, quenched his thirst, but no more eased his bosom's load. For the best no more he sighed, rode as in a trance, life grew poor, undignified, and he spake of chance. Then he dreamed through Jesus' hand that he drove a nail, woke and cried, Through every land, Lord, I seek thy Grail. That Sir Galahad found the Grail. Up the quest again he took, rode through wood and wave, sought in many a mossy nook, many a hermit cave. Sought until the evening red sunk in shadow deep, sought until the moonlight fled, slept, and sought in sleep. Where he wandered, seeking, sad, story doth not say, but at length Sir Galahad found it on a day. Took the Grail with holy hand, had the cup of joy, carried it about the land, gleesome as a boy. Laid his sword where he had found boot for every bale, stuck his spear into the ground, kept alone the Grail. 6. How Sir Galahad carried about the Grail. Horse and crested helmet gone, greaves and shield and mail, caroling loud the knight walked on, for he had the Grail. Caroling loud walked south and north, east and west for years, where he went the smiles came forth, where he left the tears. Glaive nor dagger mourned he, axe nor iron flail, evil might not brook to see once the Holy Grail. Wilds he wandered with his staff, woods no longer sad, earth and sky and sea did laugh round Sir Galahad. Bitter mere nor trodden pool did in service fail, water all grew sweet and cool in the Holy Grail. Without where to lay his head, chanting loud he went, found each cave a palace bed, every rock a tent. Age that had begun to quail in the gathering gloom, counselled he to seek the Grail and forget the tomb. Youth with hope or passion pale, youth with eager eyes, taught he that the Holy Grail was the only prize. Maiden worn with hidden ale, restless and unsure, taught he that the Holy Grail was the only cure. Children rosy in the sun ran to hear his tale how 12 little ones had won each of them the Grail. 7. how Sir Galahad hid the Grail. Very still was earth and sky when he passing lay, oft he said he should not die, would but go away. When he passed, they reverence sought, where his hand lay pressed, for the cup he bare, they thought, hidden in his breast. Hope and haste and eager thrill turned to sorrowing wail, hid he held it deeper still, took with him the Grail. The failing track. Where went the feet that hitherto have come? Here yawns no gulf to quench the flowing past. With lengthening pauses broke, the path grows dumb, the grass floats in, the gazer stands aghast. Tremble not, maiden, though the footprints die, by no air path ascend the lark's clear notes. The mighty-throated, when he mounts the sky, over some lowly landmark sings and floats. Be of good cheer. Paths vanish from the wave, there all the ships tear each its track of grey. Undaunted they the wandering desert brave, in each a magic finger points the way. No finger finely touched, no eye of lark hast thou to guide thy steps where footprints fail? Ah, then, 'twere well to turn before the dark, nor dream to find thy dreams in yonder vale. The backward way 1 hour is plain to thee, hard hap were hers who saw no trace behind. Back to confession at thy mother's knee, back to the question and the childlike mind. Then start afresh, but toward unending end, the goal o'er which hangs thy own star all night. So shalt thou need no footprints to befriend, child heart and shining star will guide thee right. Tell me, traveler, what lies over the hill? Traveler, tell to me, tiptoe high on the windowsill over I cannot see. My child, a valley green lies there, lovely with trees, and shy, and a tiny brook that says, take care, or I'll drown you by and by. And what comes next? A little town, and a towering hill again, more hills and valleys up and down, and a river now and then. And what comes next? A lonely moor without one beaten way, and slow clouds drifting dull before a wind that will not stay. And then? Dark rocks and yellow sand, blue sea and a moaning tide. And then? More sea, and then more land, with rivers deep and wide. And then? Oh, rock and mountain and vale, ocean and shores and men, over and over, a weary tale, and round to your home again. And is that all? From day to day, like one with a long chain bound, should I walk and not get away, but go always round and round? No, no, I have not told you the best, I have not told you the end. If you want to escape, away in the west you will see a stair ascend. Built of all colors of lovely stones, a stair up into the sky where no one is weary, and no one moans, or wishes to be laid by. Is it far away? I do not know, you must fix your eyes thereon, and travel through thunder and snow, till the weary way is gone. All day, though you never see it shine, you must travel nor turn aside, all night you must keep as straight a line through moonbeams or darkness wide. When I am older? Nay, not so. I have hardly opened my eyes. He who to the old sunset would go, starts best with the young sunrise. Is the stair right up? Is it very steep? Too steep for you to climb. You must lie at the foot of the glorious heap and patient wait your time. How long? Nay, that I cannot tell. In wind, and rain, and frost? It may be so, and it is well that you should count the cost. Pilgrims from near and from distant lands will step on you lying there, but a wayfaring man with wounded hands will carry you up the stair. Brother artist, help me, come. Artists are a main band, I have words but not a hand, thou hast hands though thou art dumb. Had I thine, when words did fail, vassal words their hasting chief, on the white awaiting leaf shapes of power should tell the tale. Had I hers of music might, I would shake the air with storm till the red clouds trailed enorm boreal dances through the night. Had I his whose foresight rare piles the stones with lordliest art, from the quarry of my heart love should climb a heavenly stair. Had I his whose wings slow wins the marble's hidden child, out in passion undefiled stood my Psyche, white as snow. Maimed, a little help I pray, words suffice not for my end, let thy hand obey thy friend, say for me what I would say. Draw me, on an arid plain with hoar-headed mountains nigh, under a clear morning sky telling of a night of rain. Huge and half-shaped, like a block chosen for sarcophagus by a pharaoh glorious, one rude solitary rock. Cleave it down along the ridge with a fissure yawning deep to the heart of the hard heap, like the rent of riving wedge. Through the cleft let hands appear, upward pointed with pressed palms as if raised in silent psalms for salvation come anear. Turn thee now, 'tis almost done, to the near horizon's verge, make the smallest arc emerge of the forehead of the sun. One thing more, I ask too much, from a brow which hope makes brave sweep the shadow of the grave with a single golden touch. Thanks, dear painter, that is all. If thy picture one day should need some words to make it good, I am ready to thy call. After an old legend. The monk was praying in his cell, with bowed head praying sore. He had been praying on his knees for 2 long hours and more. As of themselves, all suddenly, his eyelids opened wide. Before him on the ground he saw a man's feet close beside. And almost to the feet came down a garment wove throughout. Such garment he had never seen in countries round about. His eyes he lifted tremblingly until a hand they spied. A chisel scar on it he saw, and a deep, torn scar beside. His eyes they leaped up to the face. His heart gave one wild bound, then stood as if its work were done. The master he had found. With sudden clang the convent bell told him the poor did wait his hand to give the daily bread doled at the convent gate. Then love rose in him passionate, and with duty wrestled strong, and the bell kept calling all the time with merciless iron tongue. The master stood and looked at him. He rose up with a sigh. He will be gone when I come back. I go to him by and by. He chid his heart. He fed the poor all at the convent gate. Then with slow dragging feet went back to his cell so desolate. His heart bereaved by duty done, he had sore need of prayer. Oh, sad he lifted the latch, and lo, the master standing there. He said, My poor had not to stand wearily at thy gate. For him who feeds the shepherd's sheep the shepherd will stand and wait. Yet, Lord, for thou wouldst have us judge, and I will humbly dare, if he had stayed, I do not think thou wouldst have left him there. Thy voice in far-off time I hear, with sweet defendings say, The poor ye always have with you, me ye have not alway. Thou wouldst have said, Go feed my poor, the deed thou shalt not rue, wherever ye do my father's will I always am with you. A meditation of St. Eligius. Queen Mary one day Jesus sent to fetch some water, legends tell. The little boy, obedient, drew a full pitcher from the well. But as he raised it to his head, the water lipping with the rim, the handle broke, and all was shed upon the stones about the brim. His cloak upon the ground he laid, and in it gathered up the pool. Proverbs XXX. 4. Obedient there the water stayed, and home he bore it plentiful. Eligius said, 'Tis fabled ill, the hands that all the world control, had here been room for miracle, had made his mother's pitcher whole. Still, some few drops for thirsty need a poor invention even, when told in love of thee the truth indeed, like broken pitcher yet may hold. Thy truth, alas, Lord, once I spilt, I thought to bear the pitcher high, upon the shining stones of guilt I slipped, and there the potsherds lie. Master, I cried, no man will drink, no human thirst will e'er be stilled through me, who sit upon the brink, my pitcher broke, thy water spilled. What will they do I waiting left? They look to me to bring thy law. The well is deep, and sin bereft, I nothing have wherewith to draw. But as I sat in evil plight, with dry parched heart and sickened brain, uprose in me the water bright, thou gavest me thyself again. The early bird. A little bird sat on the edge of her nest. Her yellow beak slept as sound as tops. Day long she had worked almost without rest, and had filled every one of their gibbous crops. Her own she had filled just over full, and she felt like a dead bird stuffed with wool. Oh dear! She sighed, as she sat with her head sunk in her chest, and no neck at all, looking like an apple on a feather bed poked and rounded and fluffed to a ball. What's to be done if things don't reform? I cannot tell where there is one more worm. I've had 15 today, and the children 5 each, besides a few flies, and some very fat spiders. Who will dare say I don't do as I preach? I set an example to all providers. But what's the use? We want a storm. I don't know where there's a single worm. There's 5 in my crop. Chirped a wee bird who woke at the voice of his mother's pain. I know where there's 5. And with the word he tucked in his head and went off again. The folly of childhood, sighed his mother, has always been my especial bother. Careless the Yellowbeaks slept on, they never had heard of the bogey. Tomorrow, the mother sat outside making her moan. I shall soon have to beg, or steal, or borrow. I have always to say, the night before, where shall I find one red worm more? Her case was this: she had gobbled too many, and sleepless, had an attack she called foresight, a barn of crumbs, if she knew but of any. Could she but get of the great worm store sight? The eastern sky was growing red ere she laid her wise beak in its featherbed. Just then, the fellow who knew of 5, nor troubled his sleep with anxious tricks, woke, and stirred, and felt alive. Today, he said, I am up to 6. But my mother feels in her lot the crook. What if I tried my own little hook? When his mother awoke, she winked her eyes as if she had dreamed that she was a mole. Could she believe them? What a huge prize that child is dragging out of its hole! The fledgling indeed had just caught his third. And here is a fable to catch the bird. Sir Lark and King's Son. Good morrow, my lord. In the sky alone sang the lark as the sun ascended his throne. Shine on me, my lord, I only am come, of all your servants, to welcome you home. I have shot straight up a whole hour, I swear, to catch the first gleam of your golden hair. Must I thank you then, said the king, Sir Lark, for flying so high and hating the dark? You ask a full cup for half a thirst, half was love of me, half love to be first. Some of my subjects serve better my taste, their watching and waiting means more than your haste. King's son wrapped his head in a turban of cloud. Sir Lark stopped singing, quite vexed and cowed, but higher he flew, for he thought, anon the wrath of the king will be over and gone, and scattering his headgear manifold, he will change my brown feathers to a glory of gold. He flew, with the strength of a lark he flew, but as he rose the cloud rose too, and not one gleam of the flashing hair brought signal of favor across the air, and his wings felt withered and worn and old, for their feathers had had no chrism of gold. Outwearied at length, and throbbing sore, the strong sun-seeker could do no more. He faltered and sank, then dropped like a stone beside his nest, where, patient, alone, sat his little wife on her little eggs, keeping them warm with wings and legs. Did I say alone? Ah, no such thing. There was the cloudless, the rake-round king. Welcome, Sir Lark, you look tired, said he. Up is not always the best way to me. While you have been racing my turban grey, I have been shining where you would not stay. He had set a coronet round the nest, its radiance foamed on the wife's little breast, and so glorious was she in russet gold that Sir Lark for wonder and awe grew cold. He popped his head under her wing, and lay as still as a stone till King's son went away. The owl and the bell. Bing, bim, bang, boom! Sang the bell to himself in his house at home, high in the church tower, lone and unseen, in a twilight of ivy, cool and green, with his bing, bing, bim, bing, bang, boom! Singing bass to himself in his house at home. Said the owl, on a shadowy ledge below, like a glimmering ball of forgotten snow. Pest on that fellow sitting up there, always calling the people to prayer. He shatters my nerves with his bing, bang, boom! Far too big in his house at home. I think I will move. But it suits me well, and one may get used to it, who can tell? So he slept again with all his might, then woke and snoozed out in the hush of night when the bell was asleep in his house at home, dreaming over his bing, bang, boom! For the owl was born so poor and genteel, what could he do but pick and steal? He scorned to work for honest bread. Better have never been hatched, he said. So his day was the night, for he dared not roam till sleep had silenced the bing, bang, boom! When 5 greedy owlets chipped the egg, he wanted 2 beaks and another leg, and they ate the more that they did not sleep well. It's their gizzards, said Owless, said Owl. It's that bell. For they quivered like leaves of a wind-blown tome when the bell bellowed out his bing, bang, boom! But the bell began to throb with the fear of bringing his house about his one ear, and his people came round it, quite a throng, to buttress the walls and make them strong. A full month he sat, and felt like a mome, not daring to shout his bing, bang, boom! Said the owl to himself, and hissed as he said, I trust in my heart the old fool is dead. No more will he scare church mice with his bounce, and make them so thin they're scarce worth a pounce. Once I will see him ere he's laid in the loam, and shout in his ear bing, bim, bang, boom. Who? Who? He cried, as he entered the steeple. They've hanged him at last, the righteous people. His swollen tongue lolls out of his head. Who? Who? At last the old brute is dead. There let him hang, the shapeless gnome, choked with a throatful of bing, bang, boom. He fluttered about him, singing too-hoo. He flapped the poor bell, and said, Is that you? You that never would matters mince, banging poor owls and making them wince? A fig for you now, in your great hall dome! Too-wit is better than bing, bang, boom! Still braver he grew, the downy, the dapper. He flew in and perched on the knob of the clapper, and shouted too-hoo. An echo awoke like a far-off ghostly bing-bang stroke. Just so! He cried. I am quite at home. I will take his place with my bing-bang-boom. He hissed with the scorn of his grand self-wonder, and thought the bells tremble his own great thunder. He sat the Jove of creation's foul dot. Bang! Went the bell, through the rope-hole the owl, a fluffy avalanche, light as foam, loosed by the boom of the bing-bang-boom. He sat where he fell, as if he had meant it, ready for any remark and end it. Said the eldest owlet, Pa, you were wrong, he's at it again with his vulgar song. Child, said the owl, of the mark you are wide, I brought him to life by perching inside. Why did you, my dear? Said his startled wife. He has always been the plague of your life. I have given him a lesson of good for evil. Perhaps the old ruffian will now be civil. The owl sat righteous, he raised his comb. The bell bawled on, bing, bim, bang, boom. A mammon marriage. The croak of a raven whore. A dog's howl, kennel-tied. Loud shuts the carriage door. The two are away on their ghastly ride to death's salt shore. Where are the love and the grace? The bridegroom is thirsty and cold. The bride's skull sharpens her face. But the coachman is driving, jubilant bold, the devil's pace. The horses shivered and shook, waiting gaunt and haggard with sorry and evil look, but swift as a drunken wind they staggered Long's Lethe brook. Long since, they ran no more. Heavily pulling they died on the sand of the hopeless shore where never swelled or sank a tide, and the salt burns sore. Flat their skeletons lie, white shadows on shining sand. The crusted reins go high to the crumbling coachman's bony hand on his knees awry. Side by side, jarring no more, day and night side by side, each by a doorless door, motionless sit the bridegroom and bride on the dead seashore. A song in the night. A brown bird sang on a blossomy tree, sang in the moonshine, merrily, 3 little songs, 1, 2, and 3, a song for his wife, for himself, and me. He sang for his wife, sang low, sang high, filling the moonlight that filled the sky. Thee, I love thee, heart alive! Thee, and thy round eggs 5! He sang to himself. What shall I do with this life that thrills me through and through? Glad is so glad that it turns to ache. Out with it, song, or my heart will break. He sang to me. Man, do not fear though the moon goes down and the dark is near. Listen my song and rest thine eyes. Let the moon go down that the sun may rise. I folded me up in the heart of his tune, and fell asleep with the sinking moon. I woke with the day's first golden gleam, and lo, I had dreamed a precious dream. Love's history. Love, the baby, crept abroad to pluck a flower. One said, yes, sir. One said, maybe. One said, wait the hour. Love, the boy, joined the youngsters at their play, but they gave him little joy, and he went away. Love, the youth, roamed the country, quiver-laden. From him fled away in sooth many a man and maiden. Love, the man, sought a service all about, but they called him feeble, one they could do without. Love, the aged, walking, bowed the shadeless miles, read a volume many-paged, full of tears and smiles. Love, the weary, tottered down the shelving road, at its foot, lo, night, the starry, meeting him from God. Love, the holy, sang a music in her dome, sang it softly, sang it slowly. Love is coming home! The lark and the wind. In the air, why such a ringing? On the earth, why such a droning? In the air the lark is singing, on the earth the wind is moaning. I am blessed, in sunlight swinging. Sad am I, the world lies groaning. In the sky the lark kept singing, on the earth the wind kept moaning. A dead house. When the clock hath ceased to tick so like in the gloomy hall, when the latch no more doth click tongue-like in the red peach wall, when no more come sounds of play, mice nor children romping roam, then looks down the eye of day on a dead house, not a home. But when, like an old sun's ghost, haunts her vault the spectral moon, when earth's margins all are lost, melting shapes nigh merged in swoon, then a sound, hark! There again, no, 'tis not a nibbling mouse. 'Tis a ghost, unseen of men, walking through the bare-floored house. And with lightning on the stair to that silent upper room, with the thunder-shaken air sudden gleaming into gloom, with the frost wind whistling round, from the raging northern coasts, then, mid sieging light and sound, all the house is live with ghosts. Brother, is thy soul a cell empty save of glittering motes, where no live loves live and dwell, only notions, things, and thoughts? Then thou wilt, when comes a breath tempest shaking ridge and post, find thyself alone with death in a house where walks no ghost. Bell upon organ. It's all very well, said the bell, to be the big organ below. But the folk come and go, said the bell, and you never can tell what sort of person the organ will blow. And besides, it is much at the mercy of the weather, for 'tis all made in pieces and glued together. But up in my cell next door to the sky, said the bell, I dwell very high, and with glorious go I swing to and fro. I swing swift or slow, I swing as I please, with summons or knell. I swing at my ease, said the bell. Not the tallest of men can reach up to touch me, to smirch me or smutch me, or make me do what I would not be at. And then, the weather can't cause me to shrink or increase. I chose to be made in one perfect piece. Master and boy. Who is this little one lying, said Time, at my garden gate, moaning and sobbing and crying, out in the cold so late? They lurked until we came near, Master and I, the child said, then caught me, with welcome New Year! Happy Year! Golden Head! See Christmas Day, my master, on the meadow a mile away. Father Time, make me run faster. I'm the shadow of Christmas Day. Run, my child, still he's in sight. Only look well to his track. Little shadow, run like the light, he misses you at his back. Old Time sat down in the sun on a gravestone, his legs were numb. When the boy to his master has run, he said, Heaven's New Year is come. The clock of the universe. A clock Ionian, steady and tall, with its back to creation's flaming wall, stands at the foot of a dim, wide stair. Swing, swung, its pendulum goes, swing, swung, here, there. Its tick and its tack like the sledge-hammer blows of Tubal Cain, the mighty man. But they strike on the anvil of never an ear, on the heart of man and woman they fall, with an echo of blessing, an echo of ban, for each tick is a hope, each tack is a fear, each tick is aware, each tack a not here, each tick is a kiss, each tack is a blow, each tick says why, each tack I don't know. Swing, swung, the pendulum. Tick and tack, and go and come, with a haunting, far-off, dreamy hum, with a tick, tack, loud and dumb, swings the pendulum. Two hands, together joined in prayer, with a roll and a volley of spheric thunder, two hands, in hope spread half asunder, an empty gulf of longing embrace. Two hands, wide apart as they can fare in a fear still coasting not touching despair, but turning again, ever round to prayer. Two hands, human hands, pass with awful motion from isle to isle of the sapphire ocean. The silent, surfaceless ocean face is filled with a brooding, hearkening grace. The stars dream in, and sink fainting out, and the sun and the moon go walking about in it, solemn and slow, at a thinking pace, walking about in it to and fro, walking about. With open beak and half-open wing ever with eagerness quivering, on the peak of the clock stands a cock, tiptoe stands the cock to crow, golden cock with silver call clear as trumpet tearing the sky. No one yet has heard him cry, nor ever will till the hour supreme when self on itself shall turn with a scream, what time the hands are joined on high in a hoping, despairing, speechless sigh, the perfect groan prayer of the universe when the darkness clings and will not disperse though the time is come, told ages ago, for the great white rose of the world to blow, tick, tack, to the waiting cock, tick, tack, goes the aeon clock. A polar bear, golden and gray, crawls and crawls around the top. Black and black as an Ethiop the great sea serpent lies coiled beneath, living, but does not breathe. For the crawling bear is so far away that he cannot hear, by night or day, the bourdon big of his deep bare bass roaring atop of the silent face, else would he move, and none knows then what would befall the sons of men. Eat up old time, O raging bear, take bald head, and the children spare. Lie still, O serpent, nor let one breast stir thy pool and stay time's death. Steady, hands! For the noon is nigh. See the silvery ghost of the dawning Shiloh on the floor of the level sky. Warm for the strike, O blessed clock, gather thy clarion breath, gold cock, push on the month figures, pale, weary-faced moon, tick, awful pendulum, tick amain, and soon, oh soon, Lord of life, and Father of boon, give us our own in our arms again. Then the great old clock to pieces will fall sans groaning of axle or whirring of wheel. And away like a mist of the morning steal, to stand no more in creation's hall. Its mighty weights will fall down plumb into the regions where all is dumb. No more will its hands, in horror or prayer, be lifted or spread at the foot of the stair that springs aloft to the Father's room. Its tick and its tack, when, not now, will cease, and its muffled groan below. Its sapphire face will dissolve away in the dawn of the perfect, love-potent day. The serpent and bear will be seen no more. Growling atop, or prone on the floor, and up the stair will run as they please the children to clasp the Father's knees. O God, our Father, all hearts all, open the doors of thy clockless hall. The thorn in the flesh. Within my heart a worm had long been hid. I knew it not when I went down and chid because some servants of my inner house had not, I found, of late been doing well, but then I spied the horror hideous dwelling defiant in the inmost cell. No, not the inmost, for there God did dwell. But the small monster, softly burrowing, near by God's chamber had made itself a den, and lay in it and grew, the noisome thing. Aghast I prayed. 'Twas time I did pray then. But as I prayed it seemed the loathsome shape grew livelier, and did so gnaw and scrape that I grew faint. Whereon to me he said, someone, that is, who held my swimming head, Lo, I am with thee, let him do his worst, the creature is, but not his work, accursed, thou hating him, he is as a thing dead. Then I lay still, nor thought, only endured. At last I said, Lo, now I am inured a burgess of pain's town. The pain grew worse. Then I cried out as if my heart would break. But he, whom, in the fretting, sickening ache, I had forgotten, spoke. The law of the universe is this, he said. Weakness shall be the nurse of strength. The help I had will serve thee too. So I took courage and did bear anew. At last, through bones and flesh and shrinking skin, lo, the thing ate his way, and light came in, and the thing died. I knew then what it meant, and turning saw the Lord on whom I leant. Lycabas. A name of the year. Some say the word means a march of wolves, which wolves, running in single file, are the months of the year. Others say the word means the path of the light. O ye months of the year, are ye a march of wolves? Lycabas. Lycabas. 12 to growl and slay? Men hearken at night, and lie in fear, some men hearken all day. Lycabas, verily thou art a gallop of wolves, gaunt grey months of the year, hunting in 12s, running and howling, head to tail, in a single file, over the snow, a long low gliding of silent horror and fear. On and on, ghastly and drear, not a head turning, not a foot swerving, ye go, 12 making only a one-wolf track. Onward ye howl, and behind we wail behind your narrow and slack wallowing line, and moan and weep, as ye draw it on, straight and deep, thorough the night so swart. Behind you a desert, and eyes a-weary, a long, bare highway, stony and dreary, a hungry soul, and a wolf-cub wrapped, a live wolf-cub, sharp-toothed, steel-chapped, in the garment next the heart. Lycabas. One of them hurt me sore. 2 of them hurt and tore. 3 of them made me bleed. The 4th did a terrible deed, rent me the worst of the 4. Rent me, and shook me, and tore, and ran away with a growl. Lycabas, if I feared you a jot, you, and your devils running in 12s, black-mouthed, hell-throated, straight-going wolves, I would run like a wolf, I too, and howl. I live, and I fear you not. But shall I not hate you, low-galloping wolves hunting in ceaseless 12s? Ye have hunted away my lambs. Ye ran at them open-mouthed, and your mouths were gleamy-toothed, and their whiteness with red foam frothed, and your throats were a purple-black gulf. My lambs they fled, and they came not back. Lovely white lambs they were, alack! They fled afar, and they left a track which at night, when the lone sky clears, glistens with nature's tears. Many a shepherd scarce thinks of a lamb, but he hears behind it the growl of a wolf, and behind that the wail of its dam. They ran, nor cried, but fled from day's sweet pasture, from night's soft bed. Ah me, the look in their eyes! For behind them rushed the swallowing gulf, the maw of the growl-throated wolf, and they fled as the thing that speeds or dies. They looked not behind, but fled as over the grass the wind. O my lambs, I would drop away into a night that never saw day, that so in your dear hearts you might say, all is well forever, and I. Yet it was well to hurry away, to hurry from me, your shepherd grey. I had no sword to bite and slay, and the wolfy months were on your track. It was well to start from work and play, it was well to hurry from me away, but why not once look back? The wolves came panting down the lea, what was left you but somewhere flee? Ye saw the shepherd that never grows old, ye saw the great shepherd, and him ye knew, and the wolves never once came near to you. For he saw you coming, threw down his crook, ran, and his arms about you threw. He gathered you into his garment's fold, he kneeled, he gathered, he lifted you, and his bosom and arms were full of you. He has taken you home to his stronghold. Out of the castle of love ye look. The castle of love is now your home. From the garden of love you will never roam, and the wolves no more shall flutter you. Lycabas! Lycabas! For all your hunting and howling and cries, your yelling of woe. And alas! For all your thin tongues and your fiery eyes, your questing thorough the windy grass, your gurgling gnar, and your horned hair, and your white teeth that will not spare, wolves, I fear you never a jot, though you come at me with your mouths red hot, eyes of fury, and teeth that foam, ye can do nothing but drive me home. Wolves, wolves, you will lie one day. Ye are lying even now, this very day, wolves in 12s, gaunt and grey, at the feet of the shepherd that leads the dams, at the feet of the shepherd that carries the lambs. And now that I see you with my mind's eye, what are you indeed? My mind revolves. Are you verily wolves? I saw you only through twilight dark, through rain and wind, and ill could mark. Now I come near, are you verily wolves? Ye have torn, but I never saw you slay. Me ye have torn, but I live today, live, and hope to live ever, and I. Closer still let me look at you, black are your mouths, but your eyes are true. Now I know you, the shepherd sheep-dogs. Friends of us sheep on the moors and bogs, lost so often in swamps and fogs. Dear creatures, forgive me, I did you wrong, you to the castle of love belong, forgive the sore heart that made sharp the tongue. Your swift-flying feet the shepherd sends to gather the lambs, his little friends, and draw the sheep after for rich amends. Sharp are your teeth, my wolves divine, but loves and no hates in your deep eyes shine. No more will I call you evil names, no more assail you with untrue blames. Wake me with howling, check me with biting, rouse up my strength for the holy fighting, hunt me still back, nor let me stray out of the infinite narrow way, the radiant march of the Lord of Light home to the Father of love and might, where each puts thou in the place of I, and love is the law of liberty. Ballads the unseen model. Forth to his study the sculptor goes in a mood of lofty mirth. Now shall the tongues of my carping foes confess what my art is worth. In my brain last night the vision arose, tomorrow shall see its birth. He stood like a god, with creating hand he struck the formless clay. Psyche, arise, he said, and stand, in beauty confront the day. I have sought nor found thee in any land, I call thee, arise, obey. The sun was low in the eastern skies when spoke the confident youth, sweet Psyche, all day, his hands and eyes wild from the clay uncouth, nor ceased when the shadows came up like spies that dogged the steps of truth. He said, I will do my will in spite of the rising dark, for, see, she grows to my hand. The marwork night shall hurry and hide and flee from the glow of my lamp and the making might that passeth out of me. In the flickering lamplight the figure swayed, in the shadows did melt and swim, with tool and thumb he modelled and made, nor knew that feature and limb half obeying, half disobeyed, and mocking eluded him. At the dawning psyche of his brain joyous he wrought all night, the oil went low, and he trimmed in vain, the lamp would not burn bright. But he still wrought on, through the high roof pane he saw the first faint light. The dark retreated, the morning spread, his creatures their shapes resume, the plaster stares dumb white and dead, a faint blue liquid bloom lies on each marble bosom and head, to his psyche clings the gloom. Backward he stepped to see the clay, his visage grew white and sere, no beauty ideal confronted the day, no psyche from upper sphere, but a once loved shape that in darkness lay, buried a lonesome year. From maidenhood's wilderness fair, and while the girl to his charm had hied, he had blown out the lamp of the trusting child, and in the darkness she died. Now from the clay she sadly smiled, and the sculptor stood staring-eyed. He had summoned Psyche, and Psyche crept from a half-forgotten tomb. She brought her sad smile, that still she kept, her eyes she left in the gloom. High grace had found him, for now he wept, and love was his endless doom. Night-long he pined, all day did rue, he haunted her form with sighs, as oft as his clay to a lady grew the carvers, with dim surmise, would whisper, "This same shape come to woo, with its blindly beseeching eyes." The homeless ghost. Through still, bare streets, and cold moonshine his homeward way he bent. The clocks gave out the midnight sign as lost in thought he went along the rampart's ocean line, where, high above the tossing brine, seaward his lattice leant. He knew not why he left the throng, why there he could not rest, what something pained him in the song and mocked him in the jest, or why, the flitting crowd among, a moveless moonbeam lay so long athwart one lady's breast. He watched, but saw her speak to none, saw no one speak to her. Like one decried, she stood alone, from the window did not stir. Her hair by a haunting gust was blown, her eyes in the shadow strangely shone, she looked a wanderer. He reached his room, he sought a book his brooding to beguile, but ever he saw her pallid look, her face too still to smile. An hour he sat in his fireside nook, the time flowed past like a silent brook, not a word he read the while. Vague thoughts absorbed his passive brain of love that bleeding lies, of hoping ever and hoping in vain, of a sorrow that never dies, when a sudden spatter of angry rain smote against every window pane, and he heard far seabirds' cries. He looked from the lattice, the misty moon hardly a glimmer gave, the wind was like one that hums a tune, the first low gathering stave. The ocean lay in a sullen swoon, with a moveless, monotonous, murmured croon like the moaning of a slave. Sudden, with masterful, angry blare it howled from the watery west. The storm was up, he had left his lair. The night would be no jest. He turned, a lady sat in his chair. Through her loose dim robe her arm came bare, and it lay across her breast. She sat a white queen on a ruined throne, a lily bowed with blight. In her eyes the darkness about was blown by flashes of liquid light. Her skin with very whiteness shone. Back from her forehead loosely thrown her hair was dusk as night. Wet it hung, and wept like weeds down her pearly shoulders bare. The pale drops glistened like diamond beads caught in a silken snare. As the silver filmy husk to its seeds her dank robe clings, and but half recedes her form so shadowy fair. Doubting she gazed in his wondering face, wonder his utterance ties, she searches, like one in forgetful case, for something within his eyes, for something that love holds ever in chase, for something that is, and has no place, but away in the thinking lies. Speechless he ran, brought a wrap of wool, and a fur that with down might vie, listless, into the gathering pools she dropped them, and let them lie. He piled the hearth with faggots so full that the flames, as if from the log of Yule, up the chimney went roaring high. Then she spoke, and lovely to heart and ear was her voice, though broke by pain, afar it sounded, though sweet and clear, as if from out of the rain, as if from out of the night wind drear it came like the voice of one in fear lest she should no welcome gain. I am too far off to feel the cold, too cold to feel the fire, it cannot get through the heap of mold that soaks in the drip from the spire, Cerement of wax neath cloth of gold, neath fur and wool and fold on fold, freezes in frost so dire. Her voice and her eyes and her cheek so white thrilled him through heart and brain. Wonder and pity and love unite in a passion of bodiless pain. Her beauty possessed him with strange delight. He was out with her in the live one night, with her in the blowing rain. Sudden she rose, she kneeled, she flung her loveliness at his feet. I am tired of being blown and swung in the rain and the snow and the sleet. But better no rest than stillness among things whose names would defile my tongue. How I hate the moldy sheet! Ah, though a ghost, I'm a lady still. The youth recoiled aghast. Her eyes grew wide and pale and chill with a terror that surpassed. He caught her hand, a freezing thrill stung to his wrist, but with steadfast will he held it warm and fast. What can I do to save thee, dear? At the word she sprang upright, on tiptoe she stood, he bent his ear, she whispered light. She withdrew, she gazed with an asking fear, like one that looks on his lady's bier he stood, with a face ghost white. 6 times, in vain, O hapless maid, I have humbled myself to sue. This is the last, as the sunset decayed, out with the twilight I grew, and about the city flitted and strayed, a wandering, lonely, forsaken shade. No one saw me but you. He shivered, he shook, he had turned to clay, vile fear had gone into his blood, his face was a dismal ashy gray, through his heart crept slime and mud. The lady stood in a still dismay, she drooped, she shrank, she withered away like a half-blown frozen bud. Speak once more. Am I frightful then? I live, though they call it death, I am only cold. Say dear again. But scarce could he heave a breath. Over a dank and steaming fin he floated astray from the world of men, a lost, half-conscious wraith. Ah, 'tis the last time! Save me! Her cry entered his heart, and lay. But he loved the sunshine, the golden sky, and the ghost's moonlight is gray. As feverish visions flit and fly and without emotion elude the eye, she stood 3 steps away. But oh, her eyes, refusal base those live soul stars had slain. Frozen eyes in an icy face they had grown. Like a ghost of the brain, beside the lattice, thought moved in space, she stood with a doleful despairing grace. The fire burned. Clanged the rain. Faded or fled, she had vanished quite. The loud wind sank to a sigh. Pale faces without paled the face of night, sweeping the window by. Some to the glass pressed a cheek of fright, some shot a gleam of decaying light from a flickering, uncertain eye. Whence did it come, from the sky or the deep, that faint, long-cadenced wail? From the closing door of the downway steep, his own bosom, or out of the gale? From the land where dead dreams, or dead maidens sleep? Out of every night to come will creep that cry his heart to quail. The clouds had broken, the wind was at rest, the sea would be still ere morn, the moon had gone down behind its breast save the tip of one blunt horn. Was that the ghost angel without a nest? Across the moonset far in the west that thin white vapor borne? He turned from the lattice. The firelit room with its ghost-forsaken chair was cold and drear as a rifled tomb, shameful and dreamless and bare. Filled it was with his own soul's gloom, with the sense of a traitor's merited doom, with a lovely ghost's despair. He had driven a lady, and lightly clad, out in the stormy cold. Was she a ghost? Divinely sad are the people of Hades old. A wandering ghost? Oh, self-care bad, caitiff and craven and cowering, which had refused her an earthly fold. Ill had she fared, his lovely guest. A passion of wild self-blame tore the heart that failed in the test with 1,000 hooks of shame, bent his proud head on his heaving breast, shore the plume from his ancient crest, puffed at his ancient name. He sickened with scorn of a fallen will, with love and remorse he wept. He sank and kissed her footprints chill and the track by her garments swept. He kneeled by her chair, all ice-cold still, dropped his head in it, moaned until for weariness he slept. He slept until the flaming sun laughed at the bygone dark. A frightful dream, but the night is done, he said, and I hear the lark. All day he held out, with the evening gun a booming terror his brain did stun, and doubt, the jackal, gone bark. Followed the lion, conviction, fast, and the truth no dream he knew. Night after night raved the conscience blast, but still as the morning grew. When 7 slow moons had come and passed, his self-reproach aside he cast, and the truth appeared untrue. A lady fair, old story vile, would make his heart her boast. In the growing glamour of her smile he forgot the lovely ghost, forgot her for bitterness wrapped in wile, for the lady was false as a crocodile, and her heart was a cave of frost. Then the cold white face, with its woe divine, came back in the hour of sighs, not always with comfort to those that pine. The dear true faces arise. He yearned for her, dreamed of her, prayed for a sign. He wept for her pleading voice, and the shine of her solitary eyes. With thy face so still, which I made so sad, ah me! Which I might have wooed, thou holdest my heart in a love not glad, sorrowful, shame subdued. Come to me, lady, in pardon clad, come to my dreams, white a dead, for on thee all day I brood. She came not. He sought her in churchyards old, in churchyards by the sea, and in many a church, when the midnight tolled and the moon shone eerily. Down to the crypt he crept, grown bold, sat all night in the dead men's cold, and called to her, never came she. Praying forgiveness more and more, and her love at any cost, pining and sighing and longing sore, he grew like a creature lost. Thin and spectral his body wore, he faded out at the ghostly door, and was himself a ghost. But if he found the lady then, so sorrowfully lost for lack of the love mong earthly men that was ready to brave love's cost, I know not till I drop my pen, wander away from earthly ken, and am myself a ghost. Abu Midjan. If I sit in the dust for lauding good wine, ha ha! It is just, so sits the vine. Abu Midjan sang as he sat in chains, for the blood of the grape ran the juice of his veins. The Prophet had said, O faithful, drink not! Abu Midjan drank till his heart was hot. Yeah, he sang a song in praise of wine. He called it good names, a joy divine, the giver of might, the opener of eyes, love's handmaid, the water of paradise. Therefore Saad his chief spake words of blame, and set him in irons, a fettered flame. But he sings of the wine as he sits in his chains, for the blood of the grape runs the juice of his veins. I will not think that the Prophet said, Ye shall not drink of the flowing red. 'Tis a drenched brain whose after sting cries out, Refrain, 'tis an evil thing. But I will dare, with a goodly draught, to drink, nor spare till my thirst be out. I do not laugh like a Christian fool, but in silence quaff the liquor cool. At door of 10 'neath evening star, with daylight spent, and Uriel afar. Then, through the sky, lo, the emerald hills! My face swells high, my bosom thrills. I see them hearken, the Houris that wait. Their dark eyes darken the diamond gate. I hear the float of their chant divine, and my heart like a boat sails thither on wine. Can an evil thing make beauty more? Or a sinner bring to the heavenly door? The sun rain fine would sink and escape, but is drunk by the vine, is stored in the grape. And the prison light I free again, it flows in might through my shining brain. I love and I know, the truth is mine, I walk in the glow of the sunbred wine. I will not think that the Prophet said, Ye shall not drink of the flowing red. For his promises, lo, sevenfold they shine when the channels o'erflow with the singing wine. But I care not, 'tis a small annoy to sit in chains for a heavenly joy. Away went the song on the light wind borne, his head sank down, and a ripple of scorn shook the hair that flowed from his curling lip as he eyed his brown limbs in the iron's grip. Sudden his forehead he lifted high, a faint sound strayed like a moth wing by. Like beacons his eyes burst blazing forth, a dust cloud he spied in the distant north. A noise and a smoke on the plain afar? 'Tis the cloud and the clang of the Moslem war. He leapt aloft like a tiger snared, the wine in his veins through his visage flared. He tore at his fetters in bootless ire, he called the Prophet, he named his sire. From his lips, with wild shout, the tetra burst. He danced in his irons, the GRs he cursed, and his eyes they flamed like a beacon dun, or like wine in the crystal twixt eye and sun. The Lady of Sod heard him shout, heard his fetters ring on the stones about the heart of a warrior she understood, and the rage of the thwarted battle mood. Her name, with the cry of an angry prayer, he called but once, and the lady was there. The Giaour, he panted, the godless brute, and me like a camel tied foot to foot. Let me go, And I swear by Allah's fear at sunset I don again this gear, or lie in a heaven of starry eyes, kissed by moon maidens of paradise. O lady, grant me the death of the just. Hark to the hurdle. See the dust. With ready fingers the noble dame unlocked her husband's iron blame, brought his second horse, his Abdon, out, and his second hauberk, light and stout, harnessed the warrior, and hight him go an angel of vengeance upon the foe. With clank of steel and thud of hoof away he galloped. She climbed the roof. She sees the cloud and the flashes that leap from the side-shaped swords inside it that sweep down with backstroke the disordered swath. Thither he speeds, a bolt of wrath. Straight as an arrow she sees him go, Abu Midjan, the singer, upon the foe. Like an eagle he vanishes in the cloud, and the thunder of battle bursts more loud, mingled of crashes and blows and falls, of the wish that severs the throat that calls, of neighing and shouting and groaning grim. Abu Midjan, she sees no more of him. Northward the battle drifts afar on the flowing tide of the holy war. Lonely across the desert sand, from his wrist by its thong hung his clotted brand, red in the sunset's level flame back to his bonds Abu Midjan came. Lady, I swear your sod's horse, the Prophet himself might have rode a worse. Like the knots of a serpent the play of his flesh as he tore to the quarry in Allah's mesh. I forgot him, and mowed at the traitor weeds, which fell before me like rushes and reeds, or like the tall poppies that sudden drop low their heads to an urchin's unstrung bough. Fled the Giaour, the faithful flew after to kill, I turned to surrender, beneath me still was Abdon unjaded, fresh in force, faithful and fearless, a heavenly horse. Give him water, lady, and barley to eat, then haste thee and fetter the wine-bibber's feet. To the terrace he went, and she to the stall, she tended the horse like guest in hall, then to the warrior unhasting returned. The fire of the fight in his eyes yet burned, but he sat in a silence that might betoken one ashamed that his heart had spoken, though where was the word to breed remorse? He had lauded only his chief's brave horse. Not a word she spoke, but his fetters locked, he watched with a smile that himself bemocked. She left him seated in caitiff plight, like one that had feared and fled the fight. But what singer ever sat lonely long ere the hidden fountain burst in song? The battle wine foamed in the warrior's veins, and he sang sword tempest who sat in chains. Oh, the wine of the vine is a feeble thing. In the rattle of battle the true grapes spring. When on whir of Tekbir Allah's wrath flies, and the power of the Giaour a blasted leaf lies. When on force of the horse the arm flung abroad is sweeping, and reaping the harvest of God. Ha! They drop from the top to the sear heap below. Ha! Deeper, down steeper, the infidels go. Azrael sheer to hell shoots the foul shoals. Their Monkir and Naker torture their souls. But when drop on their crop the scimitars red, and under war's thunder the faithful lie dead. Oh, bright is the light on heroes slow breaking. Rapturous faces bent for embraces watch for his waking. And he hears in his ears the voice of life's river, like a song of the strong, jubilant ever. Oh, the wine of the vine may lead to the gates, but the rattle of battle wakes the angel who waits. To the Lord of the sword open it must. The drinker, the thinker sits in the dust. He dreams of the gleams of their garments of white, he misses their kisses, the maidens of light. They long for the strong who has burst through alarms, up, by the labor of stirrup and saber, up to their arms. Oh, the wine of the grape is a feeble ghost. The wine of the fight is the joy of a host. When Saad came home from the far pursuit, an hour he sat, and an hour was mute. Then he opened his mouth. Ah, wife, the fight had been lost full sure, but an arm of might sudden rose up on the crest of the battle, flashed blue lightnings, thundered steel rattle, took up the fighting, and drove it on, Enoch sure, or the good St. John. Wherever he leaped, like a lion the battle was thickest, or soon to be. Wherever he sprang with his lion roar, in a minute the battle was there no more. With a headlong fear, the sinners fled, and we swept them down the steep of the dead. Before us, not from us, did they flee, they ceased in the depths of a new Red Sea. But him who saved us we saw no more. He went as he came, by a secret door. And strangest of all, nor think I err if a miracle I for truth aver, I was close to him thrice. The holy force wore my silver-ringed hauberk, Rode Abdon my horse. The lady rose up, withholding her word, and led to the terrace her wondering lord, where, song-soothed, and weary with battle strain, Abu Midjan sat counting the links of his chain. The battle was raging, he raging worse. I freed him, harnessed him, gave him thy horse. Abu Midjan, the singer of love and of wine. The arm of the battle, it also was thine. Rise up, shake the irons from off thy feet, for the lord of the fight our fetters meet. If thou wilt, then drink till thou be hoar. Allah shall judge thee, I judge no more. Abu Midjan arose. He flung aside the clanking fetters, and thus he cried, If thou give me to God and his decrees, nor purge my sin with the shame of these, wrath against me I dare not store. In the name of Allah, I drink no more. The thankless lady. It is May, and the moon leans down at night over a blossomy land. Leans from her window a lady white, with her cheek upon her hand. Oh, why in the blue so misty, moon? Why so dull in the sky? Thou look'st like one that is ready to swoon because her tear well is dry. Enough, enough of longing and wail. O bird, I pray thee, be glad. Sing to me once, dear nightingale, the old song, Merry Mad. Hold, hold with thy blossoming, colorless, cold, apple tree white as woe. Blossom yet once with the blossom of old, let the roses shine through the snow. The moon and the blossoms they gloomily gleam, the bird will not be glad, the dead never speak when the mournful dream, they are too weak and sad. Listened she listless till night grew late, bound by a weary spell, then clanked the latch of the garden gate, and a wondrous thing befell. Out burst the gladness, up dawned the love. In the song, in the waiting show, grew silver the moon in the sky above. Blushed rosy the blossom below. But the merry bird, nor the silvery moon, nor the blossoms that flushed the night had one poor thanks for the granted boon. The lady forgot them quite. Legend of the Corrie of Wretchen. Prince Breakin of Denmark was lord of the strand and lord of the billowy sea. Lord of the sea and lord of the land, he might have let maidens be. A maiden he met with locks of gold, straying beside the sea. Maidens listened in days of old, and repented grievously. Wiser he left her in evil wiles, went sailing over the sea, came to the lord of the western isles. Give me thy daughter, said he. The lord of the isles he laughed, and said, Only a king of the sea may think the maid of the isles to wed, and such men call not thee. Hold thine own 3 nights and days in yon whirlpool of the sea, or turn thy prow and go thy ways and let the isle maiden be. Prince Breakin he turned his dragon prow to Denmark over the sea. Wise women, he said, now tell me how in yon whirlpool to anchor me. Make a cable of hemp and a cable of wool and a cable of maiden's hair, and hie thee back to the roaring pool and anchor in safety there. The smiths of Gradle, on the eve of Yule, will forge 3 anchors rare. The hemp thou shalt pull, thou shalt shear the wool, and the maidens will bring their hair. Of the hair that is brown thou shalt twist 1 strand, of the hair that is raven another, of the golden hair thou shalt twine a band to bind the one to the other. The smiths of Gradle, on the eve of Yule, they forged 3 anchors rare. The hemp he did pull, and he shore the wool, and the maidens brought their hair. He twisted the brown hair for 1 strand, the raven hair for another. He twined the golden hair in a band to bind the one to the other. He took the cables of hemp and wool. He took the cable of hair, he hied him back to the roaring pool, he cast the 3 anchors there. The whirlpool roared, and the day went by, and night came down on the sea. But or ever the morning broke the sky, the hemp was broken in 3. The night it came down, the whirlpool it ran, the wind it fiercely blew, and or ever the second morning began, the wool it parted in 2. The storm it roared all day, the third, the whirlpool wallowed about. The night came down like a wild black bird, but the cable of hair held out. Round and round with a giddy swing went the sea king through the dark. Round went the rope in the swivel ring, round reeled the straining bark. Prince Breakin he stood on his dragon prow, a lantern in his hand. Blessed be the maidens of Denmark now, by them shall Denmark stand. He watched the rope through the tempest black, a lantern in his hold. Out, out, alack! 1 strand will crack. It is the strand of gold. The 3rd morn clear and calm came out, no anchored ship was there. The golden strand in the cable stout was not all of maiden's hair. The dead hand? The witch lady walked along the strand, heard a roaring of the sea, on the edge of a pool saw a dead man's hand, good thing for a witch lady. Lightly she stepped across the rocks, came where the dead man lay. Now, pretty maid with your merry mocks, now I shall have my way. On a finger shone a sapphire blue in the heart of 6 rubies red. Come back to me, my promise true, come back, my ring, she said. She took the dead hand in the live, and at the ring drew she. The dead hand closed its fingers 5, and it held the witch lady. She swore the storm was not her deed, dark spells she backward spoke. If the dead man heard he took no heed, but held like a cloven oak. Deathly cold, crept up the tide, sure of her, made no haste, crept up to her knees, crept up each side, crept up to her wicked waist. Over the blue sea sailed the bride in her love's own sailing ship, and the witch she saw them across the tide as it rose to her lying lip. Oh, the heart of the dead and the hand of the dead are strong hasps they to hold. Fled the true dove with the kite's new love, and left the false kite with the old. Minor ditties. In the night. As to her child the mother calls, "Come to me, child, come near!" Calling, in silent intervals, the master's voice I hear. But does he call me verily? To have me does he care? Why should he seek my poverty, my selfishness so bare? The dear voice makes his gladness brim, but not a child can know why that large woman cares for him, why she should love him so. Lord, to thy call of me I bow, obey like Abraham, thou lovest me because thou art thou, and I am what I am. Doubt whispers, thou art such a blot he cannot love per thee, if what I am he loveth not, he loves what I shall be. Nay, that which can be drawn and wooed, and turned away from ill, is what his Father made for good. He loves me, I say still. The giver. To give a thing and take again is counted meanness among men. To take away what once is given cannot then be the way of heaven. But human hearts are crumbly stuff, and never, never love enough, therefore God takes and, with a smile, puts our best things away a while. Thereon some weep, some rave, some scorn, some wish they never had been born, some humble grow at last and still, and then God gives them what they will. False prophets. Would-be prophets tell us we shall not re-know them that walked our fellows in the ways below. Smoking, smoldering Tophets steaming hopeless plaints. Dreary, mole-eyed prophets. Mean, skin-pledging saints. Knowing not the Father what their prophecies. Grapes of such none gather, only thorns and lies. Loving thus the brother, how the Father tell? Go without each other to your heavenly hell. Life-weary. O thou that walkest with nigh hopeless feet past the one harbor, built for thee a nine. Doth no stray odor from its table greet, no truant beam from fire or candle shine? At his wide door the host doth stand and call, at every lattice gracious forms invite. Thou sayest but a dull grey, solid wall and forest sullen with the things of night. Thou cravest rest, and rest for thee doth crave, the white sheet folded down, white robe apart dot, shame, faithless. No, I do not mean the grave. I mean love's very house and hearth and heart. Approaches. When thou turn'st away from ill, Christ is this side of thy hill. When thou turnest toward good, Christ is walking in thy wood. When thy heart says, "Father, pardon!" then the Lord is in thy garden. When stern duty wakes to watch, then his hand is on the latch. But when hope thy song doth rouse, then the Lord is in the house. When to love is all thy wit, Christ doth at thy table sit. When God's will is thy heart's pull, then is Christ thy very soul. Traveler's Song. Bands of dark and bands of light lie athwart the homeward way. Now we cross a belt of night, now a strip of shining day. Now it is a month of June, now December's shivering hour, now rides high-loved memory's moon, now the dark is dense with power. Summers, winters, days and nights, moons and clouds, they come and go, joys and sorrows, pains, delights, hope and fear, and yes and no. All is well, come, girls and boys, not a weary mile is vain. Hark, dim laughter's radiant noise. See the windows through the rain. Love is strength. Love alone is great in might, makes the heavy burden light, smooths rough ways to weary feet, makes the bitter morsel sweet. Love alone is strength. Might that is not born of love is not might born from above, has its birthplace down below where they either reap nor sow. Love alone is strength. Love is stronger than all force, is its own eternal source. Might is always in decay, love grows fresher every day, love alone is strength. Little ones, no ill can chance, fear ye not, but sing and dance. Though the high-heaved heaven should fall, God is plenty for us all, God is love and strength. Coming. When the snow is on the earth, birds and waters cease their mirth. When the sunlight is prevailing, even the night winds drop their wailing. On the earth, when deep snows lie still, the sun is in the sky, and when most we miss his fire, he is ever drawing nigher. In the darkest winter day, thou, God, art not far away. When the nights grow colder, drearer, Father, thou art coming nearer. For thee coming I would watch with my hand upon the latch of the door, I mean, that faces out upon the eternal spaces. Song of the waiting dead. With us there is no grey fearing, with us no aching for lack. For the morn it is always nearing, and the night is at our back. At times a song will fall dumb, a thought bell burst in a sigh, but no one says, "He will not come," she says, "He is almost nigh." The thing you call a sorrow is our delight on its way. We know that the coming morrow comes on the wheels of today. Our past is a child asleep. Delay is ripening the kiss, the rising tear we will not weep until it flow for bliss. Obedience. Trust him in the common light, trust him in the awesome night. Trust him when the earth doth quake, trust him when thy heart doth ache. Trust him when thy brain doth reel and thy friend turns on his heel. Trust him when the way is rough, cry not yet, it is enough. But obey with true endeavor, else the salt hath lost his savor. A song in the night. I would I were an angel strong, an angel of the sun, hasting along. I would I were just come awake, a child outbursting from night's dusky break. Or lark whose inward, upward fate mocks every wall that masks the heavenly gate. Or hopeful cock whose clarion clear shrills 10 times ere a film of dawn appear. Or but a glowworm, even then my light would come straight from the light of men. I am a dead seed, dark and slow, father of larks and children, make me grow. De profundis. When I am dead unto myself, and let, O Father, thee live on in me, contented to do naught but pay my debt, and leave the house to thee. Then shall I be thy ransomed, from the cark of living, from the strain for breath, from tossing in my coffin strait and dark, at hourly strife with death. Have mercy! In my coffin! And awake! A buried temple of the Lord. Grow, temple, grow! Heart, from thy cerements break. Stream out, O living sword! When I am with thee as thou art with me, life will be self-forgetting power. Love, ever conscious, buoyant, clear, and free, will flame in darkest hour. Where now I sit alone, unmoving, calm, with windows open to thy wind, shall I not know thee in the radiant psalms soaring from heart and mind? The body of this death will melt away, and I shall know as I am known, know thee my Father, every hour and day, as thou know'st me thine own. Blind sorrow. My life is drear, walking I labor sore, the heart in me is heavy as a stone, and of my sorrows this the icy core, life is so wide, and I am all alone. Thou didst walk so, with heaven-born eyes down bent upon the earth's gold-rosy, radiant clay, that thou hadst seen no star in all God's tent had not thy tears made pools first on the way. Ah, little knowest thou the tender care and a love-plenteous cloak around thee thrown. Full many a dim scene, saving mountain stair toiling thou climb'st, but not one step alone. Lift but thy languid head and see thy guide, let thy steps go in his, nor choose thine own, then soon wilt thou, thine eyes with wonder wide, cry, now I know I never was alone. Motes in the sun angels came of old to houses lonely men with wings, but did not show them. Angels come to our house, only, for their wings, they do not know them. The Father's worshippers. 'Tis we, not in thine arms, who weep and pray, the children in thy bosom laugh and play. A birthday wish. Who know thee, love, thy life be such that, ere the year be o'er, each one who loves thee now so much, even God, may love thee more. To any one. Go not forth to call Dame Sorrow from the dim fields of tomorrow. Let her roam there all unheeded, she will come when she is needed. Then, when she draws near thy door, she will find God there before. Waiting. Lie, little cow, and chew thy cud, the farmer soon will shift thy tether. Chirp, linnet, on the frozen mud, sun and song will come together. Wait, soul, for God, and thou shalt bud, he waits thy waiting with his weather. Lost but safe. Lost the little one roams about, pathway or shelter none can find. Blinking stars are coming out, no one is moving but the wind. It is no use to cry or shout, all the world is still as a mouse. One thing only eases her mind. Father knows I'm not in the house. Much and more. When thy heart, love-filled, grows graver, and eternal bliss looks nearer, ask thy heart, nor show it favor, is the gift or giver dearer? Love, love on, love higher, deeper, let love's ocean close above her. Only, love thou more love's keeper, more, the love-creating lover. Hope and patience. An unborn bird lies crumpled and curled, a-dreaming of the world. Round it, for castle wall, a shell is guarding it well. Hope is the bird with its dim sensations, the shell that keeps it alive is patience. A better thing. I took it for a bird of prey that soared high over ocean, battled mount, and plain. 'Twas but a bird moth, which with limp horns gored the invisibly obstructing window pane. Better than eagle, with far towering nerve but downward bent, greedy, marauding eye, guest of the flowers, thou art, unhurt they serve thee, little angel of a lower sky. A prisoner. The hinges are so rusty the door is fixed and fast. The windows are so dusty the sun looks in aghast. Knock out the glass, I pray, or dash the door away, or break the house down bodily, and let my soul go free. To my Lord and Master. Imagination cannot rise above thee, near and afar I see thee, and I love thee. My misery away from me I thrust it, for thy perfection I behold, and trust it. To one unsatisfied. When, with all the loved around thee, still thy heart says, I am lonely. It is well, the truth hath found thee, rest is with the Father only. To my God. Oh, how oft I wake and find I have been forgetting thee. I am never from thy mind, thou it is that wakest me. Trial it. Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness unto men. Forth he sends his saving word, oh, that men would praise the Lord, and from shades of death abhorred lifts them up to light again. Oh, that men would praise the Lord for his goodness unto men. The Word of God. Where the bud has never blown, who for scent is debtor? Where the Spirit rests unknown, fatal is the letter. In thee, Jesus, God had stored all things we inherit, for thou art the very Word and the very Spirit. Ein klein Predigt. Grot juk nicht, Leben Lut, vor dem unschüren Morgen. Wenn es kommt, es ist das Hut, die der Liebe Gott zu sorgen. To the life eternal. Thou art my thought, my heart, my being's fortune, the search for thee my growth's first conscious state. For not for everything I thee importune, thou art my all, my origin and fate. Hope deferred. Where is thy crown, O tree of love? Flowers only bears thy root. Will never rain drop from above divine enough for fruit? I dwell in hope that gives good cheer, twilight my darkest hour. For sayest thou not that every year I break in better flower? Forgiveness. God gives his child upon his slate a sum, to find eternity in hours and years. With both sides covered, back the child doth come, his dim eyes swollen with shed and unshed tears. God smiles, wipes clean the upper side and nether, and says, Now, dear, we'll do the sum together. Dejection. O Father, I am in the dark, my soul is heavy bowed. I send my prayer up like a lark, up through my vapory shroud, to find thee, and remind thee I am thy child, and thou my Father, though round me death itself should gather. Lay thy loved hand upon my head, let thy heart beat in mine. One thought from thee, when all seems dead, will make the darkness shine about me and throughout me. And should again the dull night gather, I'll cry again, Thou art my Father. Appeal. If in my arms I bore my child, would he cry out for fear because the night was dark and wild and no one else was near? Shall I then treat thee, Father, as my fatherhood would grieve? I will be hopeful, though, alas, I cannot quite believe. I had no power, no wish to be, thou madest me half blind. The darkness comes. I cling to thee. Be thou my perfect mind. Poems for Children, Lessons for a Child. There breathes not a breath of the summer air, but the spirit of love is moving there. Not a trembling leaf on the shadowy tree flutters with hundreds in harmony, but that spirit can part its tone from the rest, and read the life in its beetle's breast. When the sunshiny butterflies come and go, like flowers paying visits to and fro, not a single wave of their fanning wings is unfelt by the spirit that feeleth all things. The long-mantled moths that sleep at noon and rove in the light of the gentler moon, and the myriad gnats that dance like a wall, or a moving column that will not fall, and the dragonflies that go burning by, shot like a glance from a seeking eye, there is one being that loves them all. Not a fly in a spider's web can fall, but he cares for the spider, and cares for the fly. He cares for you, whether you laugh or cry, cares whether your mother smile or sigh. How he cares for so many, I do not know, but it would be too strange if he did not so, dreadful and dreary for even a fly. So I cannot wait for the how and why, but believe that all things are gathered and nursed in the love of him whose love went first and made this world, like a huge great nest for a hen to sit on with feathery breast. 2. The bird on the leafy tree, the bird in the cloudy sky, the hart in the forest free, the stag on the mountain high, the fish inside the sea, the albatross asleep on the outside of the deep, the bee through the summer sunny hunting for wells of honey. What is the thought in the breast of the little bird in its nest? What is the thought in the songs the lark in the sky prolongs? What mean the dolphin's rays, winding his watery ways? What is the thought of the stag, stately on yonder crag? What does the albatross think, dreaming upon the brink of the mountain billow, and then dreaming down in its glen? What is the thought of the bee fleeting so silently, or flitting, with busy hum, but a careless go and come, from flower chalice to chalice, like a prince from palace to palace? What makes them alive, so very, some of them, surely, merry, and others so stately calm they might be singing a song? I cannot tell what they think, only know they eat and drink, and on all that lies about with a quiet heart look out, each after its kind, stately or coy, solemn like man, gamesome like boy, glad with its own mysterious joy. And God, who knows their thoughts and ways though his the creatures do not know, from his full heart fills each of theirs, into them all his breath doth go, good and better with them he shares, content with their bliss while they have no prayers, he takes their joy for praise. If thou wouldst be like him, little one, go and be kind with a kindness undefiled, who gives for the pleasure of thanks, my child, God's gladness cannot know. 3. Root met root in the spongy ground, searching each for food, each turned aside, and away it wound. And each got something good. Sound met sound in the wavy air, that made a little to do. They jostled not long, but were quick and fair, each found its path and flew. Drop dashed on drop, as the rain shower fell, they joined and sank below, in gathered thousands they rose a well, with a singing overflow. Wind met wind in a garden green, they began to push and fret, a tearing whirlwind arose between, their love lies bleeding yet. What makes summer? Winter froze both brook and well, fast and fast the snowflakes fell, children gathered round the hearth made a summer of their mirth, when a boy, so lately come that his life was yet one sum of delights, of aimless rambles, romps and dreams and games and gambols, thought aloud, I wish I knew what makes summer, that I do. Father heard, and it did show him how to write a little poem. What makes summer, little one, do you ask? It is the sun, want of heat is all the harm, summer is but winter warm. 'Tis the sun, yes, that one there, dim and grey, low in the air. Now he looks at us askance, but will lift his countenance higher up, and look down straighter. Rise much earlier, set much later, till we sing out, Hail, Welcomer, thou hast brought our own old summer. When the sun thus rises early and keeps shining all day rarely, up he draws the larks to meet him, earth's bird angels, wild to greet him. Up he draws the clouds, and pours down again their shining showers. Out he draws the grass and clover, daisies, buttercups all over. Out he wiles all flowers to stare at their father in the air. He all light, they how much duller, yet suns of every color. Then he draws their odors out, sends them on the winds about. Next he draws out flying things, out of eggs, fast flapping wings, out of lumps like frozen snails, butterflies with splendid sails, draws the blossoms from the trees, from their hives the buzzy bees, golden things from muddy cracks, beetles with their burnished backs. Laughter draws he from the river gleaming back to the gleam giver. Light he sends to every nook that no creature be forsook. Draws from gloom and pain and sadness, hope and blessing, peace and gladness, making man's heart sing and shine with his brilliancy divine. Summer, thus it is he makes it, and the little child he takes it. Day's work done, adown the west lingering he goes to rest, like a child, who, blissful yet, is unwilling to forget, and though sleepy, heels and head, thinks he cannot go to bed. Even when down behind the hill back his bright look shineth still, whose keen glory with the night makes the lovely grey twilight, drawing out the downy owl, with his musical bird howl, drawing out the leathery bats. Mice they are, turned airy cats, noiseless, sly, and slippery things swimming through the air on wings, drawing out the feathery moth, lazy, drowsy, very loath, drawing children to the door for one good night frolic more, drawing from the glowworms' tails glimmers green and grassy dales, making ocean's phosphor flashes glow as if they were sun ashes. Then the moon comes up the hill, wide awake, but dreaming still, soft and slow, as if in fear lest her path should not be clear. Like a timid lady she looks around her daintily, begs the clouds to come about her, tells the stars to shine without her, then unveils, and bolder grown, climbs the steps of her blue throne, stately in a calm delight, mistress of a whole fair night. Lonely but for stars a few, there she sits in silence blue, and the world before her lies faint, a round shade in the skies. But what fun is all about when the humans are shut out! Shadowy to the moon, the earth is a very world of mirth. Night is then a dream opaque full of creatures wide awake. Noiseless then, on feet or wings, out they come, all moon-eyed things. In and out they pop and play, have it all their own wild way, fly and frolic, scamper, glow, treat the moon, for all her show, state, and opal diadem, like a nursemaid watching them. And the nightingale doth snare all the merry tumult rare, all the music and the magic, all the comic and the tragic, all the wisdom and the rite of the midnight moonlight diet, in a diamond hoop of song, which he trundles all night long. What doth make the sun, you ask, able for such mighty task? He is not a lamp hung high sliding up and down the sky, he is carried in a hand, that's what makes him strong and grand. From that hand comes all his power, if it set him down 1 hour, yeah, 1 moment set him by, in that moment he would die, and the winter, ice, and snow come on us, and never go. Need I tell you whose the hand bears him high o'er sea and land? Mother Nature. Beautiful Mother is busy all day, so busy she neither can sing nor say, but lovely thoughts, in a ceaseless flow, through her eyes, and her ears, and her bosom go, motion, sight, and sound, and scent, weaving a royal, rich content. When night is come, and her children sleep, beautiful Mother her watch doth keep. With glowing stars in her dusky hair down she sits to her music rare, and her instrument that never fails is the hearts and the throats of her nightingales. The mistletoe. Kiss me, there now, little Nettie, do you see her staring steady? There again you had a chance of her. Didn't you catch the pretty glance of her? See her nest. On any planet never was a sweeter than it. Never nest was such as this is, 'tis the nest of all the kisses, with the mother kiss-bird sitting all through Christmas, never flitting, kisses, kisses, kisses hatching, sweetest birdies, for the catching. Oh, the precious little brood always in a loving mood. There's one under Mamie's hood. There, that's one I caught this minute, musical as any linnet. Where it is, your big eyes question, with of doubt a wee suggestion. There it is, upon mouth Mary. There it is, upon cheek cherry. There's another on chin-chinny. Now it's off, and lights on Minnie. There's another on nose nosy. There's another on lip rosy. And the kissy bird is hatching hundreds more for only catching. Why the mistletoe she chooses, and the Christmas tree refuses? There's a puzzle for your mother? I'll present you with another. Tell me why, you question asker, cruel, heartless mother tasker, why, of all the trees before her, gathered round, or spreading o'er her, Jenny Wren should choose the apple for her nursery and chapel, or Jack Daw build in the steeple high above the praying people. Tell me why the limping plover o'er moist meadow likes to hover, Why the partridge with such trouble builds her nest where soon the stubble will betray her hopplum-cheepers to the eyes of all the reapers. Tell me, Charlie, tell me, Janie, answer all, or answer any, and I'll tell you, with much pleasure, why this little bird of treasure nestles only in the mistletoe, never, never goes the thistle to. Not an answer? Tell without it? Yes, all that I know about it. Mistletoe, then, cannot flourish, cannot find the food to nourish but on other plant when planted, and for kissing too are wanted. That is why the kissy birdie looks about for oak tree sturdy, and the plant that grows upon it like a wax flower on a bonnet. But, my blessed little Manny, all the birdies are not canny that the kissy birdie hatches. Some are worthless little patches, which indeed if they don't smutch you, 'tis they're dead before they touch you. While for kisses vain and greedy, kisses flattering, kisses needy, they are birds that never waddled out of eggs that only addled. Some there are leaf spots behind them, on your cheek for years you'd find them. Little ones, I do beseech you, never let such birdies reach you. It depends what net you venture what the sort of bird will enter. I will tell you in a minute what net takes kiss, lark or linnet, any bird indeed worth hatching and just therefore worth the catching. The one net that never misses catching at least some true kisses, is the heart that, loving truly, always loves the old love newly. But to spread out would undo it, let the birdies fly into it. Professor Noctutus. Nobody knows the world but me. The rest go to bed, I sit up and see. I'm a better observer than any of you all, for I never look out till the twilight fall, and never then without green glasses, and that is how my wisdom passes. I never think, for that is not fit, I observe. I have seen the white moon sit on her nest, the sea, like a fluffy owl, hatching the boats and the long-legged fowl. When the oysters gape, you may make a note, she drops a pearl into every throat. I can see the wind, can you do that? I see the dreams he has in his hat, I see him shaking them out as he goes, I see them rush in at man's snoring nose. 10,000 things you could not think, I can write down plain with pen and ink. You know that I know, therefore pull off your hat, whether round and tall, or square and flat, you cannot do better than trust in me, you may shut your eyes in fact, I see. Lifelong I will lead you, and then, like the owl, I will bury you nicely with my spade and shoal. Bird songs. I will sing a song, said the owl. You sing a song, sing song ugly fowl. What will you sing about, night in and day out? All about the night, when the grey with her cloak smothers bright, hard, sharp day. Oh, the moon! The cool dew! And the shadows, too who! I will sing a song, said the nightingale. Sing a song, long, long, little never fail. What will you sing about, day in or day out? All about the light gone away, down, away, and out of sight, wake up, day. For the master is not dead, only gone to bed. I will sing a song, said the lark. Sing, sing, throat strong, little kill the dark. What will you sing about, day in and night out? I can only call. I can't think. Let me up, that's all. I see a chink. I've been thirsting all night for the glorious light. Riddles. I have only 1 foot, but thousands of toes. My 1 foot stands well, but never goes. I've a good many arms, if you count them all, but hundreds of fingers, large and small. From the ends of my fingers my beauty grows. I breathe with my hair, and I drink with my toes. I grow bigger and bigger about the waist, although I am always very tight-laced. None e'er saw me eat. I've no mouth to bite. Yet I eat all day, and digest all night. In the summer, with song I shake and quiver, but in winter I fast and groan and shiver. 2. There is a plough that hath no share, only a coulter that parteth fare. But the ridges they rise to a terrible size, or ever the coulter comes near to tear. The horses and ridges fierce battle make. The horses are safe, but the plough may break. Seed cast in its furrows, or green or sere, will lift to the sun neither blade nor ear. Down it drops plumb where no springtimes come, nor needeth it any harrowing gear. Wheat nor poppy nor blade has been found able to grow on the naked ground. For my grandchild. 3. Who is it that sleeps like a top all night, and wakes in the morning so fresh and bright that he breaks his bed as he gets up, and leaves it smashed like a china cup? 4. I've a very long nose, but what of that? It is not too long to lie on a mat. I have very big jaws, but never get fat. I don't go to church, and I'm not a church rat. I've a mouth in my middle my food goes in at, just like a skate's. That's a fish, that's a flat. In summer I'm seldom able to breathe, but when winter his blades in ice does sheath. I swell my one lung, I look big and I puff, and I sometimes hiss dot, there, that's enough. Baby. Where did you come from, baby dear? Out of the everywhere into here. Where did you get those eyes so blue? Out of the sky as I came through. What makes the light in them sparkle and spin? Some of the starry twinkles left in. Where did you get that little tear? I found it waiting when I got here. What makes your forehead so smooth and high? A soft hand stroked it as I went by. What makes your cheek like a warm white rose? I saw something better than anyone knows. Whence that three-cornered smile of bliss? 3 angels gave me at once a kiss. Where did you get this pearly ear? God spoke, and it came out to hear. Where did you get those arms and hands? Love made itself into bonds and bands. Feet, whence did you come, you darling things? From the same box as the cherub's wings. How did they all just come to be you? God thought about me, and so I grew. But how did you come to us, you dear? God thought about you, and so I am here. Up and down. The sun is gone down, and the moon's in the sky, but the sun will come up, and the moon be laid by. The flower is asleep. But it is not dead. When the morning shines, it will lift its head. When winter comes, it will die. No, no, it will only hide from the frost and snow. Sure is the summer, sure is the sun, the night and the winter away they run. Up in the tree. What would you see, if I took you up my little airy stair? You would see the sky like a clear blue cup turned upside down in the air. What would you do, up my airy stair in my little nest on the tree? With cry upon cry you would ripple the air to get at what you would see. And what would you reach in the top of the tree to still your grasping grief? Not a star would you clutch of all you would see, you would gather just one green leaf. But when you had lost your greedy grief, content to see from afar, your hand it would hold a withering leaf, but your heart a shining star. A baby sermon. The lightning and thunder they go and they come, but the stars and the stillness are always at home. Little Bo Peep. Little Bo Peep, she has lost her sheep, and will not know where to find them. They are over the height and out of sight, trailing their tails behind them. Little Bo Peep woke out of her sleep, jumped up and set out to find them. The silly things! They've got no wings, and they've left their trails behind them. They've taken their tails, but they've left their trails, and so I shall follow and find them. For wherever a tail had dragged a trail, the grass lay bent behind them. She washed in the brook, and caught up her crook. And after her sheep did run along the trail that went up the dale across the grass in the sun. She ran with a will, and she came to a hill that went up steep like a spire. On its very top the sun seemed to stop, and burned like a flame of fire. But now she went slow, for the hill did go up steeper as she went higher. When she reached its crown, the sun was down, leaving a trail of fire. And her sheep were gone, and hope she had none. For now was no trail behind them. Yes, there they were, long-tailed and fair. But to see was not to find them. Golden in hue, and rosy in blue, and white as blossom of pears, her sheep they did run in the trail of the sun, as she had been running in theirs. After the sun like clouds they did run, but she knew they were her sheep. She sat down to cry and look up at the sky, but she cried herself to sleep. And as she slept the dew down wept, and the wind did blow from the sky, and doing strange brought a lovely change. She woke with a different cry. Nibble, nibble, crop, without a stop. 100 little lambs did pluck and eat the grass so sweet that grew in the trail of their dams. She gave one look, she caught up her crook, wiped away the sleep that did blind her, and nibble, nibble, crop, without a stop the lambs came nibbling behind her. Home, home she came, both tired and lame, with 3 times as large a stock. In a month or more, they'll be sheep as before, a lovely, long-wooled flock. But what will she say if, one fine day, when they've got their bushiest tails, their grown-up game should be just the same, and again she must follow mere trails? Never weep, Bo Peep, Though you lose your sheep, tears will turn rainbow laughter. In the trail of the sun, if the mothers did run, the lambs are sure to run after. But a day is coming when little feet drumming will wake you up to find them, all the old sheep. How your heart will leap, with their big little lambs behind them. Little Boy Blue. Little Boy Blue lost his way in a wood. Sing apples and cherries, roses and honey, he said. I would not go back if I could, it's all so jolly and funny. He sang. This wood is all my own, apples and cherries, roses and honey. Here I will sit, a king on my throne, all so jolly and funny. A little snake crept out of a tree, apples and cherries, roses and honey. Lie down at my feet, little snake, said he, all so jolly and funny. A little bird sang in the tree overhead. Apples and cherries, roses and honey, come and sing your song on my finger, he said, all so jolly and funny. Up coiled the snake, the bird came down, and sang him the song of Birdie Brown. But Little Boy Blue found it tiresome to sit though it was on a throne, he would walk a bit. He took up his horn, and he blew a blast. Snake, you go first, and Birdie come last. Waves of green snake o'er the yellow leaves went, the snake led the way, and he knew what he meant. But by Boy Blue's head, with flutter and dart, flew Birdie Brown, her song in her heart. Boy Blue came where apples grew fair and sweet. Tree, drop me an apple down at my feet. He came where cherries hung plump and red. Come to my mouth, sweet kisses, he said. And the boughs bow down, and the apples they dapple the grass, too many for him to grapple. And the cheeriest cherries, with never a miss, fall to his mouth, each a full-grown kiss. He met a little brook singing a song. Little brook, he said, you are going wrong. You must follow me, follow, I say, do as I tell you, and come this way. And the song singing, sing-songing forest brook leapt from its bed and after him took. And the dead leaves rustled, yellow and wan, as over their beds the water ran. He called every bird that sat on a bough, he called every creature with poop and prow. I mean, with two ends, that is, nose and tail, with legs or without, they followed full sail. Squirrels that carried their tails like a sack, each his own on his little brown humpy back. Snails that drew their own caravans, poking out their own eyes on the point of a lance. And houseless slugs, white, black, and red, snails too lazy to build a shed. And butterflies, flutterbees, weasels, and larks, and owls, and shrew mice, and harky-darks. Cockchafers, henchafers, cockyoli birds, cockroaches, henroaches, cuckoos in herds. The dappled fawns fawning, the fallow deer following, the swallows and flies, flying and swallowing. All went flitting, and sailing, and flowing after the merry boy running and blowing. The spider forgot, and followed him spinning, and lost all his thread from end to beginning. The gay wasp forgot his rings in his waist, he never had made such undignified haste. The dragonflies melted to mist with their hurrying, the mole forsook his harrowing and burrowing. The bees went buzzing, not busy but busy, and the midges in columns, upright and easy. But Little Boy Blue was not content, calling for followers still as he went, blowing his horn, and beating his drum, and crying aloud. Come all of you, come! He said to the shadows. Come after me. And the shadows began to flicker and flee. And away through the wood went flattering and fluttering, shaking and quivering, quavering and muttering. He said to the wind, come follow with whistle and pipe, with rustle and hollow. And the wind wound round at his desire, as if Boy had been the gold cock on the spire. And the cock itself flew down from the church and left the farmers all in the lurch. Everything, all in some, they run and they fly, they creep and they come. The very trees they tugged at their roots, only their feet were too fast in their boots. After him leaning and straining and bending, as on through their boles the army kept wending. Till out of the wood Boy burst on Aaliyah, shouting and calling, come after me! And then they rose with a leafy hiss and stood as if nothing had been amiss. Little Boy Blue sat down on a stone, and the creatures came round him every one. He said to the clouds, I want you there! And down they sank through the thin blue air. He said to the sunset far in the west, come here, I want you, 'Tis my behest. And the sunset came and stood up on the wold, and burned and glowed in purple and gold. Then Little Boy Blue began to ponder. What's to be done with them all, I wonder? He thought a while, then he said quite low, What to do with you all, I am sure I don't know. The clouds clawed down till dismal it grew, the snake sneaked close, round Birdie Brown flew. The brook, like a cobra, rose on its tail, and the wind sank down with a what will you wail. And all the creatures sat and stared. The mole opened the eyes that he hadn't, and glared. And for rats and bats, and the world and his wife, Little Boy Blue was afraid of his life. Then Birdie Brown began to sing, and what he sang was the very thing. Little Boy Blue, you have brought us all hither, pray, are we to sit and grow old together? Go away, said Little Boy Blue. I'm sure I don't want you. Get away, do. No, 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 yes, and no, no, sang Birdie Brown. It mustn't be so. If we've come for no good, we can't go away. Give us reason for going, or here we stay. They covered the earth, they darkened the air, they hovered, they sat, with a countless stare. If I do not give them something to do, they will stare me up, said Little Boy Blue. Oh dear, he began to cry. They're an awful crew, and I feel so shy. All of a sudden he thought of a thing, and up he stood, and spoke like a king. You're the plague of my life. Have done with your bother. Off with you all, take me back to my mother. The sunset went back to the gates of the west. Follow me, sang Birdie. I know the way best. I am going the same way as fast as I can, said the brook, as it sank and turned and ran. To the wood fled the shadows, like scared black ghosts. If we stay, we shall all be missed from our posts, said the wind, with a voice that had changed its cheer. I was just going there when you brought me here. That's where I live, said the sack-back squirrel, and he turned his sack with a swing and a swirl. Said the gold weathercock. I'm the churchwarden, said the mole. I live in the parson's garden, said they all. If that's where you want us to steer for, what on earth or in air did you bring us here for? You are none the worse, said Boy. If you won't do as I tell you, why then don't. I'll leave you behind, and go home without you, and it's time I did, I begin to doubt you. He jumped to his feet. The snake rose on his tail, and hissed 3 times, a hiss full of bale, and shot out his tongue at Boy Blue to scare him, and stared at him, out of his courage to stare him. You ugly snake, Little Boy Blue said. Get out of my way, or I'll break your head. The snake would not move, but glared at him glum. Boy Blue hit him hard with the stick of his drum. The snake fell down as if he was dead. Little Boy Blue set his foot on his head. Hurrah! Cried the creatures. Hooray! Hurrah! Little Boy Blue, your will is a law. And away they went, marching before him, and marshalled him home with a high cockalorum. And Birdie Brown sang, Twir twitter, twir twee. In the rosiest rose bush a rare nest. Twir twitter, twir twitter, twir twitter, twir twee. In the fun he has found the earnest. Willie's question. Willie speaks. Is it wrong, the wish to be great, for I do wish it so? I have asked already my sister Kate, she says she does not know. Yestereve at the gate I stood watching the sun in the west. When I saw him look so grand and good it swelled up in my breast. Next from the rising moon it stole like a silver dart. In the night when the wind began his tune it woke with a sudden start. This morning a trumpet blast made all the cottage quake. It came so sudden and shook so fast it blew me wide awake. It told me I must make haste, and some great glory win, for every day was running to waste, and at once I must begin. I want to be great and strong, I want to begin today, but if you think it very wrong I will send the wish away. 2. The father answers. Wrong to wish to be great? No, Willie, it is not wrong. The child who stands at the high closed gate must wish to be tall and strong. If you did not wish to grow I should be a sorry man. I should think my boy was dull and slow, nor worthy of his clan. You are bound to be great, my boy, wish, and get up, and do. Were you content to be little, my joy would be little enough in you. Willie speaks. Papa, Papa! I'm so glad that what I wish is right. I will not lose a chance to be had. I'll begin this very night. I will work so hard at school. I will waste no time in play. At my fingers' ends I'll have every rule, for knowledge is power, they say. I would be a king and reign, but I can't be that, and so field marshal I'll be, I think, and gain sharp battles and sieges slow. I shall gallop and shout and call, waving my shining sword, artillery, cavalry, infantry, all hear and obey my word. Or admiral I will be, wherever the salt wave runs, sailing, fighting over the sea, with flashing and roaring guns. I will make myself hardy and strong. I will never, never give in. I am so glad it is not wrong. At once I will begin. The father speaks. Fighting and shining along, all for the show of the thing. Any puppet will mimic the grand and strong if you pull the proper string. Willie speaks. But indeed I want to be great. I should despise mere show. The thing I want is the glory state, above the rest, you know. The father answers. The harder you run that race, the farther you tread that track, the greatness you fancy before your face is the farther behind your back. To be up in the heavens afar, miles above all the rest, would make a star not the greatest star, only the dreariest. That book on the highest shelf is not the greatest book. If you would be great, it must be in yourself, either by place nor look. The highest is not high by being higher than others. To greatness you come not a step more nigh by getting above your brothers. 3. Willie speaks. I meant the boys at school. I did not mean my brother. Somebody first, is there the rule? It must be me or another. The father answers. Oh, Willie, it's all the same. They are your brothers all, for when you say, Hallowed be thy name! Whose father is it you call? Could you pray for such rule to him? Do you think that he would hear? Must he favor one in a greedy whim where all are his children dear? It is right to get up and do, but why outstrip the rest? Why should one of the many be one of the few? Why should you think to be best? Willie speaks. Then how am I to be great? I know no other way. It would be folly to sit and wait. I must up and do, you say. The father answers. I do not want you to wait, for few before they die have got so far as begin to be great, the lesson is so high. I will tell you the only plan to climb and not to fall. He who would rise and be greater than he is, must be servant of all. Turn it each way in your mind, try every other plan, you may think yourself great, but at length you'll find you are not even a man. Climb to the top of the trees, climb to the top of the hill, get up on the crown of the sky if you please, you'll be a small creature still. Be admiral, poet, or king, let praises fill both your ears, your soul will be but a wind-no thing blown round by its hopes and fears. 4. Willie speaks. Then put me in the way, for you, Papa, are a man. What thing shall I do this very day? Only be sure I can. I want to know. I am willing. Let me at least have a chance. Shall I give the monkey boy my shilling? I want to serve at once. The father answers. Give all your shillings you might, and hurt your brothers the more. He only can serve his fellows aright who goes in at the little door. We must do the thing we must before the thing we may. We are unfit for any trust till we can and do obey. Willie speaks. I will try more and more. I have nothing now to ask. Obedience I know is the little door. Now set me some hard task. The father answers. No, Willie, the father of all, teacher and master high, has set your task beyond recall. Nothing can set it by. Willie speaks. What is it, father dear, that he would have me do? I'd ask himself, but he's not near, and so I must ask you. The father answers. Me 'tis no use to ask, I too am one of his boys. But he tells each boy his own plain task. Listen, and hear his voice. Willie speaks. Father, I'm listening so to hear him if I may. His voice must either be very low, or very far away. The father answers. It is neither hard to hear, nor hard to understand. It is very low, but very near, a still, small, strong command. Willie answers. I do not hear it at all. I am only hearing you. The father speaks. Think, Is there nothing, great or small, you ought to go and do? Willie answers. Let me think, I ought to feed my rabbits. I went away in such a hurry this morning. Indeed, they've not had enough today. The father speaks. That is his whisper low. That is his very word. You had only to stop and listen, and so very plainly you heard. That duty's the little door, you must open it and go in. There is nothing else to do before, there is nowhere else to begin. Willie speaks. But that's so easily done. It's such a trifling affair. So nearly over as soon as begun. For that he can hardly care. The father answers. You are turning from his call if you let that duty wait. You would not think any duty small if you yourself were great. The nearest is at life's core. With the first you all begin. What matter how little the little door if it only let you in? Willie speaks. Papa, I am come again. It is now 3 months and more that I've tried to do the thing that was plain, and I feel as small as before. The father answers. Your honor comes too slow? How much then have you done? 1 foot on a mole-heap. Would you crow as if you had reached the sun? Willie speaks. But I cannot help a doubt whether this way be the true. The more I do to work it out, the more there comes to do. And yet, were all done and past, I should feel just as small, for when I had tried to the very last, 'twas my duty, after all. It is only much the same as not being liar or thief. The father answers. One who tried it found even, with shame, that of sinners he was the chief. My boy, I am glad indeed you have been finding the truth. Willie speaks. But where's the good? I shall never be 1 whit greater, in sooth. If duty itself must fail, and that be the only plan, how shall my scarce begun duty prevail to make me a mighty man? The father answers. Ah, Willie! What if it were quite another way to fall? What if the greatness itself lie there, in knowing that you are small? In seeing the good so good that you feel poor, weak, and low, and hungrily long for it as for food, with an endless need to grow? The man who was lord of fate, born in an ox's stall, was great because he was much too great to care about greatness at all. Ever and only he sought the will of his Father good, never of what was high he thought, but of what his Father would. You long to be great, you try, you feel yourself smaller still. In the name of God let ambition die, let him make you what he will. Who does the truth, is one with the living truth above, be God's obedient little son, let ambition die in love. King Cole. King Cole he reigned in Orioland, but the scepter was seldom in his hand. Far oftener was there his golden cup, he ate too much, but he drank all up. To be called a king and to be a king, that is one thing and another thing. So his majesty's head began to shake, and his hands and his feet to swell and ache. The doctors were called, but they dared not say your majesty drinks too much tokay. So out of the king's heart died all mirth, and he thought there was nothing good on earth. Then up rose the fool, whose every word was 3 parts wise and 1 part absurd. Nuncle, he said, never mind the gout. I will make you laugh till you laugh it out. King Cole pushed away his full gold plate. The jester he opened the palace gate. Brought in a cold man, with hunger grim, and on the dais edge seated him. Then caught up the king's own golden plate, and set it beside him. Oh, how he ate! And the king took note, with a pleased surprise, that he ate with his mouth and his cheeks and his eyes, with his arms and his legs and his body whole, and laughed aloud from his heart and soul. Then from his lordly chair got up, and carried the man his own gold cup. The goblet was deep and wide and full, the poor man drank like a cow at a pool. Said the king to the jester, I call it well done to drink with 2 mouths instead of 1. Said the king to himself, as he took his seat, it is quite as good to feed as to eat. It is better, I do begin to think, to give to the thirsty than to drink. And now I have thought of it, said the king, there might be more of this kind of thing. The fool heard. The king had not long to wait. The fool cried aloud at the palace gate. The ragged and wretched, the hungry and thin, loose in their clothes and tight in their skin, gathered in shoals till they filled the hall, and the king and the fool they fed them all. And as with good things their plates they piled, the king grew merry as a little child. On the morrow, early, He went abroad and sought poor folk in their own abode. Sought them till evening foggy and dim, did not wait till they came to him. And every day after did what he could, gave them work and gave them food. Thus he made war on the wintry weather, and his health and the spring came back together. But lo, a change had passed on the king, like the change of the world in that same spring. His face had grown noble and good to see, and the crown sat well on his majesty. Now he ate enough, and ate no more, he drank about half what he drank before. He reigned a real king in Orioland, reigned with his head and his heart and his hand. All this through the fool did come to pass. And every Christmas Eve that was, the palace gates stood open wide and the poor came in from every side. And the king rose up and served them duly, and his people loved him very truly. Said and did, said the boy as he read, I too will be bold, I will fight for the truth and its glory. He went to the playground, and soon had told a very cowardly story. Said the girl as she read, That was grand, I declare! What a true, what a lovely, sweet soul! In half an hour she went up the stair, looking as black as a coal. The mean little wretch, I wish I could fling this book at his head, said another. Then he went and did the same ugly thing to his own little trusting brother. Alas for him who sees a thing grand and does not fit himself to it. But the meanest act, on sea or on land, is to find a fault, and then do it. Dr. Doddridge's dog. What? You Dr. Doddridge's dog, and not know who made you? My little dog, who blessed you with such white toothy pegs? And who was it that dressed you in such a lot of legs? Perhaps he never told you. Perhaps you know quite well, and beg me not to scold you for you can't speak to tell. I'll tell you, little brother, in case you do not know, one only, not another, could make us two just so. You love me? Quiet, I'm proving, it must be God above that filled those eyes with loving, He was the first to love. One day He'll stop all sadness, hark to the nightingale. O blessed God of gladness, come, doggie, wag your tail. That's, thank you, God, He gave you of life this little taste, and with more life He'll save you, not let you go to waste. He says now, live together, and share your bite and sup, and then He'll say, come hither, and lift us both high up. The girl that lost things. There was a girl that lost things, nor only from her hand, she lost, indeed, why, most things, as if they had been sand. She said, but I must use them, and can't look after all. Indeed I did not lose them, I only let them fall. That's how she lost her thimble, it fell upon the floor. Her eyes were very nimble, but she never saw it more. And then she lost her dolly, her very doll of all. That loss was far from jolly, but worse things did befall. She lost a ring of pearls with a ruby in them set, but the dearest girl of girls cried only, did not fret. And then she lost her robin, ah, that was sorrow dire. He hopped along, and hopped Bob into the fire. And once she lost a kiss as she came down the stair, but that she did not miss, for sure it was somewhere. Just then she lost her heart too, but did so well without it she took that in good part too, and said, not much about it. But when she lost her health she did feel rather poor, till in came loads of wealth by quite another door. And soon she lost a dimple that was upon her cheek, but that was very simple, she was so thin and weak. And then she lost her mother, and thought that she was dead, sure there was not another on whom to lay her head. And then she lost herself, but that she threw away, and God upon His shelf it carefully did lay. And then she lost her sight, and lost all hope to find it, but a fountain well of light came flashing up behind it. At last she lost the world, in a black and stormy wind away from her it whirled, but the loss how could she mind? For with it she lost her losses, her aching and her weeping, her pains and griefs and crosses, and all things not worth keeping. It left her with the lost things her heart had still been craving. 'Mong them she found, why, most things, and all things worth the saving. She found her precious mother, who not the least had died, and then she found that other whose heart had hers inside. And next she found the kiss she lost upon the stair, 'twas sweeter far, I guess, for ripening in that air. She found herself, all mended, new dressed, and strong, and white, she found her health, new blended with a radiant delight. She found her little robin, he made his wings go flap, came fluttering, and went bob into her lap. So, girls that cannot keep things, be patient till tomorrow, and mind you don't beweep things that are not worth such sorrow. For the Father great of fathers, of mothers, girls, and boys, in his arms his children gathers, and sees to all their toys. A make-believe. I will think as thinks the rabbit. Oh, delight in the night when the moon sets the tune to the woods, and the broods all run out, frisk about, go and come, beat the drum, here in groups, there in troops. Now there's one. Now it's gone. There are none. And now they are dancing like chaff. I look and I laugh, but sit by my door, and keep to my habit, a wise, respectable, clean-furred old rabbit. Now I'm going, business calls me out, going, very knowing, slow, long-heeled, and stout, loping, lumbering, nipping, numbering, head on this side and on that, along the pathway footed flat, through the meadow, through the heather, through the rich dusky weather, big stars and little moon. Dews are lighting down in crowds, odors rising in thin clouds, night has all her chords in tune, the very night for us, God's rabbits, suiting all our little habits. Wind not loud, but playful with our fur, just a cool, a sweet, a gentle stir. And all the way not one rough burr, but the dewiest, freshest grasses, that whisper thanks to every foot that passes. I, the king, the rest call mappy, canter on, composed and happy, till I come where there is plenty for a varied meal and dainty. Is it cabbage, I grab it, is it parsley, I nab it, is it carrot, I mar it, the turnip I turn up and hollow and swallow, a lettuce? Let us eat it. A beetroot? Let's beat it. If you are juicy, sweet sir, I will use you. For all kinds of corn crop I have a born crop. Are you a green top? You shall be gleaned up. Sucking and fiazzing, crushing and squeezing all that is feathery, crisp, not leathery, juicy and bruisey, all comes proper to my little hopper still on the dance, driven by hunger and drouth. All is welcome to my crunching, finding, grinding, milling, munching, gobbling, lunching, four-toothed, three-lipped mouth, eating sideway, round way, flat way, eating this way, eating that way, every way at once. Hark to the rain, pattering, clattering, the cabbage leaves battering, down it comes amain, home we hurry, hop and scurry, and in with a flurry. Hustling, jostling out of the airy land into the dry warm sand, our family white tails, the last of our vitals, following hard with a whisk to them, and with a great sense of risk to them. Hear to it pouring. Hear the thunder roaring far off and up high, while we all lie so warm and so dry in the mellow dark, where never a spark, white or rosy or blue, of the sheeting, fleeting, forking, frightening, lashing lightning ever can come through. Let the wind chafe in the trees overhead, we are quite safe in our dark, yellow bed. Let the rain pour. It never can bore a hole in our roof, it is waterproof. So is the cloak we always carry, we furry folk, in sandhole or quarry. It is perfect bliss to lie in a nest so soft as this, all so warmly drayest. No one to flurry you, no one to hurry you, no one to scurry you. Holes plenty to creep in, all day to sleep in, all night to roam in, grey dawn to run home in, and all the days and nights to come after, all the tomorrows for hind legs and laughter. Now the rain is over, we are out again, every merry, leaping rover, on his right leg and his wrong leg, on his doubled, short and long leg, floundering amain. Oh, it is merry and jolly, yes, very. But what is that? What can he be at? Is it a cat? Ah, my poor little brother, he's caught in the trap that goes to with a snap. Ah me! There was never, nor will be forever, there was never such another, such a funny, funny bunny, such a frisking, such a whisking, such a frolicking brother. He's screeching, beseeching. They're going to. Ah, my poor foot, it is caught in a root. No, no! 'Tis a trap that goes to with a snap. Ah me, I'm forsaken. Ah me, I am taken. I am screeching, beseeching. They are going to. No more! No more! I must stop this play, be a boy again, and kneel down and pray to the God of sparrows and rabbits and men, who never lets any one out of his ken. It must be so, though it be bewildering, to save his dear beasts from his cruel children. The Christmas Child. Little one, who straight hast come down the heavenly stair, tell us all about your home, and the Father there. He is such a one as like can be. Do his will, and by, home and him you'll see. A Christmas Prayer. Loving looks the large-eyed cow, loving stares the long-eared ass at heaven's glory in the grass. Child, with added human birth come to bring the child of earth glad repentance, tearful mirth, and a seat beside the hearth at the Father's knee. Make us peaceful as thy cow, make us patient as thine ass, make us quiet as thou art now, make us strong as thou wilt be. Make us always know and see we are his as well as thou. No end of no story. There is a river whose waters run asleep, run, ever singing in the shallows, dumb in the hollows, sleeping so deep, and all the swallows that dip their feathers in the hollows or in the shallows are the merriest swallows, and the nests they make with the clay they cake with the water they shake from their wings that rake the water out of the shallows or out of the hollows will hold together in any weather, and the swallows are the merriest fellows and have the merriest children, and are built very narrow like the head of an arrow to cut the air and go just where the nicest water is flowing and the nicest dust is blowing, and each so narrow like the head of an arrow is a wonderful barrow to carry the mud he makes for his children's sakes from the wet water flowing and the dry dust blowing to build his nest for her he loves best, and the wind cakes it, the sun bakes it into a nest for the rest of her he loves best, and all their merry children, each little fellow with a beak as yellow as the buttercups growing beside the flowing of the singing river, always and ever growing and blowing as fast as the sheep awake or asleep crop them and crop and cannot stop their yellowness blowing, nor yet the growing of the obstinate daisies. The little white praises they grow, and they blow, they spread out their crown, and they praise the sun, and when he goes down their praising is done they fold up their crown, and sleep every one till over the plain he is shining amain, and they're at it again. Praising and praising, such low songs raising that no one can hear them but the sun so near them, and the sheep that bite them but do not fright them are the quietest sheep awake, or asleep with the merriest bleat, and the little lambs are the merriest lambs forgetting to eat for the frolic in their feet, and the lambs and their dams are the whitest sheep with the woolliest wool for the swallow to pull when he makes his nest for her he loves best, and they shine like snow in the grasses that grow by the singing river that sings forever, and the sheep and the lambs are merry forever because the river sings and they drink it, and the lambs and their dams, would any one think it, are bright and white because of their diet which gladdens them quiet, for what they bite is buttercups yellow and daisies white, and grass as green as the river can make it, with wind as mellow to kiss it and shake it as never was known but here in the hollows beside the river, where all the swallows are the merriest fellows, and the nests they make with the clay they cake in the sunshine bake till they are like bone and as dry in the wind as a marble stone dried in the wind, the sweetest wind that blows by the river flowing forever. And who shall find whence comes the wind that blows on the hollows and over the shallows where dip the swallows, and comes and goes, and the sweet life blows into the river that sings as it flows, and the sweet life blows into the sheep awake or asleep with the woolliest wool and the trailingest tails, and never fails gentle and cool to wave the wool and to toss the grass as the lambs and the sheep over it pass and tug and bite with their teeth so white, and then with the sweep of their trailing tails smooth it again, and it grows amain, and amain it grows, and the wind that blows tosses the swallows over the hollows and over the shallows, and blows the sweet life and the joy so rife into the swallows that skim the shallows and have the yellowest children, and the wind that blows is the life of the river that flows forever and washes the grasses still as it passes, and feeds the daisies, the little white praises, and buttercups sunny with butter and honey that whiten the sheep awake or asleep, that nibble and bite and grow whiter than white, and merry and quiet on such good diet watered by the river and tossed forever by the wind that tosses the wool and the grasses, and the swallow that crosses with all the swallows over the shallows, dipping their wings to gather the water and bake the cake for the wind to make as hard as a bone and as dry as a stone. And who shall find whence comes the wind that blows from behind and ripples the river that flows forever and still as it passes waves the grasses and cools the daisies, the white sun praises that feed the sheep awake or asleep and give them their wool for the swallows to pull a little away to mix with the clay that cakes to a nest for those they love best, and all the yellow children soon to go trying their wings at the flying over the hollows and over the shallows with all the swallows that do not know whence the wind doth blow that comes from behind a blowing wind. A threefold chord. Poems by Three Friends. To Greville Matheson MacDonald. First, most, to thee, my son, I give this book in which a friend's and brother's verses blend with mine, for not son only, brother, friend, art thou, through sonship which no veil can brook between the eyes that in each other look, or any shadow twixt the hearts that tend still nearer, with divine approach, to end in love eternal that cannot be shook when all the shakeable shall cease to be. With growing hope I greet the coming day when from thy journey done I welcome thee who sharest in the names of all the three, and take thee to the two, and humbly say, let this man be the fourth with us, I pray. Casa Correggio, May, 1883. A Threefold Chord. The Haunted House. Suggested by a drawing of Thomas Moran, the American painter. This must be the very night. The moon knows it, and the trees. They stand straight upright, each a sentinel drawn up, as if they dared not know which way the wind might blow. The very pool, with dead grey eye, dully expectant, feels it nigh, and begins to curdle and freeze. And the dark night, with its fringe of light, holds the secret in its cup. 2. What can it be, to make the poplars cease to shiver and shake, and up in the dismal air stand straight and stiff as the human hair when the human soul is dizzy with dread, all but those two that strain aside in a frenzy of speechless pain, though never a wind sends out a breath to tunnel the foggy room of death? What can it be has power to scare the full-grown moon to the idiot stare of a blasted eye in the midnight air? Something has gone wrong, a scream will come tearing out ere long. 3. Still as death, although I listen with bated breath. Yet something is coming, I know, is coming. With an inward soundless humming somewhere in me, or if in the air I cannot tell, but it is there. Marching on to an unheard drumming something is coming, growing and coming. And the moon is aware, aghast in the air at the thing that is only coming with an inward soundless humming and an unheard spectral drumming. 4. Nothing to see and nothing to hear. Only across the inner sky the wing of a shadowy thought flits by, vague and featureless, faceless, drear, only a thinness to catch the eye. Is it a dim foreboding unborn, or a buried memory, wasted and worn as the fading frost of a wintry sigh? Anon I shall have it, anon, it draws nigh. A night when, a something it was took place that drove the blood from that scared moon face. Hark! Was that the cry of a goat, or the gurgle of water in a throat? Hush! There is nothing to see or hear, only a silent something is near. No knock, no footsteps 3 or 4, only a presence outside the door. See! The moon is remembering, what? The wail of a mother left, lie alone brat? Or a raven sharpening its beak to peck? Or a cold blue knife and a warm white neck? Or only a heart that burst and ceased for a man that went away released? I know not, but something is coming somehow back with an inward humming. Ha! Look there! Look at that house, forsaken of all things, beetle and mouse. Mark how it looks. It must have a soul. It looks, though it cannot stir. See the ribs of it, how they stare. Its blind eyes yet have a seeing air. It knows it has a soul. Haggard it hangs o'er the slimy pool, and gapes wide open as corpses gape. It is the very murderer. The ghost has modelled himself to the shape of this drear house all sodden with woe where the deed was done, long, long ago, and filled with himself his new body full, to haunt forever his ghastly crime, and see it come and go, brooding around it like motionless time, with a mouth that gapes, and eyes that yawn blear and blintering and full of the moon, like one aghast at a hellish dawn. The deed. It is coming soon. 6. For ever and always, when round the tune grinds on the barrel of organ time, the deed is done. And it comes anon, true to the roll of the clock-faced moon, true to the ring of the spheric chime, true to the cosmic rhythm and rhyme. Every point, as it first fell out, will come and go in the fearsome bout. See! Palsied with horror from garret to core, the house cannot shut its gaping door. Its burst eye stares as if trying to see, and it leans as if settling heavy with sickness dull. It also is hearing the soundless humming of the wheel that is turning, the thing that is coming. On the naked rafters of its brain, gaunt and wintered, see the train of gossiping, scandal-mongering crows that watch, all silent, with necks a-strain, wickedly knowing, with heads awry and the sharpened gleam of a cunning eye, watch, through the cracks of the ruined skull, how the evil business goes, beyond the eyes of the cherubim, beyond the ears of the seraphim, outside, forsaken, in the dim phantom-haunted chaos grim he stands, with the deed going on in him. 7. O winds, winds, that lurk and peep under the edge of the moony fringe. O winds, winds, up and sweep, up and blow and billow the air with blow and swinge, rend me this ghastly house of groans. Rend and scatter the skeleton's bones over the deserts and mountains bare. Blast and hurl and shiver aside nailed sticks and mortared stones. Clear the phantom, with torrent and tide, out of the moon and out of my brain, that the light may fall shadowless in again. 8. But alas, then the ghost o'er mountain and coast would go roaming, roaming. And never was swine that, grubbing and talking with snork and whine on Gadarene mountains, had taken him in but would rush to the lake to unhouse the sin. For any charnel this ghost is too carnal. There is no volcano, burn out and cold, whose very ashes are grey and old, but would cast him forth in reviving flame to blister the sky with a smudge of shame. 9. Is there no help? None anywhere under the earth or above the air? Come, sad woman, whose tender throat has a red-lipped mouth that can sing no note. Child, whose midwife, the third grim fate, shears in hand, thy coming did wait. Father, with blood-bedabbled hair. Mother, all withered with love's despair. Come, broken heart, whatever thou be, hasten to help this misery. Thou wast only murdered, or left forlorn, he is a horror, a hate, a scorn. Come, if out of the holiest blue that the sapphire throne shines through, for pity come, though thy fair feet stand next to the elder band, fling thy harp on the hylian, hurry thee down the spheres divine, come, and drive those ravens away, cover his eyes from the pitiless moon, shadow his brain from her stinging spray, droop around him, a tent of love, an odor of grace, a fanning dove, walk through the house with the healing tune of gentle footsteps. Banish the shape remorse calls up thyself. To ape, comfort him, dear, with pardon sweet, cool his heart from its burning heat with the water of life that laves the feet of the throne of God, and the holy street. X. O God, he is but a living blot, yet he lives by thee, for if thou wast not, they would vanish together, self-forgot, he and his crime, one breathing blown from thy spirit on his would all atone, scatter the horror, and bring relief in an amber dawn of holy grief. God, give him sorrow, arise from within, his primal being, deeper than sin. 11. Why do I tremble, a creature at bay? 'Tis but a dream, I drive it away. Back comes my breath, and my heart again pumps the red blood to my fainting brain released from the nightmare's ninefold train. God is in heaven, yes, everywhere, and love, the all-shining, will kill despair. To the wall's blank eyeless space I turn the picture's face. 12. But why is the moon so bare up there? And why is she so white? And why does the moon so stare, up there, strangely stare, out of the night? Why stand up the poplars that still way? And why do those two of them start astray? And out of the black why hangs the gray? Why does it hang down so, I say, over that house, like a fringed pall where the dead goes by in a funeral? Soul of mine, thou the reason canst divine, into thee the moon doth stare with pallid, terror-smitten air. Thou, and the horror lonely stark, outcast of eternal dark, are in nature same and one, and thy story is not done. So let the picture face thee from the wall, and let its white moon stare. In the winter, flowers are springing, in the winter, woods are green, where our banished birds are singing, where our summer sun is seen. Our cold midnights are coeval with an evening and a morn where the forest gods hold revel, and the spring is newly born. While the earth is full of fighting, while men rise and curse their day, while the foolish strong are smiting, and the foolish weak betray, the true hearts beyond are growing, the brave spirits work alone, where love's summer wind is blowing in a truth irradiate zone. While we cannot shape our living to the beauty of our skies, while man wants and earth is giving, nature calls and man denies. How the old worlds round him gather where their Maker is their Son! How the children know the Father where the will of God is done! Daily woven with our story, sounding far above our strife, is a time enclosing glory, is a space absorbing life. We can dream no dream Elysian, there is no good thing might be, but some angel has the vision, but some human soul shall see. Is thy straight horizon dreary? Is thy foolish fancy chill? Change the feet that have grown weary for the wings that never will. Burst the flesh, and live the spirit, haunt the beautiful and far, thou hast all things to inherit, and a soul for every star. Christmas Day, 1878. I think I might be weary of this day that comes inevitably every year, the same when I was young and strong and gay, the same when I am old and growing sere. I should grow weary of it every year but that thou comest to me every day. I shall grow weary if thou every day but come to me, Lord of eternal life. I shall grow weary thus to watch and pray, forever out of labor into strife. Take everlasting house with me, my life, and I shall be new born this Christmas day. Thou art the eternal Son, and born no day, but ever he the Father, thou the Son. I am his child, but being born alway. How long, O Lord, how long till it be done? Be thou from endless years to years the Son, and I thy brother, new born every day. The New Year. Be welcome, year! With corn and sickle come, make poor the body, but make rich the heart. What man that bears his sheaves, gold nodding, home, will heed the paint rubbed from his groaning cart? Nor leave behind thy fears and holy shames, thy sorrows on the horizon hanging low, grey gathered fuel for the sunset flames when joyous in death's harvest home we go. 2 Rondels. When, in the mid-sea of the night, I waken at thy call, O Lord, the first that troop my bark aboard are darksome imps that hate the light, whose tongues are arrows, eyes a blight, of wraths and cares a pirate horde, though on the mid-sea of the night it was thy call that waked me, Lord. Then I must to my arms and fight, catch up my shield and two-edged sword, the words of him who is thy word, nor cease till they are put to flight. Then in the mid-sea of the night I turn and listen for thee, Lord. 2. There comes no voice from thee, O Lord, across the mid-sea of the night. I lift my voice and cry with might, if thou keep silent, soon a horde of imps again will swarm aboard, and I shall be in sorry plight if no voice come from thee, my Lord, across the mid-sea of the night. There comes no voice, I hear no word. But in my soul dawns something bright, there is no sea, no foe to fight. Thy heart and mine beat one accord, I need no voice from thee, O Lord, across the mid-sea of the night. Rondel. Heart, thou must learn to do without, that is the riches of the poor, their liberty is to endure. Wrap thou thine old cloak thee about, and carol loud and carol stout. Let thy rags fly, nor wish them fewer. Thou too must learn to do without, must earn the riches of the poor. Why shouldst thou only wear no clout? Thou only walk in love robes pure? Why should thy step alone be sure? Thou only free of fortune's flout? Nay, nay! But learn to go without, and so be humbly, richly poor. Song. Lighter and sweeter let your song be, and for sorrow, O cheat her with melody. Smoke. Lord, I have laid my heart upon thy altar but cannot get the wood to burn. It hardly flares ere it begins to falter and to the dark return. Old sap, or nightfall and dew, makes damp the fuel. In vain my breath would flame provoke, yet see, at every poor attempt's renewal to thee ascends the smoke. 'Tis all I have, smoke, failure, foiled endeavor, coldness and doubt and palsied lack. Such as I have I send thee, perfect giver, send thou thy lightning back. To a certain critic. Such guests as you, sir, were not in my mind when I my homely dish with care designed. 'Twas certain humble souls I would have fed who do not turn from wholesome milk and bread. You came, slow trotting on the narrow way, o'erturned the food, and trod it in the clay. Then low with discoid nostrils sniffing curt, cried, Sorry cook! Why, what a mess of dirt! Song. She loves thee not. That is all, my heart. Why should she take a part in every selfish blot, in every greedy spot that now doth ache and smart because she loves thee not at all, poor heart? Thou art no such dovecot of virtues, no such chart of highways, though the dart of love be through thee shot. Why should she not love not thee, poor, pinched, selfish heart? A cry. Lord, hear my discontent, all blank I stand, a mirror polished by thy hand. Thy sun's beams flash and flame from me. I cannot help it. Here I stand, there he. To one of them I cannot say, go, and on yonder water play, nor one poor ragged daisy can I fashion. I do not make the words of this my limping passion. If I should say, now I will think a thought, lo, I must wait, unknowing what thought in me is growing, until the thing to birth be brought. Nor know I then what next will come from out the gulf of silence dumb. I am the door the thing will find to pass into the general mind. I cannot say I think, I only stand upon the thought well's brink. From darkness to the sun the water bubbles up, lifted in my cup. Thou only thinkest, I am thought, me and my thought thou thinkest. Not am I but as a fountain spout from which thy water welleth out. Thou art the only one, the all-in-all dot, yet when my soul on thee doth call and thou dost answer out of everywhere, I in thy allness have my perfect share. From home. Some men there are who cannot spare a single tear until they feel the last cold pressure, and the heel is stamped upon the outmost layer. And waking, some will sigh to think the clouds have borrowed winter's wing, sad winter, when the grasses spring no more about the fountain's brink. And some would call me coward fool. I lay a claim to better blood, but yet a heap of idle mud hath power to make me sorrowful. To my mother earth. Zero earth, 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 I am dying for love of thee, for thou hast given me birth, and thy hands have tended me. I would fall asleep on thy breast when its swelling folds are bare, when the thrush dreams of its nest and the life of its joy in the air. When thy life is a vanished ghost, and the glory hath left thy waves, when thine eye is blind with frost, and the fog sits on the graves. When the blasts are shivering about, and the rain thy branches beats, when the damps of death are out, and the mourners are in the streets. O my sleep should be deep in the arms of thy swift'ning motion, and my dirge the mystic sweep of the winds that nurse the ocean. And my eye would slowly ope with the voice that awakens thee, and runs like a glance of hope up through the quickening tree. When the roots of the lonely fir are dipped in thy veining heat, and thy countless atoms stir with the gather of mossy feet. When the sun's great censer swings in the hands that always be, and the mist from thy watery rings go up like dust from the sea. When the midnight airs are assembling with a gush in thy whispering halls, and the leafy air is trembling like a stream before it falls. Thy shadowy hand hath found me on the drifts of the Godhead's will, and thy dust hath risen around me with a life that guards me still. O earth! I have caught from thine the pulse of a mystic chase. O earth! I have drunk like wine the life of thy swift'ning race. Wilt miss me, mother sweet, a life in thy milky veins? Wilt miss the sound of my feet in the tramp that shakes thy plains? When the jaws of darkness rend, and the vapors fold away, and the sounds of life ascend like dust in the blinding day? I would know thy silver strain in the shouts of the starry crowd when the souls of thy changing men rise up like an incense cloud. I would know thy brightening lobes and the lap of thy watery bars though space were choked with globes and the night were blind with stars. From the folds of my unknown place, when my soul is glad and free, I will slide by my God's sweet grace and hang like a cloud on thee. When the pale moon sits at night by the brink of her shining well, laving the rings of her widening light on the slopes of the weltering swell, I will fall like a wind from the west on the locks of thy prancing streams, and sow the fields of thy rest with handfuls of sweet young dreams. When the sound of thy children's cry hath stricken thy gladness dumb, I will kindle thine upward eye with a laugh from the years that come. Far above where the loud wind raves, on a wing as still as snow I will watch the grind of the curly waves as they bite the coasts below. When the shining ranks of the frost draw down on the glistening wold in the mail of a fairy host, and the earth is mossed with cold, till the plates that shine about close up with a filmy din, till the air is frozen out, and the stars are frozen in, I will often stoop to range on the fields where my youth was spent, and my feet shall smite the cliffs of change with the rush of a steep descent. And my glowing soul shall burn with a love that knows no pall, and my eye of worship turn upon him that fashioned all. When the sounding waves of strife have died on the Godhead sea, and thy life is a purer life that nurses a life in me. Thy heart. Make not of thy heart a casket, opening seldom, quick to close, but of bread a wide-mouthed basket, or a cup that overflows. Zero, Lord, how happy! From the German of Dessler. O Lord, how happy is the time when in thy love I rest, when from my weariness I climb even to thy tender breast. The night of sorrow and death there, thou art brighter than the sun, and in thy pardon and thy care the heaven of heaven is won. Let the world call herself my foe, or let the world allure, I care not for the world, I go to this dear friend and sure. And when life's fiercest storms are sent upon life's wildest sea, my little bark is confident because it holds by thee. When the law threatens endless death upon the dreadful hill, straightway from her consuming breath my soul goeth higher still, goeth to Jesus, wounded, slain, and mocketh him her home, whence she will not go out again, and where death cannot come. I do not fear the wilderness where thou hast been before, nay, rather will I daily press after thee, near thee, more. Thou art my food, on thee I lean, thou makest my heart sing, and to thy heavenly pastures green all thy dear flock dost bring. And if the gate that opens there be dark to other men, it is not dark to those who share the heart of Jesus then. That is not losing much of life which is not losing thee, who art as present in the strife as in the victory. Therefore how happy is the time when in thy love I rest, when from my weariness I climb even to thy tender breast. The night of sorrow and death there, thou art brighter than the sun, and in thy pardon and thy care the heaven of heaven is won. No sign. O Lord, if on the wind, at cool of day, I heard one whispered word of mighty grace, if through the darkness, as in bed I lay, but once had come a hand upon my face, if but one sign that might not be mistook had ever been, since first thy face I sought, I should not now be doubting o'er a book, but serving thee with burning heart and thought. So dreams that heart. But to my heart I say, turning my face to front the dark and wind, such signs had only barred anew his way into thee, longing heart, thee, wildered mind. They asked the very way, where lies the way? The very Son, where is the Father's face? How he could show himself, if not in clay, who was the Lord of spirit, form, and space. My being, Lord, will nevermore be whole until thou come behind mine ears and eyes, enter and fill the temple of my soul with perfect contact. Such a sweet surprise. Such presence as, before it met the view, the prophet fancy could not once foresee, though every corner of the temple knew by very emptiness its need of thee. When I keep all thy words, no favored sum, heedless of worldly winds or judgment's tide, then, Jesus, thou wilt with thy Father come, oh, ended prayers, and in my soul abide. Ah, long delay! Ah, cunning, creeping sin! I shall but fail, and cease at length to try, O Jesus, though thou wilt not yet come in, knock at my window as thou passest by. November, 1851. What dost thou here, O soul, beyond thy own control, under the strange wild sky? 0 stars, reach down your hands, and clasp me in your silver bands. I tremble with this mystery, flung hither by a chance of restless circumstance. Thou art but here, and wast not sent, yet once more mayst thou draw by thy own mystic law to the center of thy wonderment. Why wilt thou stop and start? Draw nearer, O my heart, and I will question thee most wistfully. Gather thy last clear resolution to look upon thy dissolution. The great God's life throbs far and free, and thou art but a spark known only in thy dark, or a foam fleck upon the awful ocean, thyself thy slender dignity, thy own thy vexing mystery, in the vast change that is not change but motion. 'Tis not so hard as it would seem, thy life is but a dream, and yet thou hast some thoughts about the past. Let go thy memories, they are not things but wandering cries, wave them each one a long farewell at last, I hear thee say. Take them, O tide, and I will turn aside, gazing with heedlessness, nay, even with laughter. Bind me, ye winds and storms, among the things that once had forms, and carry me clean out of sight thereafter. Thou hast lived long enough to know thy own weak stuff, laughing thy fondest joys to utter scorn. Give up the idle strife, it is but mockery of life. The fates had need of thee and thou wast born. They are, in sooth, but thou shalt die. O wandering spark! O homeless cry! O empty will, still lacking self-intent! Look up among the autumn trees, the ripened fruits fall through the breeze, and they will shake thee even like these into the lap of an accomplishment. Thou hadst a faith, and voices said, Doubt not that truth, but bend thy head unto the God who drew thee from the night. Thou liftedst up thy eyes, and lo! A host of voices answered, No, 1,000 things as good have seen the light. Look how the swarms arise from every clod before thy eyes. Are thine the only hopes that fade and fall when to the center of its action one purpose draws each separate fraction, and nothing but effects are left at all? Aha, thy faith! What is thy faith? The sleep that waits on coming death, a blind delirious swoon that follows pain. True to thy nature! Well, right well. But what that nature is thou canst not tell, it has 1,000 voices in thy brain. Danced all the leaflets to and fro? Thy feet have trod them long ago. Sprung the glad music up the blue? The hawk hath cut the song in two. All the mountains crumble, all the forests fall, all thy brethren stumble, and rise no more at all. In the dim woods there is a sound when the winds begin to moan. It is not of joy or yet of mirth, but the mournful cry of our Mother Earth, as she calleth back her own. Through the rosy air tonight the living creatures play up and down through the rich faint light, none so happy as they. But the blast is here, and noises fall like the sound of steps in a ruined hall, and icy touches upon them all, and they sicken and fade away. The child awoke, with an eye of gladness, with a light on his head and a matchless grace, and laughed at the passing shades of sadness that chased the smiles on his mother's face, and life with its lightsome load of youth swam like a boat on a shining lake, freighted with hopes enough, in sooth, but he lived to trample on joy and truth, and change his crown for a murder stake. Oh, a ruddy light went through the room, till the dark ran out to his mother night, and that little chamber showed through the gloom like a Noah's ark with its nest of light. Right glad was the maiden there, I wis, with the youth that held her hand in his. Oh, sweet were the words that went and came through the light and shade of the leaping flame that glowed on the cheerful faces. So human the speech, so sunny and kind, that the darkness danced on the wall behind, and even the wail of the winter wind sang sweet through the window cases. But a mournful wail crept round and round, and a voice cried, Come! With a dreary sound, and the circle wider grew, the light flames sank, and sorrow fell on the faces of those that loved so well. Darker and wilder grew the tone, fainter and fainter the faces shone. The wild night clasped them, and they were gone, and thou art passing too. Lo, the morning slowly springs like a meek white babe from the womb of night. One golden planet sits and stings the shifting gloom with his point of light. Lo, the sun on its throne of flame. Wouldst thou climb and win a crown? Oh, many a heart that pants for the same falls to the earth ere he goes down. Thy heart is a flower with an open cup, sit and watch, if it pleaseth thee, till the melting twilight fill it up with a crystal of tender sympathy. So, gently will it tremble the silent midnight through, and flocks of stars assemble by turns in its depths of dew. But look! Oh, look again! After the driving wind and rain, when the day is up and the sun is strong, and the voices of men are loud and long, when the flower hath slunk to its rest again, and love is lost in the strife of men. Let the morning break with thoughts of love, and the evening fall with dreams of bliss. So vainly panteth the prisoned dove for the depths of her sweet wilderness. So stoops the eagle in his pride from his rocky nest ere the bough is bent. So sleeps the deer on the mountainside ere the howling pack hath caught the scent. The fire climbs high till its work is done, the stalk falls down when the flower is gone, and the stars of heaven when their chorus is run melt silently away. There was a footfall on the snow, a line of light on the ocean flow, and a billow's dash on the rocks below that stand by the wintry bay. The snow was gone on the coming night. Another wave arose in his might, uplifted his foaming breast of white, and died like the rest for aye. Oh, the stars were bright! And thyself in thee yearned for an immortality. And the thoughts that drew from thy busy brain clasped the worlds like an endless chain, when a moon arose, and her moving chime smote on thy soul, like a word in time, or a breathless wish, or a thought in rhyme, and the truth that looked so gloomy and high leapt to thy arms with a joyful cry. But what wert thou when a soulless cause opened the book of its barren laws, and thy spirit that was so glad and free was caught in the gin of necessity, and a howl arose from the strife of things vexing each other with scorpion stings? What wert thou but an orphan child thrust from the door when the night was wild? Or a sailor on the toiling main looking blindly up through the wind and rain as the hull of the vessel fell in twain. Seals are on the book of fate, hands may not unbind it, eyes may search for truth till late, but will never find it. Rising on the brow of night like a portent of dismay, as the worlds in wild affright track it on its direful way, resting like a rainbow bar where the curve and level meet, as the children chase it far o'er the sands with blistered feet, sadly through the mist of ages gazing on this life of fear, doubtful shining on its pages, only seen to disappear. Sit thee by the sounding shore, winds and waves of human breath, learn a lesson from their roar, swelling, bursting evermore, live thy life and die thy death. Die not like the writhing worm, rise and win thy highest stake. Better perish in the storm than sit rotting on the lake. Triumph in thy present youth, pulse of fire and heart of glee, leap at once into the truth, if there is a truth for thee. Shapeless thoughts and dull opinions, slow distinctions and degrees, vex not thou thy weary pinions with such leaden weights as these, through this mystic jurisdiction reaching out a hand by chance, resting on a dull conviction wedded but by ignorance, living ever to behold mournful eyes that watch and weep, spirit suns that flashed in gold failing from the vasty deep, starry lights that glowed like truth gazing with unnumbered eyes, melting from the skies of youth, swallowed up of mysteries, cords of love that sweetly bound thee, faded writing on thy brow, presences that came around thee, hands of faith that fail thee now. Groping hands will ever find thee in the night with loads of chains. Lift thy fetters and unbind thee, cast thee on the midnight plains, shapes of vision all providing, famished cheeks and hungry cries. Sound of crystal waters sliding, thirsty lips and bloodshot eyes. Empty forms that send no gleaming through the mystery of this strife. Oh, in such a life of seeming, death were worth an endless life. Hark the trumpet of the ocean where glad lands were wont to be. Many voices of commotion break in tumult over thee. Lo, they climb the frowning ages, marching o'er their level lands. Far behind the strife that rages silence sits with clasped hands, undivided purpose, freeing his own steps from hindrances, sending out great floods of being, bathes thy steps in silentness. Sit thee down in mirth and laughter, one there is that waits for thee. If there is a true hereafter, he will lend thee eyes to see. Like a snowflake gently falling on a quiet fountain, or a weary echo calling from a distant mountain, drop thy hands in peace, fail, falter, cease. Of one who died in spring, loosener of springs, he died by thee. Softness, not hardness, sent him home, he loved thee, and thou madst him free of all the place thou comest from. An autumn song. Are the leaves falling round about the churchyard on the hill? Is the glow of autumn going out? Is that the winter chill? And yet through winter's noise, no doubt the graves are very still. Are the woods empty, voiceless, bare? On sodden leaves do you tread? Is nothing left of all those fair? Is the whole summer fled? Well, so from this unwholesome air have gone away these dead. The seasons pierce me, like a leaf I feel the autumn blow, and tremble between nature's grief and the silent death below. O summer, thou art very brief! Where do these exiles go? Giles Gate, Durham? Trial it. Few in joy's sweet riot able are to listen. Thou, to make me quiet, quenchest the sweet riot, taxed away my diet, puttiest me in prison, quenchest joy's sweet riot that the heart may listen. I see thee not. Yes, master, when thou comest thou shalt find a little faith on earth, if I am here. Thou know'st how oft I turn to thee my mind. How sad I wait until thy face appear. Hast thou not ploughed my thorny ground full sore, and from it gathered many stones and sherds? Plough, plough and harrow till it needs no more, then sow thy mustard seed, and send thy birds. I love thee, Lord, and if I yield to fears, nor trust with triumph that pale doubt defies, remember, Lord, 'tis nigh 2,000 years, and I have never seen thee with mine eyes. And when I lift them from the wondrous tale, see, all about me hath so strange a show. Is that thy river running down the vale? Is that thy wind that through the pines doth blow? Couldst thou right verily appear again, the same who walked the paths of Palestine, and here in England teach thy trusting men in church and field and house, with word and sign? Here are but lilies, sparrows, and the rest. My hands on some dear proof would light and stay. But my heart sees John leaning on thy breast, and sends them forth to do what thou dost say. A broken prayer. 0 Lord my God, how long shall my poor heart pant for a boundless joy? How long, O mighty Spirit, shall I hear the murmur of truth's crystal waters slide from the deep caverns of their endless being, but my lips taste not, and the grosser air choke each pure inspiration of thy will? I am a denseness twixt me and the light, one cannot round myself. My purest thought, ere it is thought, hath caught the taint of earth, and mocked me with hard thoughts beyond my will. I would be a wind whose smallest atom is a viewless wing, all busy with the pulsing life that throbs to do thy bidding, yea, or the meanest thing that has relation to a changeless truth, could I but be instinct with thee, each thought the lightning of a pure intelligence, and every act as the loud thunderclap of currents warring for a vacuum. Lord, clothe me with thy truth as with a robe, purge me with sorrow. I will bend my head and let the nations of thy waves pass over, bathing me in thy consecrated strength, and let thy many-voiced and silver winds pass through my frame with their clear influence. O save me! I am blind. Lo, thwarting shapes wall up the void before, and thrusting out lean arms of unshaped expectation, beckon down to the night of all unholy thoughts. Oh, when at midnight one of thy strong angels stems back the waves of earthly influence that shape unsteady continents around me, and they draw off with the devouring gush of exile billows that have found a home, leaving me island on unseen points, hanging twixt thee and chaos, I have seen unholy shapes lop off my shining thoughts, and they have lent me leathern wings of fear, of baffled pride and harrowing distrust, and Godhead, with its crown of many stars, its pinnacles of flaming holiness, and voice of leaves in the green summertime, has seemed the shadowed image of a self. Then my soul blackened, and I rose to find and grasp my doom, and cleave the arching deeps of desolation. O Lord, my soul is a forgotten well clad round with its own rank luxuriance, a fountain a kind sunbeam searches for, sinking the luster of its arrowy finger through the long grass its own strange virtue hath blinded up its crystal eye withal. Make me a broad strong river coming down with shouts from its high hills, whose rocky hearts throb forth the joy of their stability in watery pulses from their inmost deeps. And I shall be a vein upon thy world, circling perpetual from the parent deep. Most mighty One, confirm and multiply my thoughts of good, help me to wall each sacred treasure round with the firm battlements of special action. Alas, my wholly happy thoughts of thee make not perpetual nest within my soul, but like strange birds of dazzling colors stoop the trailing glories of their sunward speed for one glad moment, filling my blasted boughs with the sunshine of their wings. Make me a forest of gladdest life wherein perpetual spring lifts up her leafy tresses in the wind. Lo, now I see thy trembling starlight sit among my pines, and thy young moons slide down my arching boughs with a soft sound of restless eloquence. And I can feel a joy as when thy hosts of trampling winds, gathering in maddened bands, roar upward through the blue and flashing day round my still depths of uncleft solitude. Hear me, O Lord, when the black night draws down upon my soul, and voices of temptation darken down the misty wind, slamming thy starry doors with bitter jests. Thou fool! They seem to say. Thou hast no seed of goodness in thee, all thy nature hath been stung right through and through. Thy sin hath blasted thee and made thee old. Thou hadst a will, but thou hast killed it dead, and with the fulsome garniture of life built out the loathsome corpse. Thou art a child of night and death, even lower than a worm. Gather the skirts up of thy shadowy self, and with what resolution thou hast left fall on the damned spikes of doom. Oh, take me like a child, if thou hast made me for thyself, my God, and lead me up thy hills. I shall not fear, so thou wilt make me pure, and beat back sin with the terrors of thine eye. It fears me not as once it might have feared thine own good image, but lays bold siege at my heart's doors. Oh, I have seen a thing of beauty stand in the young moonlight of its upward thoughts, and the old earth came round it with its gifts of gladness, whispering leaves, and odorous plants, until its large and spiritual eye burned with intensest love. My God, I could have watched it evermore with Argus eyes, lest when the noontide of the summer's sun let down the tinted sunlight on the plain, his flaming beams should scorch my darling flower. And through the fruitless nights of leaden gloom, of plashing rains, and knotted winds of cold, when thy lightnings ran across the sky, and the loud stumbling blast fell from the hills upon the mounds of death, I could have watched guarding such beauty like another life. But, oh my God, it changed, yet methinks I know not if it was not I. Its beauty turned to ghastly loathsomeness. Then a hand spurned me backwards from the clouds, and with the gather of a mighty whirlwind, drew in the glittering gifts of life. How long, O Lord, how long? I am a man lost in a rocky place. Lo, all thy echoes smite me with confusion of varied speech, the cry of vanished life rolled upon nations' sighs, of hearts uplifted against despair, the stifled sounds of woe sitting perpetual by its grey cold well, or wasted toil climbing its endless hills with quickening gasps, or the thin winds of joy that beat about the voices of the crowd. Lord, hast thou sent thy moons to mock us with perpetual hope? Lighted within our breasts the love of love to make us ripen for despair, my God? Oh, dost thou hold each individual soul strung clear upon thy flaming rods of purpose? Or does thine inextinguishable will stand on the steeps of night with lifted hand, filling the yawning wells of monstrous space with mixing thought, drinking up single life as in a cup? And from the rending folds of glimmering purpose, do all thy navied stars slide through the gloom with mystic melody, like wishes on a brow? Oh, is my soul, hung like a dewdrop in thy grassy ways, drawn up again into the rack of change even through the luster which created it? O Mighty One, thou wilt not smite me through with scorching wrath, because my spirit stands bewildered in thy circling mysteries. O lift the burdened gloom that chokes my soul with dews of darkness. Smite the lean winds of death that run with howls around the ruined temples, blowing the souls of men about like leaves. Lo, the broad life lands widen overhead, star galaxies arise like drifting snow, and happy life goes widening down the stream of boundless action, whilst my fettered soul sits, as a captive in a noisome dungeon watches the pulses of his withered heart lave out the sparkling minutes of his life on the idle flags. Come in the glory of thine excellence, rive the dense gloom with wedges of clear light, and let the shimmer of thy chariot wheels burn through the cracks of night. So slowly, Lord, to lift myself to thee with hands of toil, climbing the slippery cliffs of unheard prayer. Lift up a hand among my idle days, one beckoning finger. I will cast aside the clogs of earthly circumstance, and run up the broad highways where the countless worlds sit ripening in the summer of thy love. Send a clear meaning sparkling through the years, burst all the prison doors, and make men's hearts gush up like fountains with thy melody. Brighten the hollow eyes, fill with life's fruits the hands that grope and scramble down the wastes, and let the ghastly troops of withered ones come shining o'er the mountains of thy love. Lord, thy strange mysteries come thickening down upon my head like snowflakes, shutting out the happy upper fields with chilly vapor. Shall I content my soul with a weak sense of safety? Or feed my ravenous hunger with sore-purged hopes, that are not hopes but fears clad in white raiment? The creeds lie in the hollow of men's hearts like festering pools glassing their own corruption. The slimy eyes stare up with dull approval, and answer not when thy bright starry feet move on the watery floors. Oh, shake men's souls together like the gathering of all oceans rent from their hidden chambers, till the waves lift up their million voices of high joy along the echoing cliffs. Come thus, O Lord, with nightly gifts of stars, and lay a hand of mighty peace upon the quivering flood. Or wilt thou hear me when I cry to thee? I am a child lost in a mighty forest. The air is thick with voices, and strange hands reach through the dusk, and pluck me by the skirts. There is a voice which sounds like words from home, but, as I stumble on to reach it, seems to leap from rock to rock. Oh, if it is willing obliquity of sense, descend, heal all my wanderings, take me by the hand, and lead me homeward through the shadows. Let me not by my wilful acts of pride block up the windows of thy truth, and grow a wasted, withered thing, that stumbles on down to the grave with folded hands of sloth and leaden confidence. Come down. Still am I haunting thy door with my prayers, still they are panting up thy steep stairs. Wouldst thou not rather come down to my heart, and there, O my Father, be what thou art? A mood. My thoughts are like fireflies, pulsing in moonlight, my heart like a silver cup, filled with red wine, my soul a pale gleaming horizon, whence soon light will flood the gold earth with a torrent divine. The Carpenter. 0 Lord, at Joseph's humble bench thy hands did handle saw and plane, thy hammer nails did drive and clench, avoiding not and humouring grain. That thou didst seem, thou wast indeed, in sport thy tools thou didst not use, nor, helping hinds or fishers' need, the labourer's hire, too nice, refuse. Lord, might I be but as a saw, a plane, a chisel, in thy hand, no, Lord! I take it back in awe, such prayer for me is far too grand. I pray, O Master, let me lie, as on thy bench the favoured wood, thy saw, thy plane, thy chisel ply, and work me into something good. No, no, ambition, wholly high, urges for more than both to pray. Come in, O gracious force, I cry, O workman, share my shed of clay. Then I, at bench, or desk, or oar, with knife or needle, voice or pen, as thou in Nazareth of yore, shall do the Father's will again. Thus fashioning a workman rare, O Master, this shall be thy fee. Home to thy Father thou shalt bear another child made like to thee. The old garden. I stood in an ancient garden with high red walls around, over them grey and green lichens in shadowy arabesque wound. The topmost climbing blossoms on fields kind-haunted looked out, but within were shelter and shadow, with daintiest odours about. There were alleys and lurking arbours, deep glooms into which to dive. The lawns were as soft as fleeces, of daisies I counted but 5. The sundial was so aged it had gathered a thoughtful grace. 'Twas the roundabout of the shadow that so had furrowed its face. The flowers were all of the oldest that ever in gardens sprung, red, and blood-red, and dark purple the rose lamps flaming hung. Along the borders fringed with broad thick edges of box stood foxgloves and gorgeous poppies and great-eyed hollyhocks. There were junipers trimmed into castles, and ash trees bowed into tents, for the garden, though ancient and pensive, still wore quaint ornaments. It was all so stately fantastic its old wind hardly would stir. Young Spring, when she merrily entered, scarce felt it a place for her. 2. I stood in the summer morning under a cavernous yew. The sun was gently climbing, and the scents rose after the dew. I saw the wise old mansion, like a cow in the noonday heat, stand in a lake of shadows that rippled about its feet. Its windows were oriel and latticed, lowly and wide and fair, and its chimneys like clustered pillars stood up in the thin blue air. White doves, like the thoughts of a lady, haunted it all about, with a train of green and blue comets the peacock went marching stout. The birds in the trees were singing a song as old as the world, of love and green leaves and sunshine, and winter folded and furled. They sang that never was sadness but it melted and passed away. They sang that never was darkness but in came the conquering day. And I knew that a maiden somewhere, in a low oak-paneled room, in a nimbus of shining garments, an aureole of white-browed bloom, looked out on the garden dreamy, and knew not it was old, looked past the grey and the sombre, saw but the green and the gold. 3. I stood in the gathering twilight, in a gently blowing wind, then the house looked half uneasy, like one that was left behind. The roses had lost their redness, and cold the grass had grown. At roost were the pigeons and peacock, the sundial seemed a headstone. The world by the gathering twilight in a gauzy dusk was clad. Something went into my spirit, and made me a little sad. Grew and gathered the twilight, it filled my heart and brain. The sadness grew more than sadness, it turned to a gentle pain. Browned and brooded the twilight, pervaded, absorbed the calm, till it seemed for some human sorrows there could not be any balm. 4. Then I knew that, up a staircase which untrod will yet creak and shake, deep in a distant chamber a ghost was coming awake. In the growing darkness growing till her eyes appear like spots of a deeper twilight, but more transparent clear. Thin as hot air uptrembling, thin as sun-molten crape, an ethereal shadow of something is taking a certain shape. A shape whose hands hang listless, let hang its disordered hair, a shape whose bosom is heaving but draws not in the air. And I know, what time the moonlight on her nest of shadows will sit, out on the dim lawn gliding that shadowy shadow will flit. The moon is dreaming upward from a sea of cloud and gleam, she looks as if she had seen me never but in a dream. Down the stair I know she is coming, barefooted, lifting her train, it creaks not, she hears it creaking where once there was a brain. Out at yon side door she's coming, with a timid glance right and left. Her look is hopeless yet eager, the look of a heart bereft. Across the lawn she is flitting, her thin gown feels the wind, Are her white feet bending the grasses? Her hair is lifted behind. 6. Shall I stay to look on her nearer? Would she start and vanish away? Oh no, she will never see me, stand I near as I may. It is not this wind she is feeling, not this cool grass below, 'tis the wind and the grass of an evening 100 years ago. She sees no roses darkling, no stately hollyhocks dim. She is only thinking and dreaming the garden, the night, and him. The unlit windows behind her, the timeless dial-stone, the trees, and the moon, and the shadows 100 years agone. 'Tis a night for a ghostly lover to haunt the best-loved spot. Is he come in his dreams to this garden? I gaze, but I see him not. 7. I will not look on her nearer, my heart would be torn in twain. From my eyes the garden would vanish in the falling of their rain. I will not look on a sorrow that darkens into despair, on the surge of a heart that cannot cease to bear. My soul to hers would be calling, she would hear no word it said. If I cried aloud in the stillness, she would never turn her head. She is dreaming the sky above her, she is dreaming the earth below. This night she lost her lover 100 years ago. A noonday melody. Everything goes to its rest. The hills are asleep in the noon, and life is as still in its nest as the moon when she looks on a moon in the depth of a calm river's breast as it steals through a midnight in June. The streams have forgotten the sea in the dream of their musical sound. The sunlight is thick on the tree, and the shadows lie warm on the ground, so still, you may watch them and see every breath that awakens around. The churchyard lies still in the heat, with its handful of moldering bone, as still as the long stalk of wheat in the shadow that sits by the stone, as still as the grass at my feet when I walk in the meadows alone. The waves are asleep on the main, and the ships are asleep on the wave, and the thoughts are as still in my brain as the echo that sleeps in the cave. All rest from their labor and pain, then why should not I in my grave? Who lights the fire? Who lights the fire, that forth so gracefully and freely frolicketh the fairy smoke? Some pretty one who never felt the yoke, glad girl, or maiden more sedate than she. Pedant it cannot, villain cannot be. Some genius, maybe, his own symbol woke, but Puritan, nor rogue in virtue's cloak, nor kitchen maid has done it certainly. Ha ha! You cannot find the lighter out for all the blue smoke's pantomimic gesture, his name or nature, sex or age or vesture. The fire was lit by human care, no doubt, but now the smoke is nature's tributary, dancing twixt man and nothing like a fairy. Who would have thought? Who would have thought that even an idle song were such a holy and celestial thing that wickedness and envy cannot sing, that music for no moment lives with wrong? I know this, for a very grievous throng dark thoughts, low wishes, round my bosom cling, and underneath, the hidden holy spring stagnates because of their enchantment strong. Blow, breath of heaven, on all this poison blow, and, heart, glow upward to this gracious breath. Between them, vanish, mist of sin and death, and let the life of life within me flow. Love is the green earth, the celestial air, and music runs like dews and rivers there. On a December day. This is the sweetness of an April day, the softness of the spring is on the face of the old year. She has no natural grace, but something comes to her from far away. Out of the past, and on her old decay the beauty of her childhood you can trace. And yet she moveth with a stormy pace, and goeth quickly. Stay, old year, oh stay. We do not like new friends, we love the old. With young, fierce, hopeful hearts we'll agree. But thou art patient, stagnant, calm, and cold, and not like that new year that is to be. Life, promise, love, her eyes may fill, fair child. We know the past, and will not be beguiled. 2. Yet the free heart will not be captive long, and if she changes often, she is free. But if she changes, one has mastery who makes the joy the last in every song. And so today I bless the breezes strong that swept the blue. I bless the breezes free that rolled wet leaves like rivers shiningly. I bless the purple woods I stood among. And yet the spring is better! Bitterness came with the words, but did not stay with them. Accomplishment and promise. Field and stem new green fresh growing in a fragrant dress. And we behind with death and memory. Nay, prophet spring! But I will follow thee. Christmas Day, 1850. Beautiful stories wed with lovely days like words and music. What shall be the tale of love and nobleness that might avail to express in action what this sweetness says? The sweetness of a day of airs and rays that are strange glories on the winter pale? Alas, O beauty, all my fancies fail. I cannot tell a story in thy praise. Thou hast one, set, and sure to chime with thee, as with the days of winter wild. For joy like sorrow loves his blessed feet, who shone from heaven on earth this Christmas time a brother and a Saviour, Mary's child. And so, fair day, thou hast thy story sweet. To a February primrose. I know not what among the grass thou art, thy nature, nor thy substance, fairest flower, nor what to other eyes thou hast of power to send thine image through them to the heart. But when I push the frosty leaves apart, and see thee hiding in thy wintry bower, thou growest up within me from that hour, and through the snow I with the spring depart. I have no words. But fragrant is the breath, pale beauty, of thy second life within. There is a wind that cometh for thy death, but thou a life immortal dost begin, wherein one soul, which is thy heaven, shall dwell thy spirit, beautiful, unspeakable. In February. Now in the dark of February reigns, poor lovers of the sunshine, spring is born, the earthy fields are full of hidden corn, and March's violets bud along the lanes. Therefore with joy believe in what remains. And thou who dost not feel them, do not scorn our early songs for winter overworn, and faith in God's handwriting on the plains. Hope, writes he, love, in the first violet, joy, even from heaven, in songs and winds and trees, and having caught the happy words in these while nature labors with the letters yet, spring cannot cheat us, though her hopes be broken, nor leave us, for we know what God hath spoken. The true. I envy the treetops that shake so high in winds that fill them full of heavenly airs. I envy every little cloud that shares with unseen angels evening in the sky. I envy most the youngest stars that lie sky-nested, and the loving heaven that bears, and night that makes strong worlds of them unawares, and all God's other beautiful and nigh. Nay, nay, I envy not. And these are dreams, fancies, and images of real heaven. My longings, all my longing prayers are given for that which is, and not for that which seems. Draw me, O Lord, to thy true heaven above, the heaven of thy thought, thy rest, thy love. The dwellers therein. Down a warm alley, early in the year, among the woods, with all the sunshine in and all the winds outside it, I begin to think that something gracious will appear, if anything of grace inhabit here, or there be friendship in the woods to win. Might one but find companions more akin to trees and grass and happy daylight clear, and in this would spend one long hour at home. The fairies do not love so bright a place, and angels to the forest never come, but I have dreamed of some harmonious race, the kindred of the shapes that haunt the shore of music's flow and flow forevermore. Autumn's gold. Along the tops of all the yellow trees, the golden yellow trees, the sunshine lies, and where the leaves are gone, long rays surprise lone depths of thicket with their brightnesses, and through the woods, all waste of many a breeze, cometh more joy of light for poets' eyes, green fields lying yellow underneath the skies, and shining houses and blue distances. By the roadside, like rocks of golden ore that make the western riverbeds so bright, the briar and the furze are all alight. Perhaps the year will be so fair no more, but now the falling leaves are gay, and autumn old has shone into a day. Punishment. Mourner, that dost deserve thy mournfulness, call thyself punished, call the earth thy hell, say, God is angry, and I earned it well, I would not have him smile on wickedness. Say this, and straightway all thy grief grows less. God rules at least, I find as prophets tell, and proves it in this prison. Then thyself smiles with an unsuspected loveliness. A prison, and yet from door and window bar I catch 1,000 breaths of his sweet air. Even to me his days and nights are fair. He shows me many a flower and many a star. And though I mourn and he is very far, he does not kill the hope that reaches there. Shew us the Father. Shew us the Father. Chiming stars of space, and lives that fit the worlds, and means and powers, a thought that holds them up revealed to ours, a wisdom we have been made wise to trace. And, looking out from sweetest nature's face, from sunsets, moonlights, rivers, hills, and flowers, infinite love and beauty, all the hours, woo men that love them with divinest grace, and to the depths of all the answering soul high justice speaks, and calls the world her own, and yet we long, and yet we have not known the very Father's face who means the whole. Shew us the Father. Nature, conscience, love revealed in beauty, is there one above? The pinafore. When peevish flaws his soul have stirred to fretful tears for cross desires, obedient to his mother's word my child to banishment retires. As disappears the moon, when wind heaps miles of mist her visage o'er, so vanisheth his face behind the cloud of his white pinafore. I cannot then come near my child, a gulf between of gainful loss, he to the infinite exiled, I waiting, for I cannot cross. Ah then, what wonder, passing show, the Isis veil behind it brings, like that self-coffined creatures know, remembering legs, foreseeing wings. Mysterious moment! When or how is the bewildering change begun? Hidden far deep's the awful now when turns his being to the sun. A light goes up behind his eyes, a still small voice behind his ears, a listing wind about him sighs, and lo the inner landscape clears. Hid by that screen, a wondrous shine is gathering for a sweet surprise, as Moses grew, in dark divine, too radiant for his people's eyes. For when the garment sinks again, outbeams a brow of heavenly wile, clear as a morning after rain, and sunny with a perfect smile. Oh, would that I the secret knew of hiding from my evil part, and turning to the lovely true the open windows of my heart. Lord, in thy skirt, love's tender jail, hide thou my selfish heart's disgrace, fill me with light, and then unveil to friend and foe a friendly face. The prism. I. A pool of broken sunbeams lay upon the passage floor, radiant and rich, profound and gay as ever diamond bore. Small, flitting hands a handkerchief spread like a cunning trap, prone lay the gorgeous jewel sheaf in the glory gleaner's lap. Deftly she folded up the prize, with lovely avarice, like one whom having had made wise she bore it off in bliss. But ah, when for her prisoned gems she peeped, to prove them there, no glories broken from their stems lay in the kerchief bare. For still, outside the nursery door, the bright persistency, a molten diadem on the floor, lay burning wondrously. 2. How oft have I laid fold from fold and peered into my mind, to see of all the purple and gold not one gleam left behind. The best of gifts will not be stored, the manna of yesterday has filled no sacred miser hoard to keep new need away. Thy grace, O Lord, it is thyself, thy presence is thy light, I cannot lay it on my shelf, or take it from thy sight. For daily bread we daily pray, the want still breeds the cry, and so we meet, day after day, thou, Father in heaven, and I. Is my house dreary, wall and floor, will not the darkness flit, I go outside my shadowy door, and in thy rainbow sit. Sleep. Oh! Is it death that comes to have a foretaste of the whole? Tonight the planets and the stars will glimmer through my window bars but will not shine upon my soul. For I shall lie as dead though yet I am above the ground, all passionless, with scarce a breath, with hands of rest and eyes of death, I shall be carried swiftly round. Or if my life should break the idle night with doubtful gleams, through mossy arches will I go, through arches ruinous and low, and chase the true and false in dreams. Why should I fall asleep? When I am still upon my bed the moon will shine, the winds will rise and all around and through the skies the light clouds travel o'er my head. O busy, busy things, ye mock me with your ceaseless life. For all the hidden springs will flow, and all the blades of grass will grow when I have either peace nor strife. And all the long night through the restless streams will hurry by, and round the lands, with endless roar, the white waves fall upon the shore, and bit by bit devour the dry. Even thus, but silently, eternity, thy tide shall flow, and side by side with every star thy long-drawn swell shall bear me far, an idle boat with none to row. My senses fail with sleep, my heart beats thick, the night is noon, and faintly through its misty folds I hear a drowsy clock that holds its converse with the waning moon. Oh, solemn mystery that I should be so closely bound with either terror nor constraint, without a murmur of complaint, and lose myself upon such ground. Sharing. On the far horizon there heaps of cloudy darkness rest, though the wind is in the air there is stupor east and west. For the sky no change is making, scarce we know it from the plain, droop its eyelids never waking, blinded by the misty rain. Save on high one little spot, round the baffled moon a space where the tumult saith not, wildly goes the midnight race. And a joy doth rise in me upward gazing on the sight, when I think that others see in yon clouds alike delight. How perchance an aged man struggling with the wind and rain, in the moonlight cold and wan feels his heart grow young again. As the cloudy rack goes by, how the life-blood mantles up till the fountain deep and dry yields once more a sparkling cup. Or upon the gazing child cometh down a thought of glory which will keep him undefiled till his head is old and hoary. For it may be he hath woke and hath raised his fair young form, strangely on his eyes have broke all the splendors of the storm. And his young soul forth doth leap with the storm clouds and the moon, and his heart the light will keep though the vision passeth soon. Thus a joy hath often laughed on my soul from other skies, bearing on its wings a draught from the wells of paradise. For that not to me alone comes the splendor out of fear, where the light of heaven hath shone there is glory far and near. In bonds of the poor bird that cannot fly kindly you think and mournfully, for prisoners and for exiles all you let the tears of pity fall, and very true the grief should be that mourns the bondage of the free. The soul, she has a fatherland, binds her not many a tyrant's hand, and the winged spirit has a home, but can she always homeward come? Poor souls, with all their wounds and foes, will you not also pity those? Hunger. Father, I cried to thee for bread with hungered longing, eager prayer. Thou hearest, and givest me instead more hunger and a half despair. 0 Lord, how long? My days decline, my youth is lapped in memories old. I need not bread alone, but wine, see, cup and hand to thee I hold. And yet thou givest, thanks, O Lord, that still my heart with hunger faints. The day will come when at thy board I sit, forgetting all my plaints. If rain must come and winds must blow, and I pore long o'er dim seen chart, yet, Lord, let not the hunger go, and keep the faintness at my heart. New Year's Eve, a waking dream. I have not any fearful tale to tell of fabled giant or of dragon claw, or bloody deed to pilfer and to sell to those who feed, with such, a gaping maw. But what in yonder hamlet there befell, or rather what in it my fancy saw, I will declare, albeit it may seem too simple and too common for a dream. 2 brothers were they, and they sat alone without a word, beside the winter's glow, for it was many years since they had known the love that bindeth brothers, till the snow of age had frozen it, and it had grown an icy withered stream that would not flow, and so they sat with warmth about their feet and ice about their hearts that would not beat. And yet it was a night for quiet hope, a night the very last of all the year to many a youthful heart did seem to open eye within the future, round and clear, and age itself, that travels down the slope, sat glad and waiting as the hour drew near, the dreamy hour that hath the heaviest chime, jerking our souls into the coming time. But they, alas for age when it is old! The silly calendar they did not heed. Alas for age when in its bosom cold there is not warmth to nurse a bladed weed. They thought not of the morrow, but did hold a quiet sitting as their hearts did feed inwardly on themselves, as still and mute as if they were a-cold from head to foot. O solemn kindly night, she looketh still with all her moon upon us now and then. And though she dwelleth most in craggy hill, she hath an eye unto the hearts of men. So past the corner of the window-sill she thrust a long bright finger just as 10 had struck, and on the dial plate it came, healing each hour's raw edge with tender flame. There is a something in the winds of heaven that stirreth purposely and mocketh men, and unto every little wind is given a thing to do ere it is still again. So when the little clock had struck 11, the edging moon had drawn her silver pen across a mirror, making them aware of something ghostlier than their own grey hair. Therefore they drew aside the window blind and looked upon the sleeping town below, and on the little church which sat behind as keeping watch upon the scanty row of steady tombstones, some of which inclined and others upright, and the moon did show like to a village down below the waves. It was so still and cool among the graves. But not a word from either mouth did fall, except it were some very plain remark. Ah! Why should such as they be glad at all? For years they had not listened to the lark. The child was dead in them, yet did there crawl a wish about their hearts, and as the bark of distant sheepdog came, they were aware of a strange longing for the open air. Ah! Many an earthly weaving year had spun a web of heavy cloud about their brain, and many a sun and moon had come and gone since they walked arm in arm, these brothers twain. But now with time paced their feet did stun the village echoes into quiet pain. The street appeared very short and white, and they like ghosts unquiet for the light. Right through the churchyard, one of them did say. I knew not which was elder of the two. Right through the churchyard is our better way. Aye, said the other. Past the scrubby yew. I have not seen her grave for many a day, and it is in me that with moonlight too it might be pleasant thinking of old faces, and yet I seldom go into such places. Strange, strange indeed to me the moonlight wand sitting about a solitary stone. Stranger than many tales it is to scan the earthy fragment of a human bone, but stranger still to see a grey old man apart from all his fellows, and alone with the pale night and all its giant quiet. Therefore that stone was strange and those two by it. It was their mother's grave, and here were hid the priceless pulses of a mother's soul. Full 60 years it was since she had slid into the other world through that deep hole. But as they stood it seemed the coffin lid grew deaf with sudden hammers. 'Twas the mole knittering about its roots. Be still, old men, be very still, and you will hear again. Aye, you will hear it. Ye may go away, but it will stay with you till ye are dead. It is but earthy mold and quiet clay, but it hath power to turn the oldest head. Their eyes met in the moon, and they did say more than 100 tongues had ever said. So they passed onwards through the wrapping wicket into the center of a free thicket. It was a solemn meeting of earth's life, an inquest held upon the death of things, and in the naked north full thick and ripe the snow clouds too were meeting as on wings shorn round the edges by the frost's keen knife, and the trees seemed to gather into rings, waiting to be made blind, as they did quail among their own wan shadows thin and pale. Many strange noises are there among trees, and most within the quiet moony light, therefore those aged men are on their knees as if they listened somewhat. Ye are right, upwards it bubbles like the hum of bees. Although ye never heard it till tonight, the mighty mother calleth ever so to all her pale-eyed children from below. Aye, ye have walked upon her paven ways, and heard her voices in the marketplace, but ye have never listened what she says when the snow moon is pressing on her face. One night like this is more than many days to him who hears the music and the bass of deep immortal lullabies which calm his troubled soul as with a hushing psalm. I know not whether there is power in sleep to dim the eyelids of the shining moon, but so it seemed then, for still more deep she grew into a heavy cloud, which, soon hiding her outmost edges, seemed to keep a pressure on her. So there came a swoon among the shadows, which still lay together but in their slumber knew not one another. But while the midnight groped for the chime as she were heavy with excess of dreams, she from the cloud's thick web a second time made many shadows, though with minished beams, and as she looked eastward through the rime of a thin vapor got a frosty steams, there fell a little snow upon the crown of a near hillock very bald and brown. And on its top they found a little spring, a very helpful little spring indeed, which evermore unwound a tiny string of earnest water with continual speed, and so the brothers stood and heard it sing. For all was snowy still, and not a seed had struck, and nothing came but noises light of the continual widening of the night. There is a kindness in the falling snow, it is a grey head to the springtime mild. So as the creamy vapor bowed low crowning the earth with honor undefiled, within each withered man arose a glow as if he fain would turn into a child. There was a gladness somewhere in the ground which in his bosom nowhere could be found. Not through the purple summer, or the blush of red voluptuous roses did it come that silent speaking voice, but through the slush and snowy quiet of the winter numb. It was a barren mound that heard the gush of living water from two fountains dumb, two rocky human hearts which long had striven to make a pleasant noise beneath high heaven. Now from the village came the onward shout of lightsome voices and of merry cheer. It was a youthful group that wandered out to do obeisance to the glad New Year, and as they passed they sang with voices stout a song which I was very fain to hear. But as they darkened on, away it died, and the two men walked homeward side by side. From North Wales, to the mother. When the summer gave us a longer day, and the leaves were thickest, I went away, like an isle, through dark clouds of the infinite blue, was that summer ramble from London and you. It was but one burst into life and air, one backward glance on the skirts of care, a height on the hills with the smoke below, and the joy that came quickly was quick to go. But I know and I cannot forget so soon how the earth is shone on by sun and moon, how the clouds hide the mountains, and how they move when the morning sunshine lies warm above. I know how the waters fall and run in the rocks and the heather, away from the sun, how they hang like garlands on all hillsides, and are the land's music, those crystal tides. I know how they gather in valleys fair, meet valleys those beautiful waves to bear, how they dance through the rocks, how they rest in the pool, how they darken, how sparkle, and how they are cool. I know how the rocks from their kisses climb to keep the storms off with a front sublime, and how on their platforms and sloping walls the shadow of oak tree and fir tree falls. I know how the valleys are bright from far, rocks, meadows, and waters, the wood and the score, and how the roadside and the nearest hill the foxglove and heather and harebell fill. I know, but the joy that was quick to go gave more knowledge to me than words can shew, and you know the story, and how they fare who love the green earth and the heavenly air. Come to me. Come to me, come to me, O my God, come to me everywhere. Let the trees mean thee, and the grassy sod, and the water and the air. For thou art so far that I often doubt, as on every side I stare, searching within, and looking without, if thou canst be anywhere. How did men find thee in days of old? How did they grow so sure? They fought in thy name, they were glad and bold, they suffered, and kept themselves pure. But now they say, neither above the sphere nor down in the heart of man, but solely in fancy, ambition, and fear the thought of thee began. If only that perfect tale were true which ages have not made old, which of endless many makes one anew, and simplicity manifold. But he taught that they who did his word the truth of it sure would know. I will try to do it. If he be Lord, again the old faith will glow. Again the old spirit wind will blow that he promised to their prayer, and obeying the sun, I too shall know his Father everywhere. A fear. O Mother Earth, I have a fear which I would tell to thee, softly and gently in thine ear when the moon and we are three. Thy grass and flowers are beautiful, among thy trees I hide, and underneath the moonlight cool thy sea looks broad and wide. But this I fear, lest thou shouldst grow to me so small and strange, so distant I should never know on thee a shade of change. Although great earthquakes should uplift deep mountains from their base, and thy continual motion shift the lands upon thy face. The grass, the flowers, the dews that lie upon them as before, driven upwards evermore, lest I should love these things no more. Even now thou dimly hast a place in deep star galaxies, and I, driven ever on through space, have lost thee in the skies. The lost house. Out of thy door I run to do the thing that calls upon me. Straight the wind of words whoops from mine ears the sounds of them that sing about their work. My God, my Father King! I turn in haste to see thy blessed door, but lo, a cloud of flies and bats and birds, and stalking vapors, and vague monster herds have risen and lighted, rushed and swollen between. Ah me! The house of peace is there no more. Was it a dream then? Walls, fireside, and floor, and sweet obedience, loving, calm, and free, are vanished, gone as they had never been. I labor groaning. Comes a sudden sheen, and I am kneeling at my Father's knee, sighing with joy, and hoping utterly. The talk of the echoes. A fragment. When the cock crows loud from the glen, and the moorcock churs from the heather, what hear ye and see ye then, ye children of air and ether? 1_SD echo_. A thunder as of waves at the rising of the moon, and a darkness on the graves though the day is at its noon. Second echo. A springing as of grass though the air is damp and chill, and a glimmer from the river that winds about the hill. First echo. A lapse of crags that leant from the mountain's earthen sheath, and a shock of ruins sent on the river underneath. Second echo. A sound as of a building that groweth fair and good, and a piping of the thrushes from the hollow of the wood. First echo. A wailing as of lambs that have wandered from the flock, and a bleating of their dams that was answered from the rock. Second echo. A breathing as of cattle in the shadow where they dream, and a sound of children playing with the pebbles in the stream. First echo. A driving as of clouds in the kingdom of the air, and a tumult as of crowds that mingle everywhere. Second echo. A waving of the grass, and a passing o'er the lakes, and a shred of tempest cloud in the glory when it breaks. The goal. In God alone, the perfect end, wilt thou find thyself or friend. The healer. They come to thee, the halt, the maimed, the blind, the devil-torn, the sick, the sore. Thy heart their well of life they find, thine ear their open door. Ah, who can tell the joy in Palestine, what smiles and tears of rescued throngs? Their lees of life were turned to wine, their prayers to shouts and songs. The story dear our wise men fable call, give paltry facts the mighty range. To me it seems just what should fall, and nothing very strange. But were I deaf and lame and blind and sore, I scarce would care for cure to ask. Another prayer should haunt thy door, set thee a harder task. If thou art Christ, see here this heart of mine, torn, empty, moaning, and unblessed. Had ever heart more need of thine, if thine indeed hath rest? Thy word, thy hand right soon did scare the bane that in their bodies death did breed. If thou canst cure my deeper pain, then art thou Lord indeed. O that a wind! O that a wind would call from the depths of the leafless wood! O that a voice would fall on the ear of my solitude! Far away is the sea, with its sound and its spirit tone, over it white clouds flee, but I am alone, alone. Straight and steady and tall the trees stand on their feet. Fast by the old stone wall the moss grows green and sweet. But my heart is full of fears, for the sun shines far away, and they look in my face through tears, and the light of a dying day. My heart was glad last night as I pressed it with my palm. Its throb was airy and light as it sang some spirit psalm. But it died away in my breast as I wandered forth today, as a bird sat dead on its nest, while others sang on the spray. O weary heart of mine, is there ever a truth for thee? Will ever a sun outshine but the sun that shines on me? Away, away through the air the clouds and the leaves are blown, and my heart hath need of prayer, for it sitteth alone, alone. A vision of St. Eligius. I see thy house, but I am blown about, a wind-mocked kite, between the earth and sky, all out of doors, alas! Of thy doors out, and drenched in dews no summer suns can dry. For every blast is passion of my own, the dew's cold sweats of selfish agony, dank vapor steams from memories lying prone, and all my soul is but a stifled cry. 2. Lord, thou dost hold my string, else were I driven down to some gulf where I were tossed no more, no turmoil telling I was not in heaven, no billows raving on a blessed shore. Thou standest on thy door-sill, calm as day, and all my throbs and pangs are pulls from thee. Hold fast the string, lest I should break away and outer dark and silence swallow me. 3. No longer fly thy kite, Lord, draw me home. Thou pull'st the string through all the distance bleak. Lord, I am nearing thee. O Lord, I come. Thy pulls grow stronger, and the wind grows weak. In thy remodeling hands thou tackst thy kite. A moment to thy bosom holds me fast. Thou flingest me abroad, lo, in thy might a strong-winged bird I soar on every blast of the Son of Man. I honor nature, holding it unjust to look with jealousy on her designs. With every passing year more fast she twines about my heart. With her mysterious dust claim I a fellowship not less august, although she works before me and combines her changing forms, wherever the sun shines, spreading a leafy volume on the crust of the old world, and man himself likewise is of her making. Wherefore then divorce what God hath joined thus, and rend by force spirit away from substance, bursting ties by which in one great bond of unity God hath together bound all things that be. 2. And in these lines my purpose is to show that he who left the Father, though he came not with art splendor or the earthly flame of genius, yet in that he did bestow his own true loving heart, did cause to grow, unseen and buried deep, whatever we name the best in human art, without the shame of idle sitting in most real woe, and that whatever of beautiful and grand the earth contains, by him was not despised, but rather was so deeply realized in word and deed, though not with artist hand, that it was either hid or all disguised from those who were not wise to understand. 3. Art is the bond of weakness, and we find therein acknowledgment of failing power. A man would worship, gazing on a flower, onward he passeth, lo, his eyes are blind. The unenlivened form he left behind grew up within him only for an hour, and he will grapple with nature till the dower of strength shall be retreasured in his mind. And each form record is a high protest of treason done unto the soul of man, which, striving upwards, ever is oppressed by the old bondage, underneath whose ban he, failing in his struggle for the best, must live in pain upon what food he can. For, moreover, were there perfect harmony twixt soul and nature, we should never waste the precious hours in gazing, but should haste to assimilate her offerings, and we from high life elements, as doth the tree, should grow to higher. So what we call taste is a slow living as of roots encased in the grim chinks of some sterility both cramping and withholding. Art is truth, but truth dammed up and frozen, gagged and bound as is a streamlet icy and uncouth which pebbles hath and channel but no sound. Give it again its summer heart of youth, and it will be a life upon the ground. And love had not been prisoned in cold stone, nor beauty smeared on the dead canvas so, had not their worshipper been forced to go questful and restless through the world alone, searching but finding not, till on him shone back from his own deep heart a chilly glow as of a frost-nipped sunbeam, or of snow under a storm-dodged crescent which hath grown wasted to mockery, and beneath such gleam his wan conceits have found an utterance, which, had they found a true and sunny beam, had ripened into real touch and glance, nay more, to real deed, the truth of all, to some perfection high and personal. 6. But yet the great of soul have ever been the first to glory in all works of art, for from the genius form would ever dart a light of inspiration, and a sheen as of new comings, and ourselves have seen men of stern purpose to whose eyes would start sorrow at sight of sorrow though no heart did riot underneath that chilly screen, and hence we judge such utterance native to the human soul, expression highest, best. Nay, it is by such sign they will pursue, albeit unknowing, beauty, without rest, and failing in the search, themselves will fling speechless before its shadow, worshipping. 7. And how shall he whose mission is to bring the soul to worship at its rightful shrine, seeing in beauty what is most divine, give out the mightiest impulse, and thus fling his soul into the future, scattering the living seed of wisdom? Shall there shine from underneath his hand a matchless line of high earth beauties, till the wide world ring with the far clang that tells a missioned soul, kneeling to homage all about his feet? Alas, for such a gift were this the whole, the only bread of life men had to eat. Lo, I behold them dead about him now, and him the heart of death, for all that brow. 8. If thou didst pass by art, thou didst not scorn the souls that by such symbol yearned in vain from truth and love true nourishment to gain. On thy warm breast, so chilly and forlorn, fell these thy nurslings little more than born that thou wast anguished, and there fell a rain from thy blessed eyelids, and in grief and pain thou partedst from them yet one night, and mourned to find them wholesome food and nourishment instead of what their blindness took for such, laying thyself a seed in earthen, rent from which, outspringing to the willing touch, riseth for all thy children harvest great, for which they will all learn to bless thee yet. 4. Thou sawest beauty in the streaking cloud when grief lift up those eyelids, nor in scorn broke ever on thine eyes the purple morn along the cedar tops. To thee aloud spake the night solitude, when hushed and bowed the earth lay at thy feet stony and worn. Loving thou markedst when the lamb unshorn was glad before thee, and amongst the crowd famished and pent in cities did thine eye read strangest glory. Though in human art no record lives to tell us that thy heart bowed to its own deep beauty, deeper did lie the burden of thy mission, even whereby we know that beauty liveth where thou art. X. Doubtless thine eyes have watched the sun aspire from that same Olivet, when back on thee flushed upwards after some night agony thy proper Godhead, with a purer fire purpling thy infinite, and in strong desire thou sattest in the dawn that was to be uplifted on our dark perplexity. Yea, in thee lay thy soul, a living lyre, and each wild beauty smote it, though the sound rung to the night winds oft, and desert air. Beneath thine eyes the lily paled more fair, and each still shadow slanting on the ground lay sweetly on thee as commissioned there, so full wast thou of eyes all round and round. 11. And so thou neededst not our human skill to fix what thus were transient, there it grew wedded to thy perfection, and anew with every coming vision rose there still some living principle which did fulfill thy most legitimate manhood, and unto thy soul all nature rendered up its due with not a contradiction, and each hill and mountain torrent, and each wandering light grew out divinely on thy countenance, whereon, as we are told, by word and glance thy hearers read an ever strange delight, so Strange to them thy truth, they could not tell what made thy message so unspeakable. 12. And by such living witness didst thou preach, not with blind hands of groping forward thrust into the darkness, gathering only dust, but by this real sign, that thou didst reach, in natural order, rising each from each, thy own ideals of the true and just, and that as thou didst live, even so he must who would aspire his fellow men to teach, looking perpetual from new heights of thought on his old self. Of art no scorner thou! Instead of leafy chaplet, on thy brow wearing the light of manhood, thou hast brought death unto life. Above all statues now, immortal artist, hail! Thy work is wrought. 13. Solemn and icy stand ye in my eyes, far up into the niches of the past, ye marble statues, dim and holden fast within your stony homes. Nor human cries had shook you from your frozen fantasies or sent the lifeblood through you, till there passed through all your chilly bulks a new life blast from the eternal living, and ye rise from out your stiffened postures rosy warm, walking abroad a goodly company of living virtues at that wondrous charm, as he with human heart and hand and I walked sorrowing upon our highways then, the eternal Father's living gift to men. 14. As the pen torrent in uneasy rest under the griping rocks, doth ever keep a monstrous working as it lies asleep in the round hollow of some mountain's breast, till where it hideth in its sweltering nest some earthquake finds it, and its waters leap forth to the sunshine down the mighty steep. So in me once was anguished forth the quest whereby man sought for life power, as he lay under his own proud heart, and black despair wedged fast, and stifled up with loads of care, yet at dumb struggle with the tyrant clay, thou wentest down below the roots of prayer, and he hath cried aloud since that same day. 15. As he that parts in hatred from a friend mixing with other men forgets the woe which anguished him, when he beheld and lo 2 souls had fled asunder which did bend under the same blue heaven. Yet ere the end, when the loud world hath tossed him to and fro, will often strangely reappear that glow at simplest memory which some chance may send, although much stronger bonds have lost their power. So thou God sent didst come in lowly guise, striking on simple chords, not with surprise or mightiest recollectings in that hour, but like remembered fragrance of a flower, a man with human heart and loving eyes. March, 1852. A Song Sermon. Job 14. 13-15. Rondel. Would that thou hid me in the grave and kept me with death's jailer care, until thy wrath away should where a sentence fixed thy prisoner gave. I would endure with patience brave so thou remembered I was there. Would that thou hid me in the grave, and kept me with death's jailer care. To see thy creature thou wouldst crave, desire thy handiwork so fair, then wouldst thou call through death's dank air and I would answer from the cave. Would that thou hid me in the grave, and kept me with death's jailer care. Words in the night. I woke at midnight, and my heart, my beating heart, said this to me, thou sayest the moon, how calm and bright. The world is fair by day and night, but what is that to thee? One touch to me, down dips the light over the land and sea. All is mine, all is my own. Toss the purple fountain high. The breast of man is a vat of stone. I am alive, I, only I. One little touch and all is dark, the winter with its sparkling moons, the spring with all her violets, the crimson dawns and rich sunsets, the autumn's yellowing noons. I only toss my purple jets, and thou art one that swoons upon a night of gust and roar, shipwrecked among the waves, and seems across the purple hills to roam. Sweet odors touch him from the foam, and downward sinking still he dreams he walks the clover fields at home and hears the rattling teams. All is mine, all is my own. Toss the purple fountain high. The breast of man is a vat of stone. I am alive, I, only I. Thou hast beheld a throated fountain spout full in the air, and in the downward spray a hovering iris span the marble tank, which, as the wind came, ever rose and sank, violet and red. So my continual play makes beauty for the gods with many a prank of human excellence, while they, weary of all the noon, in shadows sweet, supine and heavy-eyed rest in the boundless heat. Let the world's fountain play. Beauty is pleasant in the eyes of Jove. Betwixt the wavering shadows where he lies he marks the dancing column with his eyes celestial, and amid his inmost grove upgathers all his limbs, serenely blessed, lulled by the mellow noise of the great world's unrest. One heart beats in all nature, differing but in the work it works. Its doubts and clamors are but the waste and brunt of instruments wherewith the work is done, or as the hammers on forged Cyclopean plied beneath the rents of lowest Etna, conquering into shape the hard and scattered ore. Choose thou narcotics, and the dizzy grape outworking passion, lest with horrid crash thy life go from thee in a night of pain, so tutoring thy vision. Shall the flash of dove white-breasted be to thee no more than a white stone heavy upon the plain? Hark, the cock crows loud. And without, all ghastly and ill, like a man uplift in his shroud, the white morn is propped on the hill, and adown from the eaves, pointed and chill the icicles gin to glitter, and the birds with a warble short and shrill pass by the chamber window still, with a quick, uneasy twitter. Let me pump warm blood, for the cold is bitter, and wearily, one by one, men awake with the weary sun. Life is a phantom shut in thee, I am the master, and keep the key. So let me toss thee the days of old crimson and orange and green and gold. So let me fill thee yet again with a rush of dreams from my spout amain. For all is mine, all is my own, toss the purple fountain high. The breast of man is a vat of stone, and I am alive, I considered the ravens. Lord, according to thy words I have considered thy birds, and I find their life good, and better the better understood. Sowing neither corn nor wheat they have all that they can eat, reaping no more than they sow they have more than they could stow, having neither barn nor store, hungry again, they eat more. Considering, I see too that they have a busy life, and plenty of play. In the earth they dig their bills deep and work well though they do not heap. Then to play in the air they are not loath, and their nests between are better than both. But this is when there blow no storms, when berries are plenty in winter, and worms, when feathers are rife, with oil enough, to keep the cold out and send the rain off. If there come, indeed, a long hard frost, then it looks as thy birds were lost. But I consider further, and find a hungry bird has a free mind. He is hungry today, not tomorrow, steals no comfort, no grief doth borrow. This moment is his, thy will hath said it, the next is nothing till thou hast made it. Thy bird has pain, but has no fear, which is the worst of any gear. When cold and hunger and harm betide him, he does not take them and stuff inside him. Content with the day's ill he has got, he waits just, nor haggles with his lot, either jumbles God's will with driblets from his own still. But next I see, in my endeavor, thy birds here do not live forever, that cold or hunger, sickness or age finishes their earthly stage. The rooks drop in cold nights, leaving all their wrongs and rights. Birds lie here and birds lie there with their feathers all astare, and in thy own sermon, thou that the sparrow falls dost allow. It shall not cause me any alarm, for either so comes the bird to harm, seeing our Father, thou hast said, is by the sparrow's dying bed, therefore it is a blessed place, and the sparrow in high grace. It cometh therefore to this, Lord, I have considered thy word, and henceforth will be thy bird. The wind of the world. Chained is the spring. The night wind bold blows over the hard earth. Time is not more confused and cold, nor keeps more wintry mirth. Yet blow, and roll the world about, blow time, blow winter's wind. Through chinks of time heaven peepeth out, and spring the frost behind. Sabbath bells. O holy Sabbath bells, ye have a pleasant voice. Through all the land your music swells, and man with one commandment tells to rest and to rejoice. As birds rejoice to flee from dark and stormy skies to brighter lands beyond the sea where skies are calm, and wings are free to wander and to rise. As thirsty travelers sing, through desert paths that pass, to hear the welcome waters spring, and see, beyond the spray they fling tall trees and waving grass. So we rejoice to know your melody begun, for when our paths are parched below ye tell us where green pastures glow and living waters run. London, December 15, 1840. Fighting. Here is a temple strangely wrought. Within it I can see two spirits of a diverse thought contend for mastery. One is an angel fair and bright, adown the aisle comes he, adown the aisle in raiment white, a creature fair to see. The other wears an evil mien, and he hath doubtless slipped, a fearful being dark and lean, up from the mouldy crypt. Is that the roof that grows so black? Did someone call my name? Was it the bursting thunder crack that filled this place with flame? I move, I wake from out my sleep, someone hath victor been. I see two radiant pinions sweep, and I am borne between. Beneath the clouds that underroll an upturned face I see, a dead man's face, but the soul was right well known to me. A man's dead face. Away I haste to regions calm and fair, go vanquish sin, and thou shalt taste the same celestial air. After the fashion of an old emblem. I have long enough been working down in my cellar, working spade and pick, boring chisel and drill. I long for wider spaces, airy, clear, dark, and stellar. Successless labor never the love of it did fill. More profit surely lies in a holy, pure quiescence, in a setting forth of cups to catch the heavenly rain, in a yielding of the being to the ever-waiting presence, in a lifting of the eyes upward, homeward again. Up to my garret, its storm windows and skylights. There I'll lay me on the floor, and patient let the sun, the moon and the stars, the blueness and the twilights do what their pleasure is, and wait till they have done. But lo, I hear a waving on the roof of great pinions. 'Tis the labor of a windmill, broad spreading to the wind. Lo, down there goes a shaft through all the house dominions. I trace it to a cellar, whose door I cannot find. But there I hear ever a keen diamond drill in motion, now fast and now slow as the wind sits in the sails, drilling and boring to the far eternal ocean, the living well of all wells whose water never fails. So now I go no more to the cellar to my labor, but up to my garret where those arms are ever going. There the sky is ever o'er me, and the wind my blessed neighbor, and the prayer handle ready turns the sails to its blowing. Blow, blow, my blessed wind, oh, keep ever blowing. Keep the great windmill going full and free, so shall the diamond drill down below keep going till and burst the waters of God's eternal sea. A prayer in sickness. Thou foldest me in sickness, thou carriest through the cloud. I batter with the thickness of the swathing, blinding shroud. Oh, let me see thy face, the only perfect grace that thou canst show thy child. Zero Father, being giver, take off the sickness cloud. Saviour, my life deliver from this dull body shroud. Till I can see thy face I am not full of grace, I am not reconciled. Quiet dead. Quiet, quiet dead, have ye aught to say from your hidden bed in the earthy clay? Fathers, children, mothers, ye are very quiet, can ye shout, my brothers? I would know you by it. Have ye any words that are like to ours? Have ye any birds? Have ye any flowers? Could ye rise a minute when the sun is warm? I would know you in it, I would take no harm. I am half afraid in the ghostly night, if ye all obeyed I should fear you quite. But when day is breaking in the purple east I would meet you waking, one of you at least. When the sun is tipping every stony block, and the sun is slipping down the weathercock. Quiet, quiet dead, I will not perplex you, what my tongue hath said haply it may vex you. Yet I hear you speaking with a quiet speech, as if ye were seeking better things to teach. Wait a little longer, suffer and endure till your heart is stronger, and your eyes are pure. A little longer, brother, with your fellow men, we will meet each other otherwhere again. Let your light so shine. Sometimes, O Lord, thou lightest in my head a lamp that well might fare us all the lands. Anon the light will neither rise nor spread, shrouded in danger grey the beacon stands. A pharos? O dull brain! Poor dying lamp under a bushel with an earthy smell. Mouldering it stands, in rust and eating damp, while the slow oil keeps oozing from its cell. For me it were enough to be a flower knowing its root in thee, the living, hid, ordained to blossom at the appointed hour, and wake or sleep as thou, my nature, bid. But hear my brethren in their darkling fright. Hearten my lamp that it may shine abroad, then will they cry, Lo, there is something bright. Who kindled it if not the shining God? Trial it. When the heart is a cup in the body low lying, and wine, drop by drop, falls into that cup. From somewhere high up, it is good to be dying with the heart for a cup in the body low lying. The soul's rising. See how the storm of life ascends up through the shadow of the world. Beyond our gaze the line extends, like wreaths of vapor tempest hurled. Grasp tighter, brother, lest the storm should sweep us down from where we stand, and we may catch some human form we know amongst the straining band. See! See in yonder misty cloud one whirlwind sweep, and we shall hear the voice that waxes yet more loud and louder still approaching near. Tremble not, brother, fear not thou, for yonder wild and mystic strain will bring before us strangely now the visions of our youth again. Listen! Oh, listen! See how its eyeballs roll and glisten with a wild and fearful stare upwards through the shining air, or backwards with averted look, as a child were gazing at a book full of tales of fear and dread, when the thick night wind came hollow and dead. Round about it, wavering and light, as the moths flock round a candle at night, a crowd of phantoms sheeted and dumb strain to its words as they shrilly come, Brother, my brother, dost thou hear? They pierce through the tumult sharp and clear. The rush of speed is on my soul, my eyes are blind with things I see, I cannot grasp the awful whole, I cannot gird the mystery. The mountains sweep like mist away, the great sea shakes like flakes of fire, the rush of things I cannot see is mounting upward higher and higher. Oh! Life was still and full of calm in yonder spot of earthly ground, but now it rolls a thunder psalm, its voices drown my ear in sound. Would God I were a child again to nurse the seeds of faith and power, I might have clasped in wisdom then a wing to beat this awful hour. The dullest things would take my marks, they took my marks like drifted snow, God! How the footsteps rise in sparks, rise like myself and onward go. Have pity, O ye driving things that once like me had human form, for I am driven for lack of wings a shreddy cloud before the storm. How its words went through me then, like a long-forgotten pang, till the storm's embrace again swept it far with sudden clang. Ah, methinks I see it still. Let us follow it, my brother, keeping close to one another, blessing God for might of will. Closer, closer, side by side. Ours are wings that deftly glide upwards, downwards, and crosswise flashing past our ears and eyes, splitting up the comet tracks with the whirlwind at our backs. How the sky is blackening! Yet the race is never slackening, swift, continual, and strong, streams the torrent slope along, like a tidal surge of faces molten into one despair, each the other now displaces, a continual whirl of spaces. Ah, my fainting eyesight reels as I strive in vain to stare on 1,000 turning wheels dimly in the gloom descending, faces with each other blending. Let us beat the vapors back, we are yet upon his track. Didst thou see a spirit halt upright on a cloudy peak, as the lightning's horrid fault smote a gash into the cheek of the grinning thundercloud which doth still besiege and crowd upward from the nether pits where the monster chaos sits, building o'er the fleeing rack roofs of thunder long and black? Yes, I see it. I will shout till I stop the horrid rout. Ho, ho! Spirit phantom, tell is thy path to heaven or hell? We would hear thee yet again, what thy standing amongst men, what thy former history, and thy hope of things to be. Wisdom still we gain from hearing, we would know whither thou art steering, unto weal or woe. Ah, I cannot hear it speaking. Yet it seems as it were seeking through our eyes our souls to reach with a quaint mysterious speech, as with stretched and crossing palms one were tracing diagrams on the ebbing of the beach, till with wild unmeasured dance all the tiptoe waves advance, seize him by the shoulder, cover, turn him up and toss him over. He is vanished from our sight. Nothing mars the quiet night save a speck of gloom afar like the ruin of a star. Brother, streams it ever so, such a torrent tide of woe? Ah, I know not. Let us haste upwards from this dreary waste, up to where like music flowing gentler feet are ever going, streams of life encircling run round about the spirit sun. Up beyond the storm and rush with our lesson let us rise. Lo, the morning's golden flush meets us midway in the skies. Perished all the dream and strife. Death is swallowed up of life. Awake! The stars are all watching. God's angel is catching at thy skirts in the darkness deep. Gold hinges grating, the mighty dead waiting, why dost thou sleep? Years without number, ages of slumber, stiff in the track of the infinite one. Dead, can I think it? Drop like a trinket, a thing whose uses are done. White wings are crossing, glad waves are tossing. The earth flames out in crimson and green spring is appearing, summer is nearing, where hast thou been? Down in some cavern, death's sleepy tavern, housing, carousing with spectres of night? There is my right hand. Grasp it full tight and spring to the light. Wonder, oh wonder! How the life thunder bursts on his ear in horror and dread. Happy shapes meet him, heaven and earth greet him, life from the dead. to an autograph hunter. Seek not my name, it doth no virtue bear. Seek thine own primeval name to find, the name God called when thy ideal fair arose in deeps of the eternal mind. When that thou findest, thou art straight a lord of time and space, art heir of all things grown, and not my name, poor, earthly label word, but I myself thenceforward am thine own. Thou hearest not? Or hearest as a man who hears the muttering of a foolish spell? My very shadow would feel strange and wan in thy abode. I say no, and farewell. Thou understandest? Then it is enough. No shadow deputy shall mock my friend. We walk the same path, over smooth and rough, to meet ere long at the unending end. With a copy of In Memoriam, TM2. Dear friend, you love the poet's song, and here is one for your regard. You know the melancholy bard, whose grief is wise as well as strong. Already something understand for whom he mourns and what he sings, and how he wakes with golden strings the echoes of the silent land. How restless, faint, and worn with grief, yet loving all and hoping all, he gazes where the shadows fall, and finds in darkness some relief. And how he sends his cries across, his cries for him that comes no more, till one might think that silent shore full of the burden of his loss. And how there comes sublimer cheer, not darkness solacing sad eyes, not the wild joy of mournful cries, but light that makes his spirit clear. How, while he gazes, something high, something of heaven has fallen on him, his distance and his future dim broken into a dawning sky. Something of this, dear friend, you know, and will you take the book from me that holds this mournful melody, and softens grief to sadness so? Perhaps it scarcely suits the day of joyful hopes and memories clear, when love should have no thought of fear, and only smiles be round your way. Yet from the mystery and the gloom, from tempted faith and conquering trust, from spirits stronger than the dust, and love that looks beyond the tomb, what can there be but good to win, but hope for life, but love for all, but strength whatever may befall, so for the year that you begin. For all the years that follow this while a long happy life endures, this hope, this love, this strength be yours, and afterwards a larger bliss. May nothing in this mournful song too much take off your thoughts from time, for joy should fill your vernal prime, and peace your summer mild and long. And may his love who can restore all losses, give all new good things, like loving eyes and sheltering wings be round us all forevermore. They are blind. They are blind, and they are dead. We will wake them as we go. There are words have not been said, there are sounds they do not know. We will pipe and we will sing. With the music and the spring set their hearts a-wondering. They are tired of what is old, we will give it voices new, for the half hath not been told of the beautiful and true. Drowsy eyelids shut and sleeping, heavy eyes oppressed with weeping, flashes through the lashes leaping. You that have a pleasant voice, hither come without delay. You will never have a choice like to that ye have today. Round the wide world we will go, singing through the frost and snow till the daisies are in blow. Ye that cannot pipe or sing, ye must also come with speed. Ye must come, and with you bring weighty word and weightier deed, helping hands and loving eyes. These will make them truly wise, then will be our paradise. March 27, 1852. When the storm was proudest. When the storm was proudest, and the wind was loudest, I heard the hollow caverns drinking down below. When the stars were bright, and the ground was white, I heard the grasses springing underneath the snow. Many voices spake, the river to the lake, and the iron-ribbed sky was talking to the sea, and every starry spark made music with the dark, and said how bright and beautiful everything must be. When the sun was setting, all the clouds were getting beautiful and silvery in the rising moon. Beneath the leafless trees wrangling in the breeze, I could hardly see them for the leaves of June. When the day had ended, and the night descended, I heard the sound of streams that I heard not through the day, and every peak afar was ready for a star, and they climbed and rolled around until the morning gray. Then slumber soft and holy came down upon me slowly, and I went I know not whither, and I lived I know not how. My glory had been banished, for when I woke it vanished, but I waited on its coming, and I am waiting now. The Diver. From Schiller. Which of you, knight or squire, will dare plunge into yonder gulf? A golden beaker I fling in it, there. The black mouth swallows it like a wolf. Who brings me the cup again? Whoever it is his own, he may keep it forever. 'Tis the king who speaks. He flings from the brow of the cliff, that, rugged and steep, hangs out o'er the endless sea below, the cup in the whirlpool's howling heap. Again I ask, what hero will follow? What hero plunge into yon dark hollow? The knights and the squires the king about hear, and dumbly stare into the wild sea's tumbling rout. To win the beaker they hardly care. The king, for the third time, round him glaring. Not one soul of you has the daring? Speechless all, as before, they stand. Then a squire, young, gentle, gay, steps from his comrades' shrinking band, flinging his girdle and cloak away, and all the women and men that surrounded gazed on the noble youth, astounded. And when he stepped to the rock's rough brow and looked down on the gulf so black, the waters which it had swallowed, now Charybdis bellowing rendered back, and with a roar as of distant thunder, foaming they burst from the dark lap under. It wallows, seethes, hisses in raging rout, as when water wrestles with fire, till to heaven the yeasty tongues they spout, and flood upon flood keeps mounting higher. It will never its endless coil unravel, as the sea with another sea were in travail. But, at last, slow sinks the writhing spasm, and black through the foaming white, downward gapes a yawning chasm, bottomless, cloven to hell's wide night, and sucked up, see the billows roaring down through the whirling funnel pouring. Then in haste, ere the outrage return again, the youth to his God doth pray, and ascends a cry of horror and pain. Already the vortex hath swept him away, and o'er the bold swimmer, in darkness eternal, close the great jaws of the gulf infernal. Then the water above grows smooth as glass, while, below, dull roarings ply, and trembling they hear the murmur pass. High-hearted youth, farewell, goodbye! And hollower still comes the howl affraying, till their hearts are sick with the frightful delaying. If the crown itself thou and should fling, and say, who back with it hies himself shall wear it, and shall be king, I would not covet the precious prize. What ocean hides in that howling hell of it, live soul will never come back to tell of it. Ships many, caught in that whirling surge, shot sheer to their dismal doom, keel and mast only did ever emerge, shattered, from out the all-gulping tomb. Like the bluster of tempest, clearer and clearer, comes its roaring nearer and ever nearer. It wallows, seethes, hisses, in raging rout, as when water wrestles with fire, till to heaven the yeasty tongues they spout, wave upon waves back mounting higher, and as with the grumble of distant thunder, bellowing it bursts from the dark lap under. And see, from its bosom, flowing dark, something heave up, swan white. An arm and a shining neck they mark, and it rose with never relaxing might. It is he! And high his golden capture his left hand waves in success's rapture. With long deep breaths his path he plowed, and he hailed the heavenly day. Jubilant shouted the gazing crowd. He lives! He is there! He broke away! Out of the grave, the whirlpool uproarious, the hero hath rescued his life victorious. He comes. They surround him with shouts of glee. At the king's feet he sinks on the sod, and hands him the beaker upon his knee. To his lovely daughter the king gives a nod. She fills it brimful of wine sparkling and playing, and then to the king the youth turned him saying, long live the king! Well doth he fare who breathes in this rosy light, but ah, it is horrible down there! And man must not tempt the heavenly might, or ever seek, with prying unwholesome, what he graciously covers with darkness dolesome. It tore me down with a headlong swing, then a shaft in a rock outpours, wild rushing against me, a torrent spring, it seized me, the double stream's raging force, and like a top, with giddy twisting, it spun me round, there was no resisting. Then God did show me, sore beseeching in deepest, frightfulest need, up from the bottom a rock ledge reaching, at it I caught, and from death was freed. And, behold, on spiked corals the beaker suspended, which had else to the very abyss descended. For below me it lay yet mountain deep the purply darksome maw, and though to the ear it was dead asleep, the gazed eye, down staring, saw how with dragons, lizards, salamanders crawling, the hell jaws horrible were sprawling. Blacks swarming in medley miscreate, in masses lumped hideously, wallowed the conger, the thorny skate, the lobster's grisly deformity, and bared its teeth with cruel sheen a terrible shark, the sea's hyena. And there I hung, and shuddering knew that human help was none, one thinking soul mid the horrid crew. In the ghastly solitude I was alone, deeper than man's speech ever sounded, by the waste sea's dismal monsters surrounded. I thought and shivered. Then something crept near, moved at once 100 joints. Now it will have me. Frantic with fear I lost my grasp of the coral points. Away the whirl in its raging tore me, but it was my salvation, and upward bore me. The king at the tail is filled with amaze. The beaker, well won, is thine, and this ring I will give thee too, he says, precious with gems that are more than fine, if thou dive yet once, and bring me this story, what thou saw'st in the sea's lowest repertory. His daughter she hears with a tender dismay, and her words sweet suasive plead, Father, enough of this cruel play. For you he has done an unheard of deed. And can you not master your soul's desire? 'Tis the knight's turn now to disgrace the squire. The king he snatches and hurls the cup into the swirling pool. If thou bring me once more that beaker up, my best knight I hold thee, most worshipful, and this very day to thy home thou shalt lead her who there for thee stands such a pitying pleader. A heavenly passion his being invades, his eyes dart a lightning ray, he sees on her beauty the flushing shades, he sees her grow pallid and sink away. Determination thorough him flashes, and downward for life or for death he dashes. They hear the dull roar, it is turning again, its herald the thunderous brawl. Downward they bend with loving strain, they come. They are coming, the waters all, they rush up, they rush down, up, down, forever. The youth again bring they never. To the clouds. Through the unchanging heaven, as ye have sped, speed onward still, a strange wild company, fleet children of the waters. Glorious ye, whether the sun lift up his shining head, high throned at noontide and established among the shifting pillars, or we see the sable ghosts of air sleep mournfully against the sunlight, passionless and dead. Take thus a glory, O thou higher sun, from all the cloudy labor of man's hand, whether the quickening nations rise and run, or in the marketplace we idly stand casting huge shadows over these thy plains, even thence, O God, draw thy rich gifts of rains. Second sight. Rich is the fancy which can double back all seeming forms, and from cold icicles build up high glittering palaces where dwells summer perfection, molding all this rack to spirit symmetry, and doth not lack the power to hear amidst the funeral bells the eternal heart's wind melody which swells and whirlwind flashes all along its track. So hath the sun made all the winter mine with gardens springing round me fresh and fair, on hidden leaves uncounted jewels shine. I live with forms of beauty everywhere, peopling the crumbling waste and icy pool with sights and sounds of life most beautiful. Not understood. Tumultuous rushing o'er the outstretched plains, a wilder maze of comets and of suns, the blood of changeless God that ever runs with quick diastole up the immortal veins, a phantom host that moves and works in chains, a monstrous fiction, which, collapsing, stuns the mind to stupor and amaze at once, a tragedy which that man best explains who rushes blindly on his wild career with trampling hoofs and sound of mailed war, who will not nurse a life to win a tear, but is extinguished like a falling star. Such will at times this life appear to me until I learn to read more perfectly. Hom. Il. V. 403. If thou art tempted by a thought of ill, crave not too soon for victory, nor deem thou art a coward if thy safety seem to spring too little from a righteous will, for there is nightmare on thee, nor until thy soul hath caught the morning's early gleam seek thou to analyze the monstrous dream by painful introversion. Rather fill thine eye with forms thou knowest to be truth, but see thou cherish higher hope than this. Hope hereafter that thou shalt be fit calm-eyed to face distortion, and to sit transparent among other forms of youth who own no impulse save to God and bliss. The dawn. And must I ever wake, grey dawn, to know thee standing sadly by me like a ghost? I am perplexed with thee that thou shouldst cost this earth another turning. All aglow thou shouldst have reached me, with a purple show along far mountain tops. And I would post over the breadth of seas, though I were lost in the hot phantom chase for life, if so thou earnest ever with this numbing sense of chilly distance and unlovely light, waking this gnawing soul anew to fight with its perpetual load, I drive thee hence. I have another mountain range from whence bursteth a sun unutterably bright. Galileo. And yet it moves! Ah, truth, where wert thou then when all for thee they racked each piteous limb? Wert thou in heaven, and busy with thy hymn, when those poor hands convulsed that held thy pen? Art thou a phantom that deceives men to their undoing? Or dost thou watch him pale, cold, and silent in his dungeon dim? And wilt thou ever speak to him again? It moves, it moves! Alas, my flesh was weak! That was a hideous dream! I'll cry aloud how the green bulk wheels sunward day by day! Ah me! Ah me! Perchance my heart was proud that I alone should know that word to speak. And now, sweet truth, shine upon these, I pray. Subsidy. If thou wouldst live the truth in very deed, thou hast thy joy, but thou hast more of pain. Others will live in peace, and thou be fain to bargain with despair, and in thy need to make thy meal upon the scantiest weed. These palaces, for thee they stand in vain. Thine is a ruinous hut, and oft the rain shall drench thee in the midnight. Yea, the speed of earth outstrip thee, pilgrim, while thy feet move slowly up the heights. Yet will there come through the timerates about thy moving cell, shot from the truth's own bow, and flaming sweet, an arrow for despair, and oft the hum of far-off populous realms where spirits dwell. The prophet. Speak, prophet of the Lord. We may not start to find thee with us in thine ancient dress, haggard and pale from some bleak wilderness, empty of all save God and thy loud heart, nor with like rugged message quick to dart into the hideous fiction mean and base. But yet, O prophet man, we need not less but more of earnest, though it is thy part to deal in other words, if thou wouldst smite the living mammon, seated, not as then in bestial quiescence grimly dight, but robed as priest, and honored of good men yet thrice as much an idol god as when he stared at his own feet from morn to night. The Watcher. From out a windy cleft there comes a gaze of eyes unearthly, which go to and fro upon the people's tumult, for below the nations smite each other, no amaze troubles their liquid rolling, or affrays their deep-set contemplation. Steadily glow those ever holier eyeballs, for they grow liker unto the eyes of one that prays. And if those clasped hands tremble, comes a power as of the might of worlds, and they are holden blessing above us in the sunrise golden, and they will be uplifted till that hour of terrible rolling which shall rise and shake this conscious nightmare from us, and we wake. The beloved disciple. One do I see in 12, but second there methinks I know thee, thou beloved one, not from thy nobler port, for there are none more quiet-featured. Some there are who bear their message on their brows, while others wear a look of large commission, nor will shun the fiery trial, so their work is done. But thou hast parted with thine eyes in prayer, unearthly are they both, and so thy lips seem like the porches of the spirit land. For thou hast laid a mighty treasure by unlocked by him in nature. And thine eye burns with a vision and apocalypse thy own sweet soul can hardly understand. 2. A Boanerges 2. Upon my heart it lay a heavy hour. Features like thine should glow with other message than the shine of the earth-burrowing levin, and the start that cleaveth horrid gulfs. Awful and swart a moment stoodest thou, but less divine, brawny and clad in ruin, till with mine thy heart made answering signals, and apart beamed forth thy two rapt eyeballs doubly clear and twice as strong because thou didst thy duty, and though affianced to immortal beauty, hiddest not weakly underneath her veil the pest of sin and death which mocketh pale. Henceforward be thy spirit doubly dear. The lily of the valley. There is not any weed but hath its shower, there is not any pool but hath its star, and black and muddy though the waters are we may not miss the glory of a flower, and winter moons will give them magic power to spin in cylinders of diamond spar, and everything hath beauty near and far, and keepeth close and waiteth on its hour. And I, when I encounter on my road a human soul that looketh black and grim, shall I more ceremonious be than God? Shall I refuse to watch 1 hour with him who once beside our deepest woe did but a patient watching flower about the brim? Evil influence. 'Tis not the violent hands alone that bring the curse, the ravage, and the downward doom, although to these full oft the yawning tomb owes deadly surfeit. But a keener sting, a more immortal agony will cling to the half-fashioned sin which would assume fair virtue's garb. The eye that sows the gloom with quiet seeds of death henceforth to spring what time the sun of passion burning fierce breaks through the kindly cloud of circumstance, the bitter word, and the unkindly glance, the crust and canker coming with the years, are liker death than arrows and the lance which through the living heart at once doth pierce. Spoken of several philosophers. I pray you, all ye men who put your trust in molds and systems and well-tackled gear, holding that nature lives from year to year in one continual round because she must, set me not down, I pray you, in the dust of all these centuries, like a pot of beer, a pewter pot disconsolately clear, which holds a potful, as is right and just. I will grow clamorous, by the rood I will, if thus ye use me like a pewter pot. Good friend, thou art a toper and a sot, will not be the lead to hold thy swill, nor any lead. I will arise and spill thy silly beverage, spill it piping hot. Nature a moral power. Nature, to him no message dost thou bear who in thy beauty findeth not the power to gird himself more strongly for the hour of night and darkness. Oh, what colors rare the woods, the valleys, and the mountains wear to him who knows thy secret, and in shower, and fog, and ice cloud, hath a secret bower where he may rest until the heavens are fair. Not with the rest of slumber, but the trance of onward movement steady and serene, where oft, in struggle and in contest keen, his eyes will open be, and all the dance of life break on him, and a wide expanse roll upward through the void, sunny and green. To June. Ah, truant, thou art here again, I see. For in a season of such wretched weather I thought that thou hadst left us altogether, although I could not choose but fancy thee skulking about the hilltops, whence the glee of thy blue laughter peeped at times, or rather thy bashful awkwardness, as doubtful whether thou shouldst be seen in such a company of ugly runaways, unshapely heaps of ruffian vapor, broken from restraint of their slim prison in the ocean deeps. But yet I may not chide, fall to thy books, fall to immediately without complaint. There they are lying, hills and valleys and brooks. Summer. Summer, sweet summer, many-fingered summer. We hold thee very dear, as well we may, it is the kernel of the year today, all hail to thee. Thou art a welcome comer. If every insect were a fairy drummer, and I a fifer that could deftly play, we'd give the old earth such a roundelay that she would cast all thought of labor from her dot. Ah! What is this upon my window pane? Some sulky, drooping cloud comes pouting up, stamping its glittering feet along the plain. Well, I will let that idle fancy drop. Oh, how the spouts are bubbling with the rain! And all the earth shines like a silver cup. Unabridged. Whence do ye come, ye creatures? Each of you is perfect as an angel. Wings and eyes stupendous in their beauty, gorgeous dyes and feathery fields of purple and of blue. Would God I saw a moment as ye do! I would become a molecule in size, rest with you, hum with you, or slanting rise along your one dear sunbeam, could I view the pearly secret which each tiny fly that hums and bobs and stirs hides in its little breast eternally from you, ye prickly, grim philosophers with all your theories that sound so high. Hark to the buzz a moment, my good sirs. Steadfast. Here stands a giant stone from whose far top comes down the sounding water. Let me gaze till every sense of man and human ways is wrecked and quenched forever, and I drop into the whirl of time, and without stop pass downward thus. Again my eyes I raise to thee, dark rock, and through the mist and haze my strength returns when I behold thy prop gleam stern and steady through the wavering wrack. Surely thy strength is human, and like me thou bearest loads of thunder on thy back. And lo, a smile upon thy visage black, a breezy tuft of grass which I can see waving serenely from a sunlit crack. Provision. Above my head the great pine branches tower, backwards and forwards each to the other bends, beckoning the tempest cloud which hither wends like a slow-labored thought, heavy with power. Hark to the patter of the coming shower. Let me be silent, while the Almighty sends his thunder word along, but when it ends I will arise and fashion from the hour words of stupendous import, fit to guard high thoughts and purposes, which I may wave, when the temptation cometh close and hard, like fiery brands betwixt me and the grave of meaner things, to which I am a slave, if evermore I keep not watch and ward. First sight of the sea. I do remember how, when very young, I saw the great sea first, and heard it swell as I drew nearer, caught within the spell of its vast size and its mysterious tongue. How the floor trembled, and the dark boat swung with a man in it, and a great wave fell within a stone's cast. Words may never tell the passion of the moment, when I flung all childish records by, and felt arise a thing that died no more. An awful power I claimed with trembling hands and eager eyes, mine, mine forever, an immortal dower. The noise of waters soundeth to this hour when I look seaward through the quiet skies. On the source of the Arve. Hear'st thou the dash of water, loud and hoarse, with its perpetual tidings upward climb, struggling against the wind? Oh, how sublime! For not in vain from its portentous source thy heart, wild stream, hath yearned for its full force, but from thine ice-toothed caverns, dark as time, at last thou issuest, dancing to the rhyme of thy out-volleying freedom. Lo, thy course lies straight before thee as the arrow flies. Right to the ocean plains away, away! Thy parent waits thee, and her sunset dyes are ruffled for thy coming, and the grey of all her glittering borders flashes high against the glittering rocks. Oh, haste, and fly! Confidence. Lie down upon the ground, thou hopeless one! Press thy face in the grass, and do not speak. Dost feel the green globe whirl? 7 times a week climbeth she out of darkness to the sun, which is her god. 7 times she doth not shun awful eclipse, laying her patient cheek upon a pillow ghost beset with shriek of voices utterless, which rave and run through all the star penumbra, craving light and tidings of the dawn from east and west. Calmly she sleepeth, and her sleep is blessed with heavenly visions, and the joy of night treading aloft with moons, nor hath she fright though cloudy tempests beat upon her breast. Fate. Oft, as I rest in quiet peace, am I thrust out at sudden doors, and madly driven through desert solitudes, and thunder-riven black passages which have not any sky. The scourge is on me now, with all the cry of ancient life that hath with murder striven. How many an anguish hath gone up to heaven, how many a hand in prayer been lifted high when the black fate came onward with the rush of whirlwind, avalanche, or fiery spume. Even at my feet is cleft a shivering tomb beneath the waves. Or else, with solemn hush the graveyard opens, and I feel a crush as if we were all huddled in one doom. Unrest. Comes there, O earth, no breathing time for thee, no pause upon thy many-checkered lands? Now resting on my bed with listless hands I mourn thee resting not. Continually hear I the plashing borders of the sea answer each other from the rocks and sands. Troop all the rivers seawards, nothing stands, but with strange noises hasteth terribly. Low-mirred hyenas go a-moaning by, howls to each other all the bloody crew of Afric's tigers. But, O men, from you comes this perpetual sound more loud and high than aught that vexes air. I hear the cry of infant generations rising too, one with nature. I have a fellowship with every shade of changing nature. With the tempest hour my soul goes forth to claim her early dower of living princedom, and her wings have stayed amidst the wildest uproar undismayed. Yet she hath often owned a better power, and blessed the gentle coming of the shower, the speechless majesty of love arrayed in lowly virtue, under which disguise full many a princely thing hath passed her by, and she from homely intercourse of eyes hath gathered visions wider than the sky, and seen the withered heart of man arise peaceful as God, and full of majesty. My 2 geniuses. One is a slow and melancholy maid. I know riot if she cometh from the skies or from the sleepy gulfs, but she will rise often before me in the twilight shade, holding a bunch of poppies and a blade of springing wheat. Prostrate my body lies before her on the turf, the while she ties a fillet of the wheat about my head, and in the gaps of sleep I seem to hear a gentle rustle like the stir of corn, and words like odors thronging to my ear. Lie still, beloved, still until the morn, lie still with me upon this rolling sphere, still till the judgment, thou art faint and worn. 2. The other meets me in the public throng. Her hair streams backward from her loose attire. She hath a trumpet and an eye of fire. She points me downward, steadily and long. There is thy grave, arise, my son, be strong! Hands are upon thy crown, awake, aspire to immortality. Heed not the lyre of the enchantress, nor her poppy song, but in the stillness of the summer calm tremble for what is godlike in thy being. Listen a while, and thou shalt hear the psalm of victory sung by creatures past thy seeing, and from far battlefields there comes the neighing of dreadful onset though the air is balm. 3. Maid with the poppies, must I let thee go? Alas, I may not, thou art likewise dear. I am but human, and thou hast a tear when she hath not but splendor, and the glow of a wild energy that mocks the flow of the poor sympathies which keep us here. Lay past thy poppies, and come twice as near, and I will teach thee, and thou too shalt grow, and thou shalt walk with me in open day through the rough thoroughfares with quiet grace, and the wild-visaged maid shall lead the way, timing her footsteps to a gentler pace as her great orbs turn ever on thy face, drinking in draughts of loving help alway. Sudden calm. There is a bellowing in me, as of might unfleshed and visionless, mangling the air with horrible convulse, as if it bare the cruel weight of worlds, but could not fight with the thick dropping clods, and could but bite a vapor cloud. Oh, I will climb the stair of the great universe, and lay me there even at the threshold of his gate, despite the tempest, and the weakness, and the rush of this quick crowding on me. Oh, I dream. Now I am sailing swiftly, as we seem to do in sleep, and I can hear the gush of a melodious wave that carries me on forever to eternity. Thou also. Cry out upon the crime, and then let slip the dogs of hate, whose hanging muzzles track the bloody secret. Let the welkin crack reverberating, while ye dance and skip about the horrid blaze. Or else ye strip, more secretly, for the avenging rack, him who hath done the deed, till, oozing black, ye watch the anguish from his nostrils drip, and all the knotted limbs lie quivering. Or, if your hearts disdain such banqueting, with wide and tearless eyes go staring through the murder cells. But think, that, if your knees bow not to holiness, then even in you lie deeper gulfs and blacker crimes than these. The Aurora Borealis. Now have I grown a sharpness and an edge unto my future nights, and I will cut sheer through the ebon gates that yet will shut on every set of day, or as a sledge drawn over snowy plains, where not a hedge breaks this aurora's dancing, nothing but the one cold Eskimo unlikely hut that swims in the broad moonlight. Lo, a wedge of the clean meteor hath been brightly driven right home into the fastness of the north. Anon it quickeneth up into the heaven, and I with it have clomb and spread it forth upon the crisp and cooling atmosphere. My soul is all abroad, I cannot find it here. The human. Within each living man there doth reside, in some unrifled chamber of the heart, a hidden treasure. Wayward as thou art, I love thee, man, and bind thee to my side. By that sweet act I purify my pride and hasten onward, willing even to part with pleasant graces. Though thy hue is swart, I bear thee company, thou art my guide. Even in thy sinning wise beyond thy ken, to thee a subtle debt my soul is owing. I take an impulse from the worst of men that lends a wing unto my onward going, then let me pay them gladly back again with prayer and love from faith and duty flowing. Written on a stormy night. O wild and dark! A night hath found me now wherein I mingle with that element sent madly loose through the wide staring rent in yon tormented branches. I will bow a while unto the storm, and thenceforth grow into a mighty patience strongly bent before the unconquering power which hither sent these winds to fight their battles on my brow. Again the loud boughs thunder, and the din licks up my footfall from the hissing earth. But I have found a mighty peace within, and I have risen into a home of mirth. Wildly I climb above the shaking spires, above the sobbing clouds, up through the steady fires. Reverence waking hope. A power is on me, and my soul must speak to thee, thou grey, grey man, whom I behold with those white-headed children. I am bold to commune with thy setting, and to wreak my doubts on thy grey hair, for I would seek thee in that other world, but I am told thou goest elsewhere, and wilt never hold thy head so high as now. Oh, I were weak, weak even to despair, could I forego the tender vision which will give somehow thee standing brightly one day even as now. Thou art a very grey old man, and so I may not pass thee darkly, but bestow a look of reverence on thy wrinkled brow. Born of water. Methought I stood among the stars alone, watching a grey parched orb which onward flew half blinded by the dusty winds that blew, empty as death and barren as a stone, the pleasant sound of water all unknown. When, as I looked in wonderment, there grew, high in the air above, a drop of dew, which, gathering slowly through long cycles, shone like a great tear, and then at last it fell clasping the orb, which drank it greedily, with a delicious noise and upward swell of sweet cool joy that tossed me like a sea, and then the thick life sprang as from a grave, with trees, flowers, boats upon the bounding wave, to a thundercloud. O melancholy fragment of the night drawing thy lazy web against the sun, thou shouldst have waited till the day was done with kindred glooms to build thy fane aright, sublime amid the ruins of the light. But thus to shape our glories one by one with fearful hands, ere we had well begun to look for shadows, even in the bright. Yet may we charm a lesson from thy breast, a secret wisdom from thy folds of thunder. There is a wind that cometh from the west will rend thy tottering piles of gloom asunder, and fling thee ruinous along the grass, to sparkle on us as our footsteps pass. Sun and Moon. First came the red-eyed sun as I did wake. He smote me on the temples and I rose, casting the night aside and all its woes. And I would spurn my idleness, and take my own wild journey even like him, and shake the pillars of all doubt with lusty blows, even like himself when his rich glory goes right through the stalwart fogs that part and break. But ere my soul was ready for the fight, his solemn setting mocked me in the west, and as I trembled in the lifting night, the white moon met me, and my heart confessed a mellow wisdom in her silent youth, which fed my hope with fear, and made my strength a truth. Doubt heralding vision. An angel saw me sitting by a brook, pleased with the silence, and the melodies of wind and water which did fall and rise. He gently stirred his plumes and from them shook an outworn doubt, which fell on me and took the shape of darkness, hiding all the skies, blinding the sun, but giving to my eyes an inextinguishable wish to look, when, lo! Thick as the buds of spring there came, crowd upon crowd, informing all the sky, a host of splendors watching silently, with lustrous eyes that wept as if in blame, and waving hands that crossed in lines of flame, and signaled things I hope to hold although I die. Life or death? Is there a secret joy that may not weep, for every flower that ends its little span, for every child that groweth up to man, for every captive bird a cage doth keep, for every aching eye that went to sleep long ages back, when other eyes began to see and know and love as now they can, unraveling God's wonders heap by heap? Or doth the past lie mid eternity in charnel dens that rot and reek alway, a dismal light for those that go astray, a pit of foul deformity, to be beauty, a dreadful source of growth for thee when thou wouldst lift thine eyes to greet the day? Lost and found. I missed him when the sun began to bend. I found him not when I had lost his rim. With many tears I went in search of him, climbing high mountains which did still ascend, and gave me echoes when I called my friend, through cities vast and charnel houses grim, and high cathedrals where the light was dim, through books and arts and works without an end, but found him not, the friend whom I had lost. And yet I found him, as I found the lark, a sound in fields I heard but could not mark. I found him nearest when I missed him most. I found him in my heart, a life in frost, a light I knew not till my soul was dark. The moon. She comes. Again she comes, the bright-eyed moon. Under a ragged cloud I found her out, clasping her own dark orb like hope and doubt. That ragged cloud hath waited her since noon, and he hath found and he will hide her soon. Come, all ye little winds that sit without, and blow the shining leaves her edge about, and hold her fast, ye have a pleasant tune. She will forget us in her walks at night among the other worlds that are so fair. She will forget to look on our despair. She will forget to be so young and bright. Nay, gentle moon, thou hast the keys of light. I saw them hanging by thy girdle there. Truth, not form. I came upon a fountain on my way when it was hot, and sat me down to drink its sparkling stream, when all around the brink I spied full many vessels made of clay, whereon were written, not without display, in deep engraving or with merely ink, the blessings which each owner seemed to think would light on him who drank with each alway. I looked so hard my eyes were looking double into them all, but when I came to see that they were filthy, each in his degree, I bent my head, though not without some trouble, to where the little waves did leap and bubble, and so I journeyed on most pleasantly. God and growth. I said, I will arise and work something, nor be content with growth, but cause to grow a life around me, clear as yes from no, that to my restless hand some rest may bring, and give a vital power to action's spring. Thus, I must cease to be. I cried, when lo! An angel stood beside me on the snow, with folded wings that came of pondering. God's glory flashes on the silence here beneath the moon, he cried, and upward through his glorious eyes that swept the utmost blue. Ere yet his bounding brooks run forth with cheer to bear his message to the hidden year who cometh up in haste to make his glory new. In a churchyard. There may be seeming calm above, but no, there is a pulse below which ceases not, a subterranean working, fiery hot, deep in the million-hearted bosom, though earthquakes unlock not the prodigious show of elemental conflict, and this spot nurses most quiet bones which lie and rot, and here the humblest weeds take root and grow. There is a calm upon the mighty sea, yet are its depths alive and full of being, enormous bulks that move unwieldily, yet, pour we on it, they are past our seeing. From the deep seaweed fields, though wide and ample, comes there no rushing sound, these do not trample. Power. Power that is not of God, however great, is but the downward rushing and the glare of a swift meteor that hath lost its share in the one impulse which doth animate the parent mass, emblem to me of fate, which through vast nightly wastes doth onward fare, wild-eyed and headlong, rent away from prayer, a moment brilliant, then most desolate. And, O my brothers, shall we ever learn from all the things we see continually that pride is but the empty mockery of what is strong in man? Not so the stern and sweet repose of soul which we can earn only through reverence and humility. Death. Yes, there is one who makes us all lay down our mushroom vanities, our speculations, our well-set theories and calculations, our workman's jacket or our monarch's crown. To him alike the country and the town, barbaric hordes or civilized nations, men of all names and ranks and occupations, squire, parson, lawyer, Jones, or Smith, or Brown. He stops the carter, the uplifted whip falls dreamily among the horses' straw, he stops the helmsman, and the gallant ship holdeth to westward by another law. No one will see him, no one ever saw, but he sees all and lets not any slip. That holy thing. They all were looking for a king to slay their foes, and lift them high. Thou camest a little baby thing that made a woman cry. O Son of Man, to right my lot not but thy presence can avail, yet on the road thy wheels are not, nor on the sea thy sail. My fancied ways why shouldst thou heed? Thou comest down thine own secret stair, comest down to answer all my need, yea, every bygone prayer. From Novalis. Uplifted is the stone and all mankind arisen. We are thy very own, we are no more in prison. What bitterest grief can stay beside thy golden cup, when earth and life give way and with our Lord we sup? To the marriage death doth call, the lamps are burning clear, the virgins, ready all, have for their oil no fear. Would that even now were ringing the distance with thy throng, and that the stars were singing to us a human song! Courage! For life is hasting to endless life away. The inward fire, unwasting, transfigures our dull clay. See the stars melting, sinking in life wine golden bright. We, of the splendor drinking, shall grow to stars of light. Lost, lost are all our losses. Love is forever free. The full life heaves and tosses like an unbounded sea. One live, eternal story. One poem high and broad. And Son of all our glory, the countenance of God. What man is there of you? The homely words how often read, how seldom fully known. Which father of you, asked for bread, would give his son a stone? How oft has bitter tear been shed, and heaved how many a groan, because thou wouldst not give for bread the thing that was a stone? How oft the child thou wouldst have fed, thy gift away has thrown. He prayed, thou heardst, and gav'st the bread, he cried, it is a stone! Lord, if I ask in doubt and dread lest I be left to moan, am I not he who, asked for bread, would give his son a stone? O wind of God! O wind of God, that blowest in the mine, blow, blow, and wake the gentle spring in me. Blow, swifter blow, a strong warm summer wind, till all the flowers with eyes come out to see. Blow till the fruit hangs red on every tree, and our high-soaring songlarks meet thy dove. High the imperfect soars, descends the perfect love. Blow not the less though winter cometh then. Blow, wind of God, blow hither changes keen. Let the spring creep into the ground again. The flowers close all their eyes and not be seen. All lives in thee that ever once hath been. Blow, fill my upper air with icy storms. Breathe cold, O wind of God, and kill my cankerworms. Shall the dead praise thee? I cannot praise thee. By his instrument the master sits, and moves nor foot nor hand. For see the organ pipes this, that way bent, leaning, o'erthrown, like wheat stalks tempest fanned. I well could praise thee for a flower, a dove, but not for life that is not life in me, not for a being that is less than love, a barren shoal half lifted from a sea. Unto a land where no wind bloweth ships thy wind one day will blow me to my own. Rather I'd kiss no more their loving lips than carry them a heart so poor and prone. I bless thee, Father, thou art what thou art, that thou dost know thyself what thou dost know, a perfect, simple, tender, rhythmic heart, beating its blood to all in bounteous flow. And I can bless thee too for every smart, for every disappointment, ache, and fear, for every hook thou fixest in my heart, for every burning cord that draws me near. But prayer these wake, not song. Thyself I crave. Come thou, or all thy gifts away I fling. Thou silent, I am but an empty grave, think to me, Father, and I am a king. My organ pipes will then stand up awake, their life soar, as from smoldering wood the blaze, and swift contending harmonies shall shake thy windows with a storm of jubilant praise. A year's song. Sighing above, rustling below, thorough the woods the winds go. Beneath, dead crowds, above, life bare, and the besom tempest sweeps the air. Heart, leave thy woe, let the dead things go. Through the brown gold doth push, misty green veils the bush. Here a twitter, there a croak. They are coming, the spring folk. Heart, be not numb, let the live things come. Through the beech the winds go, with gentle speech, long and slow. The grass is fine, and soft to lie in, the sun doth shine the blue sky, and heart, be alive, let the new things thrive. Round again. Here art thou, a rimy fruit on a bare bough. Winter comes, winter in snow, and a weary sighing to fall and go. Heart, thy hours shall be, thy dead will comfort thee. Song. Why do the houses stand when they that built them are gone, when remaineth even of one that lived there and loved and planned not a face, not an eye, not a hand, only here and there a bone? Why do the houses stand when they who built them are gone? Oft in the moonlighted land when the day is overblown, with happy memorial moans sweet ghosts and a loving band roam through the houses that stand, for the builders are not gone. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. The miser lay on his lonely bed, life's candle was burning dim. His heart in an iron chest was hid under heaps of gold and an iron lid, and whether it were alive or dead it never troubled him. Slowly out of his body he crept. He said, I am just the same. Only I want my heart in my breast. I will go and fetch it out of my chest. Through the dark a darker shadow he leapt, saying, Hell is a fabled flame. He opened the lid. Oh, hell's own night! His ghost eyes saw no gold, empty and swept. Not a gleam was there. In goes his hand, but the chest is bare. Ghost fingers, aha! Have only might to close, not to clasp and hold. But his heart he saw, and he made a clutch at the fungus puffball of sin, eaten with moths, and fretted with rust. He grasped a handful of rotten dust, and shrieked, as ghosts may, at the crumbling touch, but hid it his breast within. And some there are who see him sit under the church, apart, counting out coins and coins of gold heap by heap on the dank death mold. Alas, poor ghost, and his sore lack of wit! They breed in the dust of his heart. Another miser has now his chest, and it hoards wealth more and more. Like ferrets his hands go in and out, burrowing, tossing the gold about, nor heed the heart that, gone from his breast, is the cold heap's bloodless core. Now wherein differ old ghosts that sit counting ghost coins all day from the man who clings with spirit prone to whatever can never be his own? Who will leave the world with not one wit but a heart all eaten away? The asthmatic man to the Satan that binds him. Satan, avaunt! Nay, take thine hour, thou canst not daunt, thou hast no power. Be welcome to thy nest, though it be in my breast. Burrow amain, dig like a mole, fill every vein with half-burnt coal, puff the keen dust about, and all to choke me out. Fill music's ways with creaking cries, that no loud praise may climb the skies, and on my laboring chest lay mountains of unrest. My slumber steep in dreams of haste, that only sleep, no rest I taste, with stiflings, rhymes of rote, and fingers on my throat. Satan, thy might I do defy, live core of night I patient lie, a wind comes up the grey will blow thee clean away. Christ angel, death, all radiant white, with one cold breath will scare thee quite, and give my lungs an air as fresh as answered prayer. So, Satan, do thy worst with me until the true shall set me free, and end what he began, by making me a man. Song Sermon. Lord, what is man that thou art mindful of him? Though in creation's van, Lord, what is man? He wills less than he can, lets his ideal scoff him. Lord, what is man that thou art mindful of him? Shadows. All things are shadows of thee, Lord, the sun himself is but thy shade. My spirit is the shadow of thy word, a thing that thou hast said. Diamonds are shadows of the sun, they gleam as after him they hark. My soul some arrows of thy light hath won, and feebly fights the dark. All knowledges are broken shades, in gulfs of dark a scattered horde, together rush the parted glory grades. Then, lo, thy garment, Lord! My soul, the shadow, still is light because the shadow falls from thee. I turn, dull candle, to the center bright, and home flit shadowy. Shine, Lord, shine me thy shadow still, the brighter I, the more thy shade. My motion be thy lovely moveless will. My darkness, light delayed. A winter prayer. Come through the gloom of clouded skies, the slow dim rain and fog athwart, through east winds keen with wrong and lies, come and lift up my hopeless heart. Come through the sickness and the pain, the sore unrest that tosses still, through aching dark that hides the gain, come and arouse my fainting will. Come through the prate of foolish words, the science with no God behind, through all the pangs of untuned chords speak wisdom to my shaken mind. Through all the fears that spirits bow of what hath been, or may befall, come down and talk with me, for thou canst tell me all about them all. Hear my sad lone heart entreat, heart of all joy, below, above. Come near and let me kiss thy feet, and name the names of those I love. Song of a poor pilgrim. Roses all the rosy way. Roses to the rosier west, where the roses of the day cling to night's unrosy breast. Thou who makes the roses, why give to every leaf a thorn? On thy rosy highway I still am by thy roses torn. Pardon! I will not mistake these good thorns that make me fret. Goads to urge me, stings to wake, for my freedom they are set. Yea, on one steep mountainside, climbing to a fancied fold, roses grasped had let me slide, but the thorns did keep their hold. Out of darkness light is born, out of weakness make me strong. One glad day will every thorn break into a rose of song. Though like sparrows sit thy bird lonely on the housetop dark, by the rosy dawning stirred up will soar thy praising lark. Roses, roses all his song. Roses in a gorgeous feast. Roses in a royal throng surging, rosing from the east. An evening prayer. I am a bubble upon thy ever-moving, resting sea. Oh, rest me now from tossing, trespass, trouble. Take me down into thee. Give me thy peace. My heart is aching with unquietness. Oh, make its inharmonious beating cease. Thy hand upon it press. My night. My day. Swift night and day betwixt my world doth reel. Potter, take not thy hand from off the clay that whirls upon thy wheel. O heart, I cry for love and life, pardon and hope and strength. O Father, I am thine, I shall not die, but I shall sleep at length. Song Sermon. Mercy to thee, O Lord, belongs, for as his work thou givest a man. From us, not thee, come all our wrongs. Mercy to thee, O Lord, belongs, with small cord whips and scorpion thongs thou lay'st on every ill thy ban. Mercy to thee, O Lord, belongs, for as his work thou givest a man. A dream song. The stars are spinning their threads, and the clouds are the dust that flies, and the suns are weaving them up for the day when the sleepers arise. The ocean in music rolls, the gems are turning to eyes, and the trees are gathering souls for the day when the sleepers arise. The weepers are learning to smile, and laughter to glean the sighs, and hearts to bury their care and guile for the day when the sleepers arise. Oh, the dews and the moths and the daisy red, the larks and the glimmers and flows, the lilies and sparrows and daily bread, and the something that nobody knows. Christmas, 1880. Great-hearted child, thy very being the Son, who knows the hearts of all us prodigals. For who is prodigal but he who has gone far from the true to heart it with the false? Who but thou, that, from the animals, know'st all the hearts, up to the Father's own, can tell what it would be to be alone. Alone! No, Father, at the very thought thou, the eternal light, wast once aghast, a death in death for thee it almost wrought. But thou didst haste, about to breathe thy last, and call'dst out Father ere thy spirit passed, exhausted in fulfilling not any vow, but doing his will who greater is than thou. That we might know him, thou didst come and live, that we might find him, thou didst come and die. The Son heart, brother, thy Sunbeing give, we too would love the Father perfectly, and to his bosom go back with the cry, Father, into thy hands I give the heart which left thee but to learn how good thou art. There are but two in all the universe, the Father and his children, not a third, nor, all the weary time, fell any curse. Not once dropped from its nest an unfledged bird but thou wast with it. Never sorrow stirred but a love pull it was upon the chain that draws the children to the Father again. O Jesus Christ, babe, man, eternal Son, take pity! We are poor where thou art rich, our hearts are small, and yet there is not one in all thy Father's noisy nursery which, merry, or mourning in its narrow niche, needs not thy Father's heart, this very now, with all his being's being, even as thou. Rondel. I do not know thy final will, it is too good for me to know. Thou willest that I mercy show, that I take heed and do no ill, that I the needy warm and fill, nor stones at any sinner throw. But I know not thy final will, it is too good for me to know. I know thy love unspeakable, for love's sake able to send woe. To find thine own thou lost didst go, and wouldst for men thy blood yet spill. How should I know thy final will, Godwise too good for me to know? The Sparrow. O Lord, I cannot but believe the birds do sing thy praises then, when they sing to one another, and they are lying seed-sown land when the winter makes them grieve, their little bosoms breeding songs for the summer to unsmother. If thou hadst finished me, O Lord, nor left out of me part of that great gift that goes to singing, I sure had known the meaning high of the songster's praising word, had known upon what thoughts of thee his pearly talk he was stringing. I should have read the wisdom hid in the storm-inspired melody of thy thrush's bosom solemn. I should not then have understood what thy free spirit did to make the lark soprano mount like to a geyser column. I think I almost understand thy owl, his muffled swiftness, moon-round eyes, and intoned hooting. I think I could take up the part of a night owl in the land, with yellow moon and starry things daydreamers all confuting. But 'mong thy creatures that do sing perhaps of all I likest am to the housetop hunting sparrow, that flies brief, sudden flights upon a dumpy, fluttering wing, and chirps thy praises from a throat that's very short and narrow. But if thy sparrow praise thee well by singing well thy song, nor letting noisy traffic quell it, it may be that, in some remote and leafy heavenly dell, he may with a trumpet throat awake, and a trumpet song to swell it. December 23, 1879. 1,000 houses of poesy stand around me everywhere. They fill the earth and they fill my thought, they are in and above the air. But tonight they have shut their doors, they have shut their shining windows fair, and I am left in a desert world, with an aching as if of care. 2. Cannot I break some little nut, and get at the poetry in it? Cannot I break the shining egg of some all but hatched heavenly linnet? Cannot I find some beauty worm, and its moony cocoon silk spin it? Cannot I find my all but lost day in the rich content of a minute? 3. I will sit me down, all aching and tired, in the midst of this never-unclosing of door or window that makes it look as if truth herself were dozing. I will sit me down and make me a tent, call it poetizing or prosing, of what may be lying within my reach, things at my poor disposing. 4. Now what is nearest? My conscious self. Here I sit quiet and say, Lo, I myself am already a house of poetry solemn and gay. But, alas, the windows are shut, all shut, 'tis a cold and foggy day, and I have not now the light to see what is in me the same alway. Nay, rather I'll say, I am a nut in the hard and frozen ground, above is the damp and frozen air, the cold blue sky all round, and the power of a leafy and branchy tree is in me crushed and bound till the summer come and set it free from the grave clothes in which it is wound. 6. But I bethink me of something better, yet best. I am lying a voiceless, featherless thing in God's own perfect nest, and the voice and the song are growing within me, slowly lifting my breast, and his wide night wings are closed about me, for his sun is down in the west. 7. Doors and windows, tents and grave clothes, winters and eggs and seeds, ye shall all be opened and broken and torn. Ye are but to serve my needs. On the will of the Father all lovely things are strung like a string of beads for his heart to give the obedient child that the will of the Father heeds. Song Prayer, after King David. I shall be satisfied with the seeing of thy face. When I awake, wide-eyed, I shall be satisfied with what this life did hide, the one supernal grace. I shall be satisfied with the seeing of thy face. December 27, 1879. Every time would have its song if the heart were right, seeing love all tender strong fills the day and night. Weary drop the hands of prayer calling out for peace. Love always and everywhere sings and does not cease. Fear, the caitiff, through the night silent peers about. Love comes singing with a light and doth cast him out. Hate and guile and wrath and doubt never tried to sing. If they did, oh, what a rout anguished ears would sting! Pride indeed will sometimes aim at the finer speech, but the best that he can frame is a peacock's screech. Greed will also sometimes try, happiness he hunts, but his dwelling is a sty, and his tones are grunts. Faith will sometimes raise a song soaring up to heaven, then she will be silent long, and will weep at even. Hope has many a gladsome note now and then to pipe, but alas, he has the throat of a bird unripe. Often joy a stave will start which the welkin rends, but it always breaks athwart, and untimely ends. Grief, who still for death doth long, always self-abhorred, has but one low, troubled song, I am sorry, Lord. But love singeth in the vault, singeth on the stair, even for sorrow will not halt, singeth everywhere. For the great love everywhere over all doth glow, draws his birds up trough the air, tends his birds below. And with songs ascending sheer love-born love replies, singing Father in his ear where she bleeding lies. Therefore, if my heart were right I should sing out clear, sing aloud both day and night every month in the year. Sunday, December 28, 1879. A dim, vague shrinking haunts my soul, my spirit bodeth ill, as some far-off restraining bank had burst, and waters, many a rank, were marching on my hill. As if I had no fire within for thoughts to sit about, as if I had no flax to spin, no lamp to lure the good things in and keep the bad things out. The wind, southwest, raves in the pines that guard my cottage round. The sea waves fall in stormy lines below the sandy cliffs and chins, and swell the roaring sound. The misty air, the bellowing wind not often trouble me. The storm that's outside of the mind doth oftener wake my heart to find more peace and liberty. Why is not such my fate tonight? Chance is not lord of things. Man were indeed a hapless white things, thoughts occurring as they might, chaotic wallowings. The man of moods might merely say as by the fire he sat, I am low-spirited today, I must do something, work or play, lest care should kill the cat. Not such my saw, I was not meant to be the sport of things. The mood has meaning and intent, and my dull heart is humbly bent to have the truth it brings. This sense of needed shelter round, this frequent mental start show what a poor life mine were found, to what a dead self I were bound, how feeble were my heart. If I who think did stand alone center to what I thought, a brain within a box of bone, a king on a deserted throne, a something that was not, a being without power to be, or any power to cease, whom objects but compelled to see, whose trouble was a windblown sea, a windless sea his peace. This very sadness makes me think how readily I might be driven to reason's farthest brink, then over it, and sudden sink in ghastly waves of night. It makes me know when I am glad 'tis thy strength makes me strong, but for thy bliss I should be sad, but for thy reason should be mad, but for thy right be wrong. Around me spreads no empty waste, no lordless host of things, my restlessness but seeks thy rest, my little good doth seek thy best, my needs thy ministerings. 'Tis this only makes me safe, I am immediate, of one that lives, I am no waif that haggard waters toss and chafe, but of a royal fate. The born child of a power that lives because it will and can, a love whose slightest motion gives, a freedom that forever strives to liberate his man. I live not on the circling air, live not by daily food, I live not even by thinkings fair, I hold my very being there where God is pondering good. Because God lives I live, because He thinks, I also think. I am dependent on no laws but on Himself, and without pause, between us hangs no link. The man that lives he knows not how may well fear any mouse. I should be trembling the same now if I did think, my Father, thou wast nowhere in the house. O Father, lift me on thine arm, and hold me close to thee, lift me into thy breathing warm, then cast me, and I fear no harm, into creation's sea. Song Sermon. In his arms thy silly lamb, lo, he gathers to his breast. See, thou sadly bleeding dam, see him lift thy silly lamb. Hear it cry, how blessed I am! Here is love, and love is rest. In his arms thy silly lamb see him gather to his breast. The donkey in the cart to the horse in the carriage. I say, hey, cousin there, I mustn't call you brother. Yet you have a tail behind, and I have another. You pull, and I pull, though we don't pull together. You have less hardship, and I have more weather. 2. Your legs are long, mine are short. I am lean, you are fatter. Your step is bold and free, mine goes pitter-patter. Your head is in the air, and mine hangs down like lead. But then my 2 great ears are so heavy on my head. 3. You need not whisk your stump, nor turn away your nose. Poor donkeys ain't so stupid as rich horses may suppose. I could feed in any manger just as well as you, though I don't despise a thistle, with sauce of dust and dew. 4. T'other day a bishop's cob stopped before me in a lane, with a tail as broad as oil cake, and a close-clipped hoggy mane. I stood sideways to the hedge, but he did not want to pass, and he was so full of corn he didn't care about the grass. Quoth the cob, you are a donkey of a most peculiar breed. You've just eaten up a thistle that was going fast to seed. If you had but let it be, you might have raised a crop. To many a coming dinner you have put a sad stop. 6. I told him I was hungry, and to leave 1 of 10 would have spoiled my best dinner, the one I wanted then. Said the cob, I ought to know the truth about dinners. I don't eat on roadsides like poor tramping sinners. 7. Why don't you take it easy? You are working much too hard. In the shafts you'll die one day, if you're not upon your guard. Have pity on your friends, work seems to you delectable, but believe me such a cart, excuse me, 's not respectable. 8. I told him I must trot in the shafts where I was put, nor look round at the cart, but set foremost my best foot. It was rather rickety, and the axle wanted oil, but I always slept at night with the deep sleep of toil. 9. All very fine, he said, to wag your ears and parley, and pretend you quite despise my bellyfuls of barley. But with blows and with starving, and with labor over hard by spurs, a week will see you in the knacker's yard. X. I thanked him for his counsel, and said I thought I'd take it, really, if he'd spare me half a feed out of 4 feeds daily. He tossed his head at that. Now don't be cheeky, said he. When I find I'm getting fat, I'll think of you, keep steady. 11. Goodbye, I said, and say, for you are such another. Why, now I look at you, I see you are his brother. Yes, thank you for your kick, 'twas all that you could spare, for, sure, they clip and singe you very, very bare. 12. My cart it is upsets you. But in that cart behind there's no dirt or rubbish, no bags of gold or wind. There's potatoes there, and wine, and corn, and mustard seed, and a good can of milk, and some honey too, indeed. 13. Few blows I get, some hay, and of water many a draught. I tell you he's no coster that sits upon my shaft. And for the knacker's yard, that's not my destined bed, no donkey ever yet saw himself there lying dead. Room to roam. Straight is the path? He means we must not roam? Yes, but the straight path leads into a boundless home. Cottage songs. I dot by the cradle. Close her eyes, she must not peep. Let her little PUDs go slack, slide away far into sleep. Sis will watch till she comes back. Mother's knitting at the door, waiting till the kettle sings. When the kettle's song is o'er, she will set the bright tea things. Father's busy making hay in the meadow by the brook, not so very far away. Close its peeps, it needn't look. God is round us everywhere, sees the scythe glitter and rip, watches baby gone somewhere, sees how mother's fingers skip. Sleep, dear baby, sleep outright, mother's sitting just behind, father's only out of sight. God is round us like the wind. 2. Sweeping the floor. Sweep and sweep and sweep the floor, sweep the dust, pick up the pin, make it clean from fire to door, clean for father to come in. Mother said that God goes sweeping, looking, sweeping with a broom, all the time that we are sleeping, for a shilling in the room. Did he drop it out of glory, walking far above the birds? Or did parson make the story for the thinking afterwards? If I were the swept for shilling I would hearken through the gloom, roll out fast, and fall down willing right before the sweeping broom. 3. Washing the clothes. This is the way we wash the clothes free from dirt and smoke and clay. Through and through the water flows, carries ugly right away. This is the way we bleach the clothes, lay them out upon the green, through and through the sunshine goes, makes them white as well as clean. This is the way we dry the clothes, hang them on the bushes about, through and through the soft wind blows, draws and drives the wetness out. Water, sun, and windy air make the clothes clean, white, and sweet. Lay them now in lavender for the Sunday, folded neat. 4. Drawing water. Dark, as if it would not tell, lies the water still and cool. Dip the bucket in the well, lift it from the precious pool. Up it comes all brown and dim, telling of the twilight sweet. As it rises to the brim, see the sun and water meet. See the friends each other hail. Here you are! Cries master sun. Mistress water from the pail flashes back, alive with fun. Have you not a tale to tell, water, as I take you home? Tell me of the hidden well whence you, first of all, did come. Of it you have kept some flavor through long paths of darkling strife. Water all has still a savor of the primal well of life. Could you show the lovely way back and up through sea and sky to that well? Oh, happy day, I would drink, and never die. Jesus sits there on its brink, all the world's great thirst to slake, offering every one to drink who will only come and take. Lord of wells and waters all, Lord of rains and dewy beads, unto thee my thirst doth call for the thing thou know'st it needs. Come home, water sweet and cool, gift of God thou always art. Spring up, well more beautiful, rise in mine straight from his heart. V. Cleaning the windows. Wash the window, rub it dry, make the rador clean and bright. He who lords it in the sky loves on cottage floors to light. Looking over sea and beck, mountain forest, orchard bloom, he can spy the smallest speck anywhere about the room. See how bright his torch is blazing in the heart of mother's store. Strange! I never saw him gazing so into that press before. Ah, I see, the wooden pane in the window, dull and dead, father called its loss a gain, and a glass one put instead. What a difference it makes! How it melts the filmy gloom! What a little more it takes much to brighten up a room! There I spy a dusty streak. There a corner not quite clean. There a cobweb. There the sneak of a spider, watching keen. Lord of suns, and eyes that see, shine into me, see and show. Leave no darksome spot in me where thou dost not shining go. Fill my spirit full of eyes, doors of light in every part. Open windows to the skies that no moth corrupt my heart. The wind and the moon. Said the wind to the moon, I will blow you out. You stare in the air as if crying beware, always looking what I am about. I hate to be watched. I will blow you out. The wind blew hard, and out went the moon. So, deep on a heap of clouds, to sleep down lay the wind, and slumbered soon, muttering low, I've done for that moon. He turned in his bed. She was there again. On high in the sky with her one ghost eye the moon shone white and alive and plain. Said the wind, I will blow you out again. The wind blew hard, and the moon grew slim. With my sledge and my wedge I have knocked off her edge. I will blow, said the wind, right fierce and grim, and the creature will soon be slimmer than slim. He blew, and she thinned to a thread. One puff more's enough to blow her to snuff. One good puff more where the last was bred, and glimmer, glimmer, glum will go that thread! He blew a great blast, and the thread was gone. In the air nowhere was a moonbeam bare, larger and nearer the shy stars shone, sure and certain the moon was gone. The wind he took to his revels once more, on down and in town, a merry mad clown, he leaped and hollowed with whistle and roar, when there was that glimmering thread once more. He flew in a rage, he danced and blew, but in vain was the pain of his bursting brain, for still the moon scrap the broader grew the more that he swelled his big cheeks and blew. Slowly she grew, till she filled the night, and shone on her throne in the sky alone a matchless, wonderful, silvery light, radiant and lovely, the queen of the night. Said the wind, "What a marvel of power am I! With my breath, in good faith, I blew her to death, first blew her away right out of the sky, then blew her in, what a strength am I!" But the moon she knew not of the silly affair, for, high in the sky with her one white eye, motionless miles above the air, she never had heard the great wind blare. The foolish harebell. A harebell hung her wilful head. "I am tired, so tired! I wish I was dead." She hung her head in the mossy dell. "If all were over, then all were well." The wind he heard, and was pitiful, and waved her about to make her cool. "Wind, you are rough," said the dainty bell. "Leave me alone, I am not well." The wind, at the word of the drooping dame, sighed to himself and ceased in shame. "I am hot, so hot," she moaned and said. "I am withering up, I wish I was dead." Then the sun he pitied her woeful case, and drew a thick veil over his face. "Cloud, go away, and don't be rude," she said. "I do not see why you should." The cloud withdrew. Then the harebell cried, "I am faint, so faint, and no water beside." The dew came down its millionfold path, she murmured, "I did not want a bath." The dew went up, the wind softly crept, the night came down, and the harebell slept. A boy ran past in the morning gray, plucked the harebell, and threw her away. The harebell shivered, and sighed. "Oh! Oh! I am faint indeed! Come, dear wind, blow." The wind blew gently, and did not speak. She thanked him kindly, but grew more weak. "Sun, dear sun, I am cold," she said. He shone, but lower she drooped her head. "O rain, I am withering. All the blue is fading out of me, come, please do." The rain came down as fast as he could, but for all his good will he could do her no good. She shuddered and shriveled, and moaning said, "Thank you all kindly," and then she was dead. Let us hope when she comes next year she'll be simple and sweet. But I fear. Song. I was very cold in the summer weather, the sun shone all his gold, but I was very cold, alas, we were grown old, love and I together. Oh, but I was cold in the summer weather! Sudden I grew warmer though the brooks were frozen. Truly, scorn did harm her, I said, and I grew warmer. Better men the charmer knows at least a dozen, I said, and I grew warmer though the brooks were frozen. Spring sits on her nest, daisies and white clover, and my heart at rest lies in the spring's young nest. My love, she loves me best, and the frost is over. Spring sits on her nest, daisies and white clover. An improvisation. The stars cleave the sky. Yet for us they rest, and their race course high is a shining nest. The hours hurry on. But where is thy flight, soft pavilion of motionless night? Earth gives up her trees to the holy air, they live in the breeze, they are saints at prayer. Summer night, come from God, on your beauty, I see, a still wave has flowed of eternity. Equity. No bird can sing in tune but that the Lord sits throned in equity above the heaven, and holds the righteous balance always even. No heart can true response to love afford wherein from 1 to 8 not every chord is yet attuned by the Spirit's 7. For tuneful no bird sings but that the Lord is throned in equity above high heaven. O heart, by wrong unfilial scathed and scored, and from thy humble throne with mazeness driven, take courage. When thy wrongs thou hast forgiven, thy rights in love thy God will see restored. No bird could sing in tune but that the Lord sits throned in equity above the heaven. Contrition. Out of the gulf into the glory, Father, my soul cries out to be lifted. Dark is the woof of my dismal story, Thorough thy sun-warp stormily drifted, out of the gulf into the glory, lift me, and save my story. I have done many things merely shameful. I am a man ashamed, my father! My life is ashamed and broken and blameful. The broken and blameful, oh, cleanse and gather. Heartily shame me, Lord, of the shameful. To my judge I flee with my blameful. Saviour, at peace in thy perfect purity, think what it is not to be pure. Strong in thy love's essential security, think upon those who are never secure. Fulfill my soul with the light of thy purity, fold me in love's security. O Father, O brother, my heart is sore aching. Help it to ache as much as is needful. Is it you cleansing me, mending, remaking, dear potter hands, so tender and heedful? Sick of my past, of my own self aching, hurt on, dear hands, with your making. Proud of the form thou hadst given thy vessel, proud of myself, I forgot my donor. Down in the dust I began to nestle, poured thee no wine, and drank deep of dishonor. Lord, thou hast broken, thou mendest thy vessel. In the dust of thy glory I nestle. The Consoler, on an engraving of Scheffer's Christus Consolator. I? What human form is this? What form divine? And who are these that gaze upon his face mild, beautiful, and full of heavenly grace, with whose reflected light the gazers shine? Saviour, who does not know it to be thine? Who does not long to fill a gazer's place? And yet there is no time, there is no space to keep away thy servants from thy shrine. Here if we kneel, and watch with faithful eyes, thou art not too far for faithful eyes to see, thou art not too far to turn and look on me, to speak to me, and to receive my sighs. Therefore forever I forget the skies, and find an everlasting sun in thee. 2. O let us never leave that happy throng. From that low attitude of love not cease. In all the world there is no other peace, in all the world no other shield from wrong. But chiefly, Saviour, for thy feet we long, for no vain quiet, for no pride's increase, but that, being weak, and thou divinely strong, us from our hateful selves thou mayst release. We wander from thy folds free holy air, forget thy looks, and take our fill of sin. But if thou keep us evermore within, we never surely can forget thee there, breathing thy breath, thy white robe given to wear, and loving thee for all thou diedst to win. 3. To speak of him in language of our own, is not for us too daringly to try. But, Saviour, we can read thy history upon the faces round thy humble throne, and as the flower among the grass makes known what summer suns have warmed it from the sky, as every human smile and human sigh is witness that we do not live alone, so in that company, in those sweet tears, the firstborn of a rugged melted heart, in those gaunt chains forever torn apart, and in the words that weeping mother hears, we read the story of 2,000 years, and know thee somewhat, Saviour, as thou art. 2. I cannot write old verses here, dead things 1,000 years away, when all the life of the young year is in the summer day. The roses make the world so sweet, the bees, the birds have such a tune, there's such a light and such a heat and such a joy this June. One must expand one's heart with praise, and make the memory secure of sunshine, and the woodland days and summer twilights pure. Oh, listen rather! Nature's song comes from the waters, beating tides, green-margined rivers, and the throng of streams on mountain sides. So fair those water spirits are, such happy strength their music fills, our joy shall be to wander far and find them on the hills. To a sister. A fresh young voice that sings to me so often many a simple thing, should surely not unanswered be by all that I can sing. Dear voice, be happy every way 1,000 changing tones among, from little child's unfinished lay to angel's perfect song. In dewy woods, fair, soft, and green like morning woods our childhood's bower, be like the voice of brook unseen among the stones and flowers. A joyful voice still born so low, and making all its neighbors glad, sweet, hidden, constant in its flow even when the winds are sad. So, strengthen in a peaceful home, and daily deeper meanings bear, and when life's wildernesses come be brave and faithful there. Try all the glorious magic range, worship, forgive, console, rejoice, until the last and sweetest change, so live and grow, dear voice. The shortest and sweetest of songs. Come home. Scott's Songs and Ballads. Annie She's Dowie. Annie she's dowie, and Willie he's way, what can be the matter why sick and a tway, for Annie she's fair as the first o' the day, and Willie he's honest and stalwart and gay. Oh, the Tane has a daddy is poor and is proud, and the tither a minnie that cleeks at the gowd. They load her on either, and said their say, but the daddy and minnie hae parted the tway. Oh lassie I on the hill, oh lassie I on the hill, come o'er the tap o' the hill, come o'er the tap why the breeze o' the hill, bidina I on the hill. I'm needin' ye sair the nicht, for I'm tired and sick o' missile. A body's sell as the sirest wicht, oh lassie, come o'er the hill. Jean a body could be a thoucht o' grace, and no a sell ava. I'm sick o' my hide and my bands and my face, o' my thouchts and missile and a. I'm sick o' the whirl and a. The wind gangs by why a hiss, through my starin' in the sunbeams fa, but my weary hurt they miss. O lassie I on the hill, come o'er the tap o' the hill, come o'er the tap why the breeze o' the hill, bidina I on the hill. And see. For Jean I but saw your bonny hide, and the sunlicht o' your hair, the gayest o' missile would have fade down dade, I would be missile nae mair. I would be missile nae mair, filled o' the soul remede, slain by the arrows o' licked frae your hair, killed by your body and hide. O lassie I on the hill, and see. Mysel micht walk up at the soft fitfa o' my bonny departin' dame, but Jean she load me ever sma I micht bide it, the weary same. No, sick o' my body and name one it lifts its upset in hide, I turn frae the sealayes that cover my frame as Jean they wore roon the dade. O lassie I on the hill, and see. But Jean ye load me as I low you I would ring my ein dade knell, the spectre would melt, shot through and through by the shine o' your sunny cell. By the shine o' your sunny cell, by the licht aneth your brew I would dee to missile, ring my ein dade bell, and live again in you. O lassie I on the hill, come o'er the tap o' the hill, come o'er the tap why the breeze o' the hill, for I want ye sair the nicht. I'm needin' ye sair the nicht, for I'm tired and sick o' missile. A body's sell as the sirest wicht, O lassie, come o'er the hill. The bonny, bonny dell. Oh, the bonny, bonny dell, where the ullin sings, why a clip o' the sunshine atween his wings, where the birks are a straket why fair moonlicht, and the broom hings its lamps by day and by nicht, where the burnie comes trot in our shingle and stain lilt and bonny havers tilt sell its lane, and the slitty trout why a soup o' its tail is a hint the green weed's dark swingin' veil. Oh, the bonny, bonny dell, where I sang as I saw the ullin, the broom, and the burnie, and a. Oh, the bonny, bonny dell, where the primroses won, luikin o' their leaves like wee sons o' the sun, where the wild roses hing like flickers o' flame, and fa at the touch why a dainty shame, where the bee swings o'er the white clovery sod, and the butterfly flits like a stray thoucht o' God, where, like arrows shot frae life's unseen bough, the dragonfly burns the sunlit through. Oh, the bonny, bonny dell, where I sang to see the rose and the primrose, the dragon and bee. Oh, the bonny, bonny dell, where the mune loiks doon as Jean she wore here in a suffless tune, when the flowers and the birdies are asleep, and the vera burnie gangs creepy creep, where the corn crake crakes I the lang-hided rye, and the nicht is the safter for his rouch cry, where the wind would fain lie doon on the slope, and the gloamin' walkins the high reach in hope. Oh, the bonny, bonny dell, where, silent, I felt the mune and the darkness bathe into me melt. Oh, the bonny, bonny dell, where the sun loiks in sayin', here awa, there awa, hand awa, sin! Sayin' darkness and sorrow work for the licht, and the woe o' God was the hurt o' the nicht, where the laverock hings high, on his ein sang born, why bird shout and tirily heil in the morn, where my hurt ran hour why the loosome bliss that, come winter, come weather, knocked geet amiss. Oh, the bonny, bonny dell, where the sun luikit in sayin', here awa, there awa, hand awa, sin! Oh, the bonny, bonny dell, where aft I would lie, why Jeannie aside me sae sweet and sae shy, wore the starry gowans why rose-dipped tips wore as white as her cheek and as reed as her lips, where she spread her gowd hurt till she saw that I saw, sign folded it up and jied me at a, wore oh sunlicht and moonlicht she was the queen, for baith wore but midland would hoot my Jean. Oh, the bonny, bonny dell, where aft I would lie, why Jeannie aside me sae sweet and sae shy. Oh, the bonny dell, where the kirkyard lies a day and a nicht luikin up to the skies, where the sheep walkin up by the simmer nicht, tak a bite and lie doon, and await the licht, where the psalms roll o'er the grassy heaps, where the wind comes and moans, and the rain comes and weeps, where my Jeannie's no lyin' in the lair, for she's up and awa up the angel's stair. Oh, the bonny dell, where the kirkyard lies, where the stars loik doon, and the nicht wind sighs. Nanny braw. I like ye will yupo Sundays, Nanny, I your goon and your ribbons in a. But I like ye better on Mondays, Nanny, wan ye're no sae busket and bra. For wan we're sittin' sae douse, Nanny, why the lave o' the worshippin' falk, that aneth the hally whose, Nanny, ye micht hear a moudawar pauk. It will come into my hide, Nanny, o' your bros ye are thinkin' a wee, no alane o' the Bible seed, Nanny, nor the minister nor me. Sign hame athort the green, Nanny, ye gang why a toss o' your chin, and there walks a shadow atween us, Nanny, a darking though it be thin. But no, wan I see ye gang, Nanny, ye ain't at what's to be doon, liltin a haveless sang, Nanny, I would kiss your vera shun. Why your silken net on your hair, Nanny, I your bonny blue petticoat, why your kinly arms a bare, Nanny, on your ilka motion I dote. For oh, but ye're canty and free, Nanny, airy o' hurt and o' fit. A starbeam glance frae your ye, Nanny, o' you're so ye're no thinkin' a bit. Fillin' the cogue frae the coo, Nanny, skimmin' the yallow ream, pourin' awa the head brew, Nanny, licktin' the lampies lamey. Tinnin' or steppin' along, Nanny, liftin' and layin' doon, settin' richt what's I gain rang, Nanny, your motions baith dance and tune. I the who's ye're a licht and a law, Nanny, a servant like him at's a bune, oh, a woman's bonniest oa, Nanny, doin' what maun be doon. Cled I your Sunday clays, Nanny, fair kite ye to mony and but cled I your ilka days, Nanny, ye draw the hurt frae me. Ower the hedge. Aye. Bonny lassie, rosy lassie, ken ye what is care? Had ye ever thought, lassie, made ye hurt I sair? Johnny said it, Johnny seekin' sicht O'Malley's face, keekin' I the hedge o' holly for a thinner place. Na, said Mally, pawky smilin'. Not o' care ken I, Jean I meet the gruesome carline, I ass hand will it by. Lang be licked o' hurt, Mally, as o' fut and ban. Lang be ready why sick answer to ony spirin' man. Aye, the men I be spirin'. Troth, it's naething new. There's yersel why question, and there's mair like you. Deed ye wadna mock me, Mally, why ye louchin' Jean ye saw the thing I'm yivin' I the hurt o' me. Troth, I'm no sae pryin', laddie, yon's no my concern. Just as soon I would gang spirin' what's until yon cairn. Still anon, there's a thing, Mally, yond your help, my do, that's to haud my hurt frae lowen at the hurt o' you. 2. Johnny turned and left her, listed for the war. In a year cam limpin' hame why mony a scar. What was that was sittin' on the brae sae still? Worn and wan and altered, could it be hersel? Clad in black, her eyelids read why grighten sair. Was she wife and widow in a Tomon bear? Mally's hurt played wallop, kenned him, or he spak. Are ye no dade, Johnny? Is yersel come back? Are ye wife or widow? Tell me in a breath. Lanely life is fearsome, war nor ony death. Wha could be a widow wife was never nane. No, Jean ye will hae me, no I will be ane. Crutch awa he flang it, clean forgot his harms, couldna stand wit hoot it, fell in Mally's arms. Gain and comin'. Wan Andrew frae Strathbogie gied the lift was lower and dreary, the sun he wadna raise his hide, the wind blew lake and eerie. In's pooch he had a plaque or twa, I vow he had pneumony, yet Andrew like a linty sang, for Lizzie was sae bonny. Oh Lizzie, Lizzie, bonny lassie. Bonny, saucy hizzy. What richt had ye to loik at me and drive me daft and dizzy? Wan Andrew to Strathbogie cam the sun was sure neen rarely. He rade a horse that pranced and sprang, I vow he sat him fairly. And he had gowd to spend and spare, and a hurt as true as ony, but his loik was doon, his sigh was sair, for Lizzie was sae bonny. Oh Lizzie, Lizzie, bonny hizzy. The sun looked weary. Yeary strocht and rare, yeary faws though fair, heck, all John Armstrong's dearie. A sang o' Zion. Ain by ain they gang awa, the gethers grit and SMA, ain by ain max ain and a. I want in sets doon the cupping a hint mon tack it up, a thegither they will sup. Golden hide it, ripe, and strang, shorn will be the hairst or lang, sign begins a better saying. Time and tide. As I was walking on the strand, I spied an auld man sit on an auld black rock, and I the waves cam washin' up its fit. His lips they gied as gene they wad lilt, but o liltin, ways me, was nane. He spak but an overcome, dreary and dray, a bird and wasp sang was gain. Robbie and Jeanie wore twa bonny bairns, they played thegither I the gloamins hush, up came the tide and the mune and the sterns, and pairt at the twa a glint and a gush. What can the auld man mean? Quod I. Sittin' o' the auld black rock? The tide creeps up wi a moan and a cry, and a hiss mace like a mock. The words he mutters maun be the o' some weary auld warl sang, a day thing flaught and a boot in his brain, at the tide il no lat gang. Robbie and Jeanie wore twa bonny bairns, they played thegither I the gloamins hush, up came the tide and the mune and the sterns, and pairt at the twa a glint and a gush. Who pairted at them, auld man? I said. Was the sea cam up our strang? Oh, Jean thegither the twa o them gied their pairtin wasna lang. Or was our tane, and the itha left, ain to sing artig right? It's sair, I ken, to be sa bereft, but there's the tide at your feet. Robbie and Jeanie wore twa bonny bairns, and they played thegither I the gloamins hush, up came the tide and the mune and the sterns, and pairt at the twa a glint and a gush. Was the sea o space why its storm o time that wadna lat things bide? But death's a diver frae heavenly climes seeking ye neth its tide, and ye'll gaze again in ithers ye, far abeyond space and time. Never a word he answered me, but changed a wee his rhyme. Robbie and Jeanie wore twa bonny bairns, and they played thegither yupo the shore, up came the tide and the mune and the sterns, and pairt at the twa forevermore. Maybe, auld man, 'twas the tide o change that crap atween the twa? Heck! That's a droonin' fearsome strange war nor ar and a, he said nae mair. I looked it, and saw his lips they couldna gang. Death, the diver, had ta'en him awa, to gie him a new auld sang. Robbie and Jeanie wore twa bonny bairns, and they played thegither yupo the shore, up came the tide and the mune and the sterns, and south them awa through a mirksome door. The waesome carle. There cam a man to her tune and a waesome carle was he, sniping ebbet, and crooked mouthed, and glate o a blinterin' ee. Muckle he spied, and muckle he spak, but the o'ercome o his sang, whatever it said, was I the same, there's nane o ye a but's rang. Yuri a rang, and a thegither a rang, there's no a man a boot the tune but's a thegither a rang. That's no the gate to fire the braid, nor yet to brew the yill. That's no the gate to hod the plutch, nor yet to see the mill. That's no the gate to milk the coo, nor yet to speen the calf, nor yet to tramp the gurnal meal. Ye kenna your work by half. Yuri a rang and see. The minister wasna fit to pray and lad alane to preach. He nower had the gift o grace nor yet the gift o speech. He mind him o Balaam's ass, why a differ we micht ken. The Lord he opened the ass's mouth, the minister opened sign. He was a rang, and a thegither a rang. There wasna a man a boot the tune but was a thegither a rang. The poor precentor couldna sing, he grunted like a swine. The vera elders couldna pass the ladles till his min. And for the ruling elder's grace it wasna worth a horn. He didna half uncurse the meat, nor pray for mair the morn. He was a rang and see. And I he jied his nose a thrall, and I he crooked his mow, and I he cocked up his ee and said, "Tak tent the no." We snitchered hinter aloof, my man, but never said him nay, as Jean he had been a prophet, man, we loot him say his say, Yuri a rang, and see. Quo ur Goodman, the crater's daft. Heard ye ever sick a clake? Lat's see Jean he can turn a ban, or only loik and crake. It's true we maun a lip till him, he's fairly crack wi pride, but he maun live, we canna kill him. Jean he can work, he espied. He was a rang, and a thegither a rang. There, troth, the goodman o the tune was a thegither a rang. Quo he, it's but a laddie's turn, but best the first be a SMA thing. there's a they wades together in burn, and he's the man for a thing, we yoke it for the far hill moss, there was peats to cast and ca. O.S. company we thouch now loss, 'twas peace till gloamin' fa. We wore a rang, and eighth edge of their rang, there wasn't a man a boot the tune but was eighth edge of their rang. For losh, or it was dinner time the tune was in a low. The reek raised up as it had been frae Sodom flames, I vow. We lost and raid like mad, for byre and ruck bleezed the thegither, as Jean the Deal had brouched the fire phrase held to Mac on either. 'Twas a rang, and eighth edge of their rang, stick and stray a boot the place was eighth edge of their rang. And Louis kin on, bands neth his tails, the way some carl stood, to see him wagglin' at they tails mace drave sa fairly would. Ein white! He cried, I told ye sae. Yeri a rang to the last, what gart ye burn they devilic wades whan the wind blew frae the wast. Yeri a rang, and eighth edge of their rang, there's no a man I this fuel world but's eighth edge of their rang. The mermaid. Up came the tide why a burst and a wush, and back gied the stains why a were. The king's son walked I the evening hush, to hear the sea murmur and murr. Strocked o'er the water slayed frae the mune a glimmer o' called wheat licked, and o' her horns raised the water abune, and lampet across the nicht. Quhat's that, and that, far o' ti the grey, the lake mune bobbin afore? It's the bonny sea maidens at their play, haud awa, king's son, frae the shore. A rock stood up like an aldyke root, the king's son he stepped ahin. The bonny sea maidens came gambolin' o' ti, in their hair to the wind. O merry their loch when they fen the warm sand, for the licksome real sae meet. Ilk our flang her came frae her pearly ban, and took till her pearly feet. But our was beauty was dream and spell, her came on the rock she quist. Her back was scarce turned when the moonlicht shell was lyin' I the prince's breist. The cluds grew grim as he watched their game, when blew up an angry tune, and after our took up her came, and seaward gied dancin' dune. But our, why hair like the mune in a clud, was left by the rock her lane, why flit in bands, like a priest's she stewed, maced veiled in a rush o' rain. She spied the prince, she sank at his feet, and lay like a wreath o' snaw meltin' awa I the wind and wheat o' a wastin' waslin' thaw. He lifted her, trimlin' why hoop and drade, and hame why his prize he gied, and laid her dune, like a witherin' weed, soft on a gowden bed. A that nicht, and a day the neist, she never lifted hide, ki it lay the sea, and ki it lay her breist, and ki it lay the kirkyard dade. But quan at the gloamin' a sea breeze keen blew intil the glimsome room, like twa set in stars she opened her een, and the sea floor began to bloom. And she saw the prince kneelin' at her bed, and afore the mune was new, careless, and called she was wooed and wed, but a winsome wife she grew. And a gied will till their bairn was born, and sighing she couldna sleep, she would rise at midnight, and wander till morn, hearken the sough o' the deep. A nicht won the wind gied ravin a boot, and the winnocks wore speckled wy fame, frae room to room she straight in an ot, and she spied her pearly came. She twined up her hair wy eager bands, and in why the rainbow came. She's ot, and she's ower the Sherneen sands and awa till her moanin' hame. The prince he started where he lay, he walkit, and was him lane. He souched far until the morning grey, but his bonny sea wife was gane. And ever and I the mirk, or the mune, whan the wind blew soft frae the sea, the sad shore up and the sad shore dune by the lanely rock paced he. But never again on the sands to play came the maids o' the merry, called sea. He heard them loch far oti the bay, but heard alane gied he. The earl o' watery deck. The wind it blew, and the ship it flew, and it was, hey for hame! But up and cried the skipper till his crew, haud her oti ower the sought sea fame. Sign up and spak the angry king. Haud on for Dumferline, quo' the skipper. My lord, this mauna be, I'm king on this boat o' mine. He took the helm until his han, he left the shore under the lee, sign could it sail, and, east and south, stood awa richt ot to sea. Quo' the king, lies majesty, I trow. Here lies some ill-set plan, 'bout ship. Quo' the skipper, your grace forgets ye are king but o' the lawn. Ot he howled to the open sea quill the north wind fluttered and fell. Sign the east had a bitter word to say that walk into watery hell. He turned her hide until the north, quo the nobles. He has strewn, by the mass, quo the skipper. Haud a fief your lady bands, or ye'll never see the base. The king creepit down the cabin stair to drink the good French wine, and up cam his doctor, the princess fair, and luikit o'er the brine. She turned her face to the drive-in snaw, to the snaw but and the wheat, it clocked her snood, and owa like a dud her hair drave oti I the sleet. She turned her face frae the drive-in win. What's that a haid? Quo she. The skipper he threw him so frae the win and he brake the helm a lee. Put to your han, my lady fair! Haud up her hide, quo he. Jean she dinna face the win a wee merits forwill to you and me. To the tiller the lady she laid her han, and the ship brayed her cheek to the blast. They jook at the berg, but her quarter scraped, and they luikit at ither aghast. Quo the skipper, Ye are a lady fair, and a princess grand to see, but were ye a beggar, a man would sail to the hell I your company. She lifted a pale and a queenly face, her een flashed, and syne they swam. And what for no to the heaven? She says, and she turned owa frae him. But she took na her han frae the good ship's helm till the day begouth to daw, and the skipper he spak, but what was said it was said atween them twa. And syne the good ship she lay to, why Scotland hine under the lee, and the king came up the cabin stair why wan face and blood shot ye. Leg loud at the skipper yupo the deck. Stand up, quo the king. Ye're an honest loon, and beg me a boon quan ye gie me back this ring. Lone blew the wind, the stars came ot, the ship turned frae the north, and or ever the sun was up in a boot they wore until the firth o' forth. Quan the good ship lay at the pier hide, and the king stood steady o' the lawn. Doon why ye, skipper, doon, he said. Who door ye afore me stan? The skipper he louted on his knee, the king his blade he drew, quo the king. No, I'm wyin' to ye to center me. I'm aboard my vessel no. Jean I hadna been your very good lord I would hae thrawn your neck. But, you while out at skipper o doon, rise up your o watery deck. The skipper he resina. Your grace is great, your woolet can he eyes or ding. Why a wee word ye hae made me a earl, why a neither mak me a king? I canna mak ye a king, quo he. The Lord Elaine can do that. I snoke lies majesty, my man. Quot the Sathon wad ye be at? Glowered at the skipper the douhtsome king Jalison aneth his croon, quo the skipper. Here is your grace's ring, and your doctor is my boon. The black blood shot until the king's face he wasna bonny to see. The rascal skipper. He licklies your grace, gar hang him hae on yon tree. Up sprang the skipper and aboard his ship, clyke it up a bite and blade and hack it at the cable that held her to the pier, and thoucht it maist our wheel made. The king he blew shill in a siller wustle, and tramp, tramp, doon the pier cam 20 men on 20 horses, clankin wy spur and spear. At the king's feut fell his doctor fair. His life ye wadna spill. Ye door stand twixt my hurt and my hate? I door, why a richt good will. You was I to your faith a throward bairn, but my lady, here stands the king. Lookna him I the angry face, a monarch's on the thing. I lout to my father for his grace low on my bended knee, but I stand and loik the king I the face, for the skipper is king o' me. She turned, she sprang yupo the deck, the cable splashed I the forth, her wings sae braid the good ship spread and flew east, and syne flew north. Now was not this a king's doctor, a lady that feared no scathe? A woman why quilk a man mix sail prud until the port o' death? The Twa Gordons. Aye. There was John Gordon and Archibald, and a earl's twin sons wore they. Quan they wore are in 20-year-old they fell ot on their ae birthday. Turn ye, John Gordon, nae brither to me. Turn ye, faws and fell. Or doon ye es gang, as black as a lee, to the muckle devil o' hell. In quot for that, Archie Gordon, I pray? Quot ill hae I doon to thee? Twa faced loon, ye sail rue this day the answer I'm goin' to gie. For it'll be Roucher nor Lady Janet's, and loud I the braid daylicht, and the wa to spiel is my iron mail, no her castle wa by nicht. I spielt the wa o her castle braw I the roarin' when yestreen, and I sat in her bower till the gloamin' esta licht fitted a hint immune. Turn ye, John Gordon, the twaysome we est twin. Turn ye, an hod year ein, for ein saw lie on a cold wheat bed, and I down a curse again. O Archie, Janet is my true love, not na spear leave o thee. Gene that be true, the devil's a sanct, and ye are no tellin' a lee. Their swords they drew, and the fire flocks flew, and they shifted wy fendin' feet, and the blood ran doon, till the grun a roon like a vera bog was weet. O Archie, I hae gotten a called supper, O steal, but shortest grace. A grip o your hana for ye gang, and turn me up o my face. But he's turned himsel upon his heel, and wordless awa he's gane, and the corby craw I the Icabune is roopin' for his ein. 2. Lady Margaret, her hurt richt gret, loik sour the castle wa, Lord Archibald rides oti at the yet, a hint him his merry mena. Why a his band, to the Holy Land he's bound why merry din, his shoulders doss a Christ's cross, in his bryston ugsome sin. But the cross it brunt him like the fire. Its burnin' never ceased, it bruntin' in, to win at the sin lay cowrin' in his bryst. A mile frae the shore o the Dade Sea the army halted a nicht. Lord Archie was walk rife, and o t geed he a walkin' I the munelicht. Dar like he geed, why doon hingen hide, quill he cam, by the licht o the mune, cor michty stains lay scattered like sheep, and ants they worshipped Mahown. The scruff and scum o the Dade shore gleamed and glinted a soddy grey, the banes o the Dade stack o its bed, the sea licked them as they lay. He sat him doon on a sunken stain, and he sig hit sae dreary and deep. I can tholone grutton, lyin' a walk, but he comes when I'm asleep. I would gie my soul forever and I until unless dilla and smirt, to sleep and nick like a bairn again, and cule my burnin' hurt. O t frae a hint a muckle stain cam a voice like a huddy cross. Behaud there, Archibald Gordon, it said. Behaud, ye hae our good cause. I'll say quhat I like. Quod Archibald. Be ye gayest or devil or quat? Tak tent, Lord Archie, gene ye be wise, the tit winna even the tat. Lord Archibald looked why a loud ha eerysome, gruesome to hear. A bonny bargain auld cloots wad hay, it has ilka foe but fear. Doon, Lord Archibald? Craked the voice. Doon, Belsy! Cried he again. The grey banes glimmered, the white sot shimmered, Lord Archie was him laying. Back he gied straught, by the glowern mune, and down in his plaid he lay, and soon he sleeped. A gayest like man sat by his hide quill the day. And quanever he moaned or turned him rune, or his brew gie token o plycht, the walkin' man I the sleepin' man's lug would roan emergin o micht. And the glint o a smile would quaver athwart the sleepin' cheek sa brune, and a tear atween the lids would sturt, and whiles rin fairly down. And I by his lair sat the gayest like man, he watched his sleep and nicht, and in mail rustbrune, why his vizorn down, raid at his knee I the fecht. Nor in east nor twice the horn helmet chiel saved him frae Dadely dad, and Archie said, Gene this be the deal he's no sack black as he's seaed. But what ye fool will it wasna the deal that took Lord Archie's pert, but his twin brother John he thoucht daid and gone, why love like a low in his hurt. 3. Hame cam Lord Archibald, weary wicht, hame till his ain country, and he cried, quan his castle raised and sicked. No Christ me sane and see! He turned him rune, the man in Rustburn was gane, he saw knocked quare. At the ha door he licked him down, Lady Margaret met him there. Reed wore her een, but high was her mien, and her words wore sharp and sair. Welcome, Archie, to Dula and Teen, and welcome ye get nae mair. Quor is your twin, Lord Archibald, that lay I my body wy thee. I miss my mark Jean Heliasna stark quor the daylicht comesna to see. Lord Archibald dochna speak a word for his hurt was like a stain. He turned him awa, and the huddy craw was roopin' for his ein. Quor are ye gane, Lord Archie? She said. Why your lips essay white and thin? Mother, goodbye. I'm gane to lie ance mare why my body twin. Up she braid, but awa he gied strocht for the corbitree, for quor he had slain he thoucht to slay, and cast him doon in dee. God guide us! He cried why gast it rare. Has he leaned there ever since sign? And he thoucht he saw the banes, piked and bare, through the cracks o' his harness shine. O Johnny! My brither! Quo Archibald why a hurt up heaven main. I wad pit my soul I your wasted corp to see ye alive again. Haud ye there? Quod a voice frae to the helm. A man sold he'd quod he says, and the closen joints grip pit and tore the jers as up the armor raise. So ye hae nane to see your ein and it's time to hand your jaw. The sleep it was thine, and the soul it is mine, deal Archie, come awa. Auld horny, quo Archie. Twa words to that my burnin' hurt burns on, and the sleep, will I what, was nae reek frae thy pat, for I was dreamin' o' John. But I carina a plaque for a soul sa black, weighs me at my mither bore me. Put fire on my breast and fire at my back, but ae minute set Johnny afore me. The gauntlets grip it the helm sa stood and lifted frae chin and brew, and Johnny him so keek it smilin' ot. O Archie, I hae ye know. O you wee bit broad I was little the war, I crap awa my lane, and never a devil cam ye nar, sep ye conjure Johnny ain. Quer quilum his britha Johnny lay, fell Archie upon his knees. The words he said I dinna say, but I'm sure they worn Elise. The last win. O lap me in, my bonny lass! It's a lang road o'er the hill, and the flochterin' snaw begud to fa on the brig ayont the mill. Here's nae change who's John Munro. I'll ken that to my cost gene ye gar me tack the hill the nicht, why snaw o' the back o' frost. But tell me, lass, what's my offence? Will ken ye? At the fair ye licklied me. Aye, twasna ance, ye needna come nae mair. I licklied ye? Aye o'er the glass. Foul fae the ill-ford mow at made the lean word to pass by rowin' ti the true. The trouth is this, I dockna bide to hear your bonny name war lawless mouths war open it wide why ill-tongued scoff and blame. And what I said was, hoot lat sit. She's but a bairn the lass, it turn't the spade o' words a bit, and loot your fair name pass. Thank ye for naething, John Munro. My name it needna hide, it's no a drucken suff would gar me turn my hide aside. O Elsie, lassie, be yersil. The snaw stirs drift and thrang. O tack me in, the win SSA snell, and in an hour I'll gang. I downa pay ye guid for ill, ye heedna fa's and true. Gang back to Katy at the mill, she loose sick like as you. He turned his fit, she hardna mare. The lift was like to fa, and Elsie's hurt grew grit, and Sarah sicked owed the drive-in snaw. She laid her doon, but no to sleep, her vera hurt was called, and the sheets wore like a frozen heap o' drift boot her fault. She raised fu air, the world lay fair and still in its winden sheet, at Dorcheek, or at Winnicklug, was never a mark o' feet. She crap for days boot the whoos, dull fuddit and hurtser, I keekin ot like a hungered moose, but Johnny was na there. Lang or the spring begout to thow the waesome, sick-faced snaw, her hurt was soft a throw and throw, her pride had ta'en a fa. And one the reeds wore Halflin's gain, and the sun was blinkin' bonny, ot hour the hill she would gang her lane to spear boot her Johnny. Half hour, she cam until a lair o' snaw and slush and wheat, the Lord hae mercy. What's that there? It was Johnny at her feet. Aneth the snaw his hide was smorit, but his breist was macely bare, and twixt his ricked ban and his hurt lay a lock o' gowden hair. The warm wind blew, the blackcock flew, the larrick munted the skies, the burnie ran, and a bayin began, but Johnny wadna rise. The sun was clear, the lift was blue, the winter was awa, up came the green jers plentiful, the better for the snaw. And warm it happed Johnny's grave wore the lock gowden lay, but on Elsie's hingen hide the lave was afore the barley grey. Halloween. Sweep up the fleur, Janet, put on either peat. It's a lown and a starry nicht, Janet, and now the called nor wheat. It's the nicht atween the sanks and souls one the bodiless gang boot, and it's open whose we keep the nicht for ony that may be ot. Set the chairs back to the wa, Janet, Mac ready for Kiat Falk. Hey a thing as clean as a winden sheet, they commona ilka oke. There's a spale yupo the fleur, Janet, and there's a rowan berry. Sweep them until the fire, Janet, or they'll either come nor tarry. Sign set open the outer door, wide open for Wakens wa. As ye come bend to your bed, Janet, set baith doors to the wa. She set the chairs back to the wa, but in that was o' the birk, she sweepit the fleur, but left the spale, a lang spale o' the Ike. The nicht was lown, the stars sae still war glintin' doon the sky, the souls crap o' their moolly graves, a dank wy lyin' by. They fawn the dur wide to the wa, and the peats blawn rosy reed, they wore shunless feet gied in and o' nor clampit as they gied. The mither she kiket but the whoos saw what she could say, quack and she slitted doon by Janet, and gasp in a wily she lay. There's our o' them sittin' afore the fire. Ye wadna hearken to me. Janet, ye left a chair by the fire, where I told ye nae chair sold be. Janet she smillit in her minnie's face, she had brunt the road and reed, but she left Aneth the birken chair the spale frae a coffin lid. Soft she raised and gied but the whoos, and ilka dur did stake. 3 hours gied by, and her minnie heard sound o' the dade nor quick. Wan the grey cock crew, she heard on the flure the fa o' shunless feet, wan the rud cock crew, she heard the dur, and a suff o' win and wheat. Wan the gowd cock crew, Janet came back, her face it was grey o' blee, why starin' een, at her mither's side she lay doon like a bairn to dee. Her white lips hadna a word to lat fa mare nor the soulless dade. 7 lang days and nights she lay, and never a word she said. Signs suddent, as o' asleep, she brayed, smilin' richt winsomely, and she spak, but her word it was far and straight, like a whisper come ower the sea. And never again did they hear her lauch, nor ever a tear down ran, but a smile I flitted aboot her face like the mune on a water wan. And ilka nicht atween sanks and souls she laid the durs to the wa, blew up the fire, and set the chair, and loot the spale doon fa. And at midnight she gied but the whose eye steekin' dur and dur. Wan the gowd cock crew, kiet as a moose she came creepin' ower the flure. Mair wan grew her face, and her smile mair sweet quilled the 7th Halloweve. Her mother she heard the shunless feet said, she'll be ben alive. She camna ben. Her minnie raise, for fear she maist cudna stan, she grippit the wa, and but she gied, for the gowd cock lang had crawn. There sat Janet yupo the birk chair, white as the day did daw, but her smile was a sunglint left on the sea when the sun himsel is awa. The LibriVox. The man says, LibriVox I the lift, hey ye nae sang thrift, at ye scatter tsa hay, and ladded adrift? Waster few LibriVox. Dinna ye ken ye hing our men wa haina a sang or a penny to spend? Hurtless LibriVox. But up there you, I the bow the blue, hod skirlin' on as Jean a war new. Toom hide at LibriVox. Haith, yuri our blithe. I see a great side swing warrior nesty lies, doon I the lithe, liltin LibriVox. Sick a sown. Birdie, come down, yuri fade to sing sick a merry tune. Gowkit LibriVox. Come to your nest, your wife's sair pressed, she's clean worn ot why dwin her best. Rovin LibriVox. Winna ye hod? Yuri's surely mad. Is there naebody there to gie ye a dad, menseless LibriVox? Come doon and conform, pike an honest worm, and hap your bairns frae the comin' storm, spend rife LibriVox. The bird sings. My nesty at leith I the how o' a ban, the swing o' the side o' misty by a span. The lift its sae cheery, the win its sae free. I hing ower my dearie, and sing cause I see. My wifey's wee breist eye grows warm why my sang, and ill crumpled up beastie kens no to think lang. Up here the sun sings, but he only shines there. Ye haina nae wings, but come up on a prayer. The man sings. Ye we doran crater, ye rant, and ye sing like an oyo all natur ta'en hame by the king. Ye we feather priesty, your bells eye your throat, your altar your breist eye your mitre forgot. Off Erin and Erin, ye burn hurt and brain, and de tin and doran, flee back to your ein. Ye we minor prophet, it's maist my belief that I'm doon in Tophet, and you a bune grief. Ye ve deved me and dawdit, and seaed me a fuel, I'm near han persuaded to gang to your shul. For, birdie, I'm thinkin' ye ken mair nor me, Jean ye haina been drinkin', and sing as ye see. Ye maun hae a sicht at seas gay and far ben, and a hurt, for the micht ot, wad sair for 9 men. There's somebody's been till roon soft to ye wa said birdies are seen till, and Ian won the fa. Godly balance. I dot, this side and that. The rich man sat in his father's seat, purple and linen, and a thing fine. The poor man lay at his yet I the street, sares and tatters, and weary pine. To the rich man's table ilk dainty comes, mony a morsel geed freight, or fell. The poor man fain would hae dine on the crumbs, but whether he got them I canna tell. Servants prud, soft fitted, and stand by the rich man's curtained doors. Masterless dogs at rinne boot cam to the poor man and licked his sores. The rich man deet, and they buried him gran, in linen fine his body they wrap. But the angels took up the beggar man, and laid him down in Abraham's lap. The guid yupo this side, the ill yupo that, sick was the rich man's waysome fa. But his brithers they eat, and they drink, and they chat, and carina astray for their fathers ha. The troth is the troth, think what ye will, and some they kenna what they wad be at. But the beggar man thoucht he did know that ill, why the dogs o' this side, the angels o' that. 2. The TWA bobbies. Stately, langrobot, and steppin' at ease, the rich men gied up the temple ha, hasty, and grippin' her TWA bobbies, the widow came after, boyd and SMA. Their gowd rang loud as it fell, and lay yallow and glintin', bonny and braw. But the falk roon the maester hard him say the poor body's bobbies was mair norida. 3. Was my neighbor? Doon frae Jerusalem a traveller took the leg road to Jericho. It had an ill name and mony a crook, it was lang and unco how. O te cam the robbers, and fell o' the man, and knocked him o' the hide, took a war on they could lay their han, and left him naked for daid. By cam a minister o' the kirk. A sermus hanter, he cried. Wha kens whar the villains may lurk? Is hod to the ither side. By cam an elder o' the kirk, like a young horse he shied. Fie! Here's a bonny mornin's work! And he spank to the ither side. By cam ain gied to the rain kirk, douse he trotted along. Poor body! He cried, and why a yerk af o' his cuddy he sprang. He ran to the body and turned it o'er. There's life I the man! He cried. He wasna ain to stand and glower, nor hand to the ither side. He docked toward his oons, and hysed him then to the back o' the beastie douse, and he howled him on till, TWA weary men, they wan to the halfway hoos. He tint him a nicked, and o' the morn did say, Landlord, latna him lack, here's 18 pence, and ony mair outlay I'll saddle tea as I come back. Essay tack till ye, neebors, readerick the word, it's a portion o' God's ein spell. Why is my neebur? Spurna the Lord, but am I a neebur? Yersel. 4. Him why the bag. Ance was a woman was hurt was gret. Her love was dumb it was maist a grief. She brak the box, it's telt o' her yet, the bonny box for her hurt's relief. Ain was there was tales but brief, yet was our lang, the gate he cawed. He luiked a man, and was but a thief, michty the gear to grip and hand. What guid? He cried. Sick a box fit to blod? Wilfu waste I could never buy. It micht hae been sold for £10, I wad, sold for £10, and Jean to the puir. Savon he was, but for love o' the gear, careful he was, but afore himsel, he carried the bag to his hurt near what fell I the ain I the ither fell. And the strings o' his hurt hinged down to hell, they wore pud ticked aboot the mow, and hence it comes that I hate to tell the worst ill tale that ever was true. The hurt that's greedy mon mischief brew, and the deals pud the strings doon yana in hell, and he sold, or the Aegean mune was new, for 30 shillings the maester himsel. Gear I the hurt it's a canker fell, brithers, latna the siller ben. Troth, Jean ye do, I warn ye ye'll sell the vera maester or ever ye ken. The coarse crater. The Lord gied why a crud o' men through Jericho the bonny. 'Twas ill the son o' man to ken mang sons o' men mony. The wee bit son o' man Zacchae to see the maester seek it. He spielt a fig tree, bald and shy, and his shortness he kit. But as he thoucht to see his back, Roon turned the hale face till him, up luikit strocked, and till him spak, his hurt gied like to kill him. Come down, Zacchae, bestir yersel, this nicht I want a lodgin'. Like a ripe apple maist he fell, nor needed ony nudgin'. But up amang the unco guid there raise a murmur and wonder. This is a deem is want o' heed, the man's a special sinner. Up spak Zacchae, his hurt ableeze. Half mind the puir, Lord hae it, Jean out I've ta'en by ony lees, fourfold again I pay it. Then Jesus said, This is a man. His whose I'm here to save it, he's our O Abraham's ein clan, and sick like has behav it. I kem the lost to seek and win. Zacchae was our he wanted, to ony man that left his sin his grace he never scant it. The deals forhood his ein. The deals forhood his ein, his ein. The deals forhood his ein. His bairns are grighten in ilka nook, for the deals forhood his ein. The deal he took his stick and his hat, and his yallow gloves on he drew. The coals S.A. dear, and the preachin' S.A. flat. And I canna be I.Y.U. The deals, and see. But I'll gie ye my blessin' afore I gang, why just a word o' advice, and gene a nithing after that gees rang it'll be your ein wool and ch ice. No hark, there's diseases gain a boot, whiles are, and whiles a thegither. Ain't seed repentance, hath, hand it o.t. It comes why a change o' weather. For that, see I at yeary good at the spune and tak your fair share o' the drink, gene ye dinna, I wadna wonder but soon ye micht mace begin to think. Neist loik efter your liver, that's the place where conscience gars ye fin. Some folk has mair o.t., and some has less, it comes o' breedin' in. But there's war nor diseases gain nae boot, there's a heap o' fair-spoken lees, and there's naething I natur, in or o.t., at war with the health agrees. There's what they see a faith, at what I be fain, and hoop that glowers, and tinesa, and love, that never yet fond its ein, but I turned its face to the wall. And trouth, the suff o' a sickly win, and richt, what needna be, and beauty, nae deeper nor the skin, and blood, that's naething but brie. But there's a grand doctor for a and mair, for diseases and lees in a breath. My bairns, I leah ye yot a care to your best freen, Dr. Death. He'll no distress ye, as kiets a cat he grips ye, and a things our. There's naething mair at ye wad be at, there's never a sweet nor sour. They see a sleep, but it's better bliss, for you walkin' up no more. They see a mansion, and S.A. it is, and the coffin lids the door. Just a word mair, and it's verbum sat, I hate preached it monies the year, war there's naething ava to be fricted at there's naething ava to fear. I dinna say at there isna a hell, to lee wad be a disgrace. I bide there when I'm at hame missile, and it's no sick a bias o' place. Ye see yon blue thing they see the lift? It's but hell turned upside down, a wumma bossy, whiles foe o' drift, and whiles o' a rumlin' sown. Let auld wives tell their tales I the reek, men hate to do yfacs. There's naebody there to watch, and keek until your wee mistakes. But nor ben there's naebody there frae the year to the farthest spark, ye'll rub the knees o' your breeks to the bear afore ye'll pray ye a sark. S.A. fare ye weel, my bonny men, and will may ye thrive in the. Gene I dinna see ye some time again it'll be at yeary no to see. He cocked his hat ouring no his cheeks, and owa why a halt and a spang, for his tail was down a leg o' his breeks, and his boots wore a half-hour lang. The deals forhood his ein, his ein. The deals forhood his ein. His bairns are grighten in ilka nook, for the deals forhood his ein. The auld fisher. There was an auld fisher, he sat by the wa, and luikit ot hour the sea. The bairnies were playin', he smilt on them but the tear stood in his ee. And it's, oh to win awa. And it's, oh to win awa war the bairns come hame, and the wives they bide, and God is the father oa. Jockey and Jimmy and Tammy ot there I the boat I gee doon, and I'm our all to fish ony mare, S.A. I hinna the chance to drun. And it's, oh to win awa. And see. And Jeanie she grat to ease her hurt, and she eased hersel awa. But I'm our all for the tears to sturt, and S.A. the sighs mon blaw. And it's, oh to win awa. And see. Lord steer me hame where my Lord has steerit, for I'm tired o' life's rockin' sea, and dinna be lang, for I'm growin' that fearit at I'm ablin's our all to dee. And it's, oh to win awa. And it's, oh to win awa war the bairns come hame, and the wives they bide, and God is the father oa. The herd and the mavis. What gars ye sing? Said the herd laddie. What gars ye sing S.A. lud? To tice them ot o the erd, laddie, the worms for my daily food. And I he sang, and better he sang, and the worms creep it in an ot, and ane he took, and twa he loot gang, and still he caroled stood. It's no for the worms, sir, said the herd. They common for your saying. Think ye essaye, sir? Answered the bird. Maybe ye know I the rang. But I and see. Sing ye young sorrow to beguile, or to gie auld fear the flegs? Na, quo the mavis. I sing to while my wee things o her eggs. And I and see. The mistress is plenty for that same gear though ye sangna ere nor late. I would draw the dade frae the moul essaye drear, and open the kirkyard gate. And I and see. Better ye sing nor a burn I the mune, nor a wave our sand that flows, nor a wind why the glintin' stars abune, and anneth the roses and rose. And I and see. But a better sang it would tak nor your ein, though ye hae o notes a feck, to mak the auld bare banes their essaye fain as to lift the muckle sneck. And I and see. And ye wouldna draw a ye bairnie back frae the arms o' the bonny man though its minnie was grightin' alas and alack, and her cries to the bairnie wan. And I and see. And I'll spare ye nae mair, sir, said the herd. I fear what ye mick say neist. I did ye would wonder, sir, said the bird, to see the thouchts I my bryst. And I he sang, and better he sang, and the worms creep it in an oot, and ane he took, and twa he loot gang, and still he caroled stood. Aloud nicked. Rose o my hurt, open your leaves to the lamp and mune, into the curls lat her keek and dirt, she'll tak the colour but gie tune. Bick o my brain, open your falls to the starry signs, lat the eon o the holy loiken strain, lat them glimmer and score atween the lines. Cup o my soul, goud and diamond and ruby cup, yeri naught ava but a tomb dry bowl till the wine o the kingdom fill ye up. Conscience glass, mirror the unless all in thee, melt the boundard and make it pass into the tideless, shoreless sea. Whirl o my life, swing thee round thy sunny track, fire and wind and water and strife, carry them to the glory back. The home of death. Death, where do ye bide, all death? I bide in ilka breath. Quo death. No I the pyramids, no war the wormy rids neth coffin lids. I bide in a war life has been, and war's nae mair to be dune. Death, where do ye bide, all death? Why the leave-in, to dee at our lathe? Quo death. Why the man and the wife at loo like life, but strife? Why the bairns at hing to their mither, why at looing on either? Death, where do ye bide, all death? Abunin a boot and aneth. Quo death. But o'er the airts and o'er the parts, in hearts, one that ta'en to the tide that says, na, and the north wind begins to blaw. Trial it. I'm a poor man, I grant, but I am well neebird, and none shall me daunt though a poor man, I grant, for I shall not want, the Lord is my shepherd. I'm a poor man, I grant, but I am well neebird. When that blaws. When that blaws the simmer plaid o'er the high hills show others laid, green why jers, and reed why heather, welcome why your sow like weather. Mony a wind there has been sent o'tneth the firmament, ilka in its story has, ilka in began and was, ilka in fell quiet and mute one its angel work was ot. First geed our ot through the murk one the maker gone to work, our it geed and our the sea, and the world begud to be. Mony has come and gain sin the time there was but ane was grit and strong, and rent rocks and mountains as it went afore the Lord, his trumpeter, walking up the prophet's ear. Ane was like a stepping stone I the mulberry taps abune, them the Lord's ein steps did swing, walking on afore his king. Ane lay doon like scolded pup at his feet, and gatna up, whan the word the maester spak drave the wool cat billows back, ane geed frae his lips. And dang to the yerd the sodger thrang, ane comes frae his hurt to mine ilka day to mak it fine. Breath o God, come and blaw frae my hurt ilk fog hour, walk me up and mak me strang, fill my hurt why Monia sang, frae my lips again to sturt fillin' sails o Monia hurt, blawin' them hour seas dividend to the only place to bide in. A song of hope. I dinna ken what's come o'er me. There's a how war ants was a hurt. I never loik o tea afore me, and a cry winnegar me sturt. There's naething nae mair to come o'er me, blaw the wind frae ony airt. For I yon kirkyard there's a hillock, a hurt war ants was a how, and oh joy there's no left a mayalock, dade ice war ants was a low. For I yon kirkyard I the hillock, lies a seed at winna grow. It's my hurt at hods up the wee hilly, that's who there's a how I my bryst. It's awa doon there why my willie, geed why him wan he was released. It's doon I the green grown hilly, but is be after it neist. Come awa, nicht and mornin', come o case, years, a time's clan, yeary welcome, I'm no a bit scornin'. Tack me till him as fest as ye can. Come awa, nicht and mornin', ye are wings o a michty span. For I ken he's luikin' and waitin', luikin' I doon as I clim, and I'll no hae him see me sit gritin' I stead o gain to him. I'll step o tea like ain't sure o a meetin', I'll travel and rin to him. The Burnie. The water ran doon frae the hike hope hide, why a rin, Burnie, rin, it wimpled and waggled, and sang a screed o nonsense, and wadna blin why it's rin, Burnie, rin. Frae the hurt o the whirl, why a swirl and a sway, and a rin, Burnie, rin, that water lapped clear frae the dark till the day, and singin' awa did spin, why it's rin, Burnie, rin. A wee bit mile frae the hike hope hide why it's rin, Burnie, rin, mang her yos and her lammies the herd lassie stewed, and she loot a tear fa in, why a rin, Burnie, rin. Frae the hurt o the maiden that teardrap raise why a rin, Burnie, rin. Warely climmin' up weary ways there was but a drap to fa in, sa lathe did that Burnie rin. Twa wee bit miles frae the hike hope hide why it's rin, Burnie, rin, doon creepit a cowrin streaky o reed, and it melted awa within the Burnie at I did rin. Frae the hurt o a youth kem the tricklin' reed, why it's rin, Burnie, rin, it ran and ran till it left him dade, and syne it dried up by the wind, that Burnie nae mair did rin. One the wimplin' burn that frae 3 hearts gied why a rin, Burnie, rin, cam to the lip o the sea sa braid, it curled and gruied why pain no sin, but it took that Burnie in. Hame. The whirl it's dotted why hame's as thick as gowans o the green, I bonnier ilk ain nor the lave to him while they're open his een. And mony and bonny's the hame that lies neth auld Scotland's crests, her hills and her mountains they are the sides o a muckle nest o nests. His lies I the dip o a muir why a twa 3 elder trees, a lanely cot why a suff o win, and a simmer bum o bees. And mine in a bloomin' strath, why a river rowin' by, why the green corn glintin' I the sun, and a lowen o the kye. And yours wore the chimleys all stand up by the gloamin' pale why the line o a grand sierra drawn on the lift as sharps why a nail. But whether by Inglenook on a creepy ye sookit your thumb, dreamin', and watchin' the blue peat reek wamel oti up the muckle lum. Or your wee feet sank I the fur afore a bleezin' hearth, why the curtains drawn, shut in oti the tune, Aberdeen, Auld Reekie, or Perth. It's a naething, nor here nor there, Leal Scots are ain thegither. Ilkane has a hame, and it's a the same whether in clover or heather. And the herd I turns to the hame, that's Warurine folk wands, and Jean hame bin a hame, the herd bods I on to beyond the stars and the suns. For o' the hames there's a hame herdy and warm and wide, war that max hame hour the big roon earth gangs till it's hame to bide. The sang o' the auld falk. Doon cam the sunbeams, and up gied the stir, as we spanged our the road at 10 mile the hoer, the horse wasna timmer, the cart wasna stray, and little cared we for the burn or the bray. We wore young, and the hurt inns was strang I the loo, and deeper in yet was the courage and hoop. The sun was gay aft in a clud, but the heat cam through, and dried softly the dune fa and wheat. No, the horsies some tired, but the road's nae sa lang. The sun comes now ot, but he's no in a fong. The nick's comin' on, but hame's no far awa. We hae come a far road, but hae pay it for a. For ane has been wy us, and sometimes may seen, was cared for us better nor a for Ian. He's cared for the horsie, the man, and the wife, and we're gain hame to him for the rest o' our life. Doon comes the water, and up gangs nae stir. We creep ower the road at twa mile the hoer, but our hearts they are canty, for aince to the fore wha was and wha is and will be evermore. The Auld Man's Prayer. Lord, I'm an auld man, and I'm deein', and do what I canna help being some furt at the thoucht. I'm no what I ought. And thou art sa gran, me but an auld man. I hae na gotten muckle guid o the world, though siller a puckle thegither I hae harled. No, I maun be rid o tea, the ill and the guid o tea. And I would, no back frae tea, rather put till tea nor tack frae tea. It's a pity a body cowdna haud on here, puttin' Claudy to Claudy till he had a bit lawn here, but I'm forgettin' whar the tide's set in. It'll pusion my prayer till it's no worth a hair. It's awfu' to think 'at I'm gain war s hour why the lawfu, war's an end till a hang. It's gruesome to end the thing at ye can, and gang to begin till what ye canna see until. Thou may weel turn owa, Lord, and say it's a shame at no I sold ca on thy lickgian name while my lang lifetime would no see us time. And the fac there's no fleen, but hey pity, I'm deein'. I'm thine after the war shame I'm nae better. Dinna send me owa, dinna curse a poor crater. I never just cheat it, I own I defeat it, guard his poverty tell on him at Monsell. Oh, that my probation had lain I some region war was less consideration for gear mixed why religion. It's the mixin' the TWA at gis ruinsa. That kirks the deal's place war gear glorifies grace. I hae learnt not but a thing at life's but a span. I hae wars that for naething. I hae nowt I my han. At the foot o' the stairs I'm sayin' my prayers. Lord, lat the auld loon confess and lie doon. I hae been an ill man. Micht hae made a guid dog. I could rin no stan, micht hae won through a bog. But tea was our easy gain, and I set me to playin'. Dinna send me owa wars no licht ava. Forgy me and hap me. I hae been a sharp thorn. But oh, dinna drap me. I'll be cuthie the morn. To my brither John lat me atone, and to mair I could name Jean I'd time to tack blame. I hae woolta my gear to my cousin Lippit. She needs tea no a hair, and would haud it grip it. But I'm thinkin' TLL be better to giet a bit scatter war at winna canker but mac a bit anchor. No I try to sit loose to the world and its thrang. Lord, come until my who's for Sathon Saul gang. Owa here I send him, oh, haud the who's again him, or thou kens what he'll door, he'll be back why 7 war. Lord, I knock at thy yet. I hear the dog yowlin'. Lang latna me wait. My conscience is growlin'. War but to thee wha was broken for me, but to thee, Lord sae gran, can flee an auld man. Granny Canty. What max ye sae canty, Granny dear? Has some kin body been for ye to spare? Ye loik as smilin' and fain and willin' as Jean ye had fun a bonny shillin'. Ye think I look canty, my bonny man, sittin' watchin' the last o' the sun sae gran? Weel, and I'm thinkin' ye know that rang. For deed I my hurt there's a wordless sang. Can you the many no canty, my dow? It's bein' I the humor o' singin', I trow. And though nae sang ever crosses my lips, I might like to sing one on either sun dips. For the time, wee laddie, the time grows lang sin' I saw the man wha sick was my sang. Your grandfather, that's, and the sun's last glim says I to me, lass, ye're a mile nearer him. For he's hame afore me, and lang's the road. He fain at my side would hae timed his plod, but he was sent for, and hurried owa. No, I'm thinkin' he's hearkened to hear my fit fa dot. But granny, your face is sae lurkit and thin, why a down-lookin' nose and an up-lookin' chin, and a mouth clumpit up o sick to tween, like the witherin' half o' an auld weary mune. Hoot, laddie, ye needna glower your so blin'. The body at loose sees far through the skin, and believe me or no, the horse comin' amain one ugly auld falk'll be bonny again. For there is ane, and it's no my dear man, though I loo him as nane but a wife's herd ken, the joy o' beholdin' was grand lovely face till mak me like him in a at's grace. But what I am like I carina astray sae lang as I'm his, and what he would hae. Be ye a guid man, John, and ae day ye'll ken what Max Granny Canty yont 10. Time. A lang backet, spilgy, fewest at auld Carl gangs a nicked rackin' athort the war why a pock on his back, Louikin hungry and lean, his crook-fingered han I followin' his e'en. He gathers up a thing that canna but fa, until his bag yt, anon, an hour. Soot and snaw, until his bag yt, anon, an hour. But when he comes to the wa o' the whorl, spangs up it, like lang-legged spitter the carl, up gangs his pock wy him, hump it a hin, for naething fa's ot at nc padin, sign he warsels doon outside the flamin' wa, his bag mace the deeth o' him, pant like a ba, soot and snaw, his bag mace throttlin' him, pant like a ba. Doon he draps weary upon a leg rock, flingin' aside him his muckle-mouthed pock, and there he sits, his hide in his han, like a broken herdet, despairin' man, him his pock no bonny, nah. Him and his pock an ugsome twa. Soot and snaw. soot and snaw. Him and his pock and ugsome twa. But soon as the first ray o' the sunshine bear licks on the coddle, what see ye there? An angel set on eternity's brink, why e'en to guard the sun himself blink. By his side a glintin', glimmerin' urn, firth frae was mau rins a liltin' burn, soot and snaw. Soot and snaw. The dirt o' the world rins in glory awa. What the auld folk are thinkin'. The bairns i' their beds, worn o' ty nae work, are sleepin', nor ever an eelid winkin'. The auld folk lie still why they're starin' stark, and the mirk painful o' the things they are thinkin'. Wan o' to ilk corner the bairnies they keek, louchin' and daffin', arms loosin' and linkin'. The auld folk they watch frae the warm ingle cheek, but the bairns little think what the auld folk are thinkin'. When the auld folk sit quiet at the reet o' a stook, I the sunlight their washeen blinterin' and blinkin', folks scythin', or binnin', or shearin' why Hugh carina astray what the auld folk are thinkin'. At the kirk, when the minister's drykin' dry, his fardens as gene they wore gowd guineas chinkin', and the young folk are noddin', or fidgetin' sly, naebody kens what the auld folk are thinkin'. When the young folk are gritin' aboot the bed war like water through sand the auld life is sinkin', and some would say the last word was said, the auld folk smile, and ken what they're thinkin'. Gritna, father, that I'm gone, for fu' well ye ken the gate. I the winter, corn yeary sawin', I the harst again ye hate. I'm gone hame to see my mither, she'll be will a quant or this. Sae we'll muse at ane on either tween the auld word and new kiss. Love I'm dubbed and may be scanty roon ye after I'm owa. Yon kirkyard has happened plenty close aside me, green and braw. And abune there's room for mony, twasna made for ane or twa, but was I for an ony count in love the best ava. There none less ye'll be my father, all names we'll nor tine nor spare. A my sonship I maun gather for the sun is king up there. Gritna, father, that I'm gone, for ye ken fu' well the gate. Here, in winter, cast your sawin', there, in hairst, again ye hate. I ken something. What gars ye sing S.A.E. birdie, as gene ye war lord o' the lift? On braid yeary and unco S.M.A. laird I, but in hit ye ve a kingly gift. A ye hate to cunt you're so rich in S.A. we maun o' glory motes. The wook to the throne yeary I hitchin' why a lang toe o' sapphire notes. Aye, your sang's the sang o' an angel for a sin for thrapple no meat. Like the pipes till a heavenly brain gel war they dance their hearts until their feet. But though ye canna be hawed, birdie, ye needna gar aithing wisht. I'm nowt but a herplin herd I, but I hae a sang I my bryst. Lend me your throat to sing through, lend me your wings to gang high, and I'll sing ye a sang a lavrak to cow, and for bliss to gar him dee. Merles. The stars are steady abune, I the water they flicker and flee, but steady I, Luikin Dune they ken their zells I the sea. A licht, and clear, and free God, thou shinest abune, yet loik, and see thysel and me, I on me Luikin Dune. Through the heather and how gied the creepin' thing, but abune was the waft o' an angel's wing. Hither and thither, here and awa, into the dub ye mauna fa, o the dub wad ye come why speed, ye maun lift your hands abune your hide. Wars nor sun nor mune, lake things come abune. My thoughts are like worms in a starless gloamin', my hurt's like a sponge that's fillet wy gall. My soul's like a bodiless gayus sent a roamin' I the har in the murk till the trumpet call. Lord, turn ilk worm till a butterfly, ring o' to my hurt, and fill tea frae thine. My soul sighin' in patience its weird will dree, unloik for the mornin' through the rain. The End.